Harry Potter and the Extraordinary Mr. Gray. By Mr. Oblivious. 1. The right to end. He had never doubted this part. Not in the long years after the war, not in the quiet seasons when Hogwarts slept and the world pretended it was whole again. Doubt had visited him in other forms: grief, exhaustion, the slow ache of memory, but never here. This was the one truth that had stayed clean. He had to do this. The ministry would have stopped him if they'd known. They would have called it treason, sacrilege, destabilization of time itself. They would have sent Aurors, unspeakables, friends wearing official faces and gentle voices. They would have begged him to reconsider, to archive his work, to trust the next generation. Even Teddy would have stood in the doorway if it came to it. Wand raised, eyes steady, doing what he believed was right. Harry didn't blame him for that. He loved him for it. But love didn't change the math. There were things only one person could do. Not because he was stronger. He wasn't, not anymore, but because he was willing. Willing to be judged. Willing to be erased. Willing to destroy a timeline in order to save it. He had waited for this end. Not by spell or poison or blade. No shortcuts. No violence to the body that would thin the soul or fracture the magic he needed intact. He had lived it out, breath by breath, year by year, until time itself came for him honestly. Until death arrived without being summoned. The ritual chamber was quiet now, wards humming low and patient, like old friends who knew how long he'd made them wait. He lay within the circle, hands folded, the way he'd practiced, the way he'd imagined through decades of rehearsal and regret. Hermione's face came to him without effort. Not as she'd died. Never that. But laughing over a desk cluttered with books, ink on her fingers, already reaching for the answer before the question finished forming. Sirius followed, then Remus. Tonks. So many names the world no longer spoke aloud. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though he wasn't sure to whom. This would look reckless, self-serving, a man deciding that his certainty outweighed the universe. Harry accepted that. He had earned the right to be wrong. And he knew, utterly, fiercely, that he wasn't. "Please," he breathed, to magic, to time, to whatever still listened. "Let me die for a purpose." The wards brightened. And the waiting ended. The bed had grown unfamiliar over the years, though he'd slept in it longer than most people slept anywhere. Its hangings were drawn back, fabric worn soft by decades of careful hands. Stone pressed cool beneath the mattress, the castle's constant reminder that nothing here was ever truly separate from its bones. Even now, as his breathing slowed, he could feel the place holding him, not tightly, not possessively, but with the quiet attentiveness of something old that remembered every version of him it had ever housed. Age sat heavy in his limbs. Not pain exactly, just density. Each breath had weight, as if air itself had learned caution around him. His magic was the same way, no longer quick or bright, but deep, settled, vast. It didn't flare, it waited. The wards answered that patience. They were layered through the room like a second atmosphere, humming just beneath hearing. He'd tuned them over years, adjusting by fractions, learning what harmonies calmed the stone and what notes made it restless. Tonight they were steady, balanced, alert. No alarms. No protest. Good. A clock ticked somewhere nearby, its rhythm slightly uneven, as if it had once been damaged and decided that perfection was optional. He'd meant to replace it once. He never had. Some flaws earned their place by surviving long enough. His fingers twitched, then settled again atop the coverlet. The skin there was thin now, mapped with age and history. These hands had held wands, letters, small frightened shoulders. They'd signed pardons and death notices alike. They'd learned when to act and when to wait. Waiting had been the harder lesson. He felt the moment approaching not as fear, but as alignment. Things drawing into place, breath shortening, thought sharpening, the world narrowing to essentials: stone, magic, memory. There was no rush in it. No violence. He'd given himself that much mercy. The wards brightened a fraction, responding not to command but to readiness. Somewhere deeper, far below the room, something vast and ancient acknowledged the change, not in words, not in warning, but in recognition. Harry let his eyes close. Whatever came next would come cleanly. And for the first time in a very long while, the waiting truly ended. The end arrived exactly as he'd planned, and then failed to finish. There was no darkness, no falling away, no release. Instead, awareness narrowed to a point so fine it hurt, then stretched again, pulled thin and fast, as if the world had taken hold of him and decided to fold. Pressure built without weight, sound vanished without silence. Magic didn't leave him. It compressed, drawn inward until it felt impossibly dense, like a star being taught how to fit inside a breath. This wasn't death. He recognized the sensation with a calm that surprised him. Not because it was familiar. Nothing about this had precedent, but because it was correct. This was the return, the recoil, the price and the promise, bound together. Good. This was his reward. Not oblivion, not rest. This. He welcomed it, let himself be carried, not forward but back, along a line he'd spent a lifetime memorizing. There was no fear in the motion. Only purpose. Only the fierce, quiet satisfaction of a man who had done everything right and was finally being answered. Then the world snapped into scale. Too small. Too loud. Air rushed in like an insult. His chest burned, not with age but with youth, with lungs that hadn't learned patience yet. Light stabbed behind his eyes. Pain, sharp, immediate, cut through the haze. And there was a body. A young one. He tried to move and couldn't. Tried to breathe and nearly failed. Panic flared, brief and controlled, until his mind caught up. This was the arrival. Then he saw himself. Not reflection. Not memory. A boy lay nearby, small and broken and terrifyingly still, breath hitching wrong, magic flickering weakly around him like a dying candle. Black hair plastered to his forehead. Too thin. Too familiar. No. The certainty he'd carried for decades cracked all at once. There were two of them. Understanding hit like ice water. If the boy died, if he died, this moment collapsed. The line snapped. The correction failed. And Harry, all of him, would be erased as neatly as chalk from slate. This wasn't the plan. For the first time that night, true fear took hold, not for himself, but for the fragile, flickering life only a few feet away. Stay, he tried to say. He didn't know which of them he meant. The adventure had begun. And suddenly, everything depended on a child surviving the next breath. Harry didn't allow panic to finish blooming. Panic wasted oxygen. Battlefield rules snapped into place the way they always had. Clean, ruthless, efficient. Stop the bleeding. Stabilize. Breathe later. The boy wasn't breathing right. Shallow, hitching, ribs barely moving beneath skin gone gray at the edges. Harry dropped into the body without ceremony, awareness narrowing to hands, breath, magic. No wand. Of course not. Vernon would have locked it away the moment he'd found it, if he'd found it at all. Doesn't matter. Harry pressed his palm to the boy's chest and felt the damage properly this time. Bruising layered over older bruising. A cracked rib, swelling near the kidney, magic fluttering weakly, instinctive and unfocused, like a child clinging to the surface while drowning. Too much damage. Too fast. Diagon Alley, then. The timing fit. The first glimpse of a world that wanted him, and then the backlash. Rage. Fear. Punishment. Left on the rock, storm tearing the sea apart while the Dursleys clawed their way home and made sure the boy paid for daring to belong anywhere else. This beating felt worse than the one Harry remembered. Then again, the boy was unconscious. How would he know? A flicker of doubt tried to intrude. Maybe it had been like this. Maybe his own magic had carried him through, quietly, stubbornly, the way it always had. Harry didn't gamble on maybes. Hold, he murmured, not a spell, not really. A directive. Magic answered anyway, sluggish but present. He shaped it with memory and will, not finesse. Knitted tissue by pressure and warmth. Coaxed swelling down by giving it somewhere to go. Fed the lungs rhythm, slow and insistent, until they remembered what they were for. No potions. No elegance. Just function. The boy shuddered, drew a fuller breath, color bleeding back into his cheeks in cautious increments. The magic steadied, still weak but no longer collapsing inward. Harry stayed where he was, hands braced, counting heartbeats he could barely feel. Not safe, not healed, but alive. Only then did Harry let himself exhale. The clock hadn't stopped, but it was ticking again. 2. The smallest battlefield. The cupboard was darker than he remembered. Not because the light was gone, there had never been much of that, but because the space felt tighter, its edges closer, its air thinner. Old Harry settled into it anyway, folding himself into the shadows with practiced care as the invisibility charm took hold. Not a spell, not exactly. A bending, a refusal to be noticed. Upstairs, the house breathed. Vernon's snore rattled through the pipes, a coarse, uneven thing that rose and fell with mechanical certainty. Petunia's footsteps crossed the landing once, paused, then retreated. A television murmured somewhere, left on by habit rather than interest. Life, continuing, oblivious. Harry kept his breathing slow and shallow, counting sounds the way he once counted enemy movements. 1, 2, pause. The house settled again. Good. The boy lay crumpled against the thin mattress, limbs too loose, face drawn tight even in sleep. Color had returned, but only just. Each breath caught, then continued, as if his body hadn't quite decided it was safe to keep going. Old Harry watched the rise and fall of that narrow chest with absolute focus. If he stopped, everything ended. A flicker of movement, small, startled. The boy's eyes cracked open, unfocused at first, then sharpening with the reflex of fear learned early and often. He tried to push himself back, hit the cupboard wall, and froze. Shish, Harry breathed, barely louder than thought. The boy's gaze snapped toward the sound. Terror flared, immediate and total. Harry stayed still. Let the silence stretch. Let the moment pass without force. You're safe, he said quietly. I won't touch you unless you ask. The boy swallowed. His voice came out hoarse. Who's there? Someone who knows how loud this house gets at night, Harry replied. And how quiet it pretends to be. That earned him a long, searching stare. Suspicion layered over pain, over exhaustion. The boy's eyes flicked to the cupboard door, then back again. You shouldn't be here, the boy whispered. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm hidden. Upstairs, a floorboard creaked. Harry didn't look away from the boy as he reached, gently, into the fabric of the house's magic. A nudge, a softening, sleep deepened above them, undisturbed. The boy noticed the stillness settle. His breathing eased a fraction. Harry let himself count 3 more heartbeats. Then said, My name's Harry too. The boy's eyes kept flicking past him, to the cupboard door, to the thin crack of light beneath it, as if expecting it to burst open at any second. They can't hear me, Harry said gently, before the fear could spiral. Or see me. The boy's gaze snapped back. You said you were hidden. I am, Harry replied. From them. He tilted his head slightly, indicating the ceiling. It's an anti-muggle charm. Old, boring, very reliable. As far as your aunt and uncle are concerned, there's nothing unusual happening in this house at all. The boy hesitated. But I can see you. Harry allowed a small smile. You're not a muggle. That seemed to land more solidly than anything else he'd said so far. The boy's shoulders loosened by a fraction, though his hands stayed clenched in the blanket. So, they won't come down here? He asked. No, Harry said without qualification. They'll sleep. They'll wake up tomorrow exactly as awful as usual. Tonight, you don't exist to them. The boy swallowed. His voice came out small. Then why are you here? Harry considered that, chose carefully. Because you were hurt, he said. And because no one else was going to help you. Silence stretched. The cupboard felt very small again, full of breathing and the quiet creak of the house settling around them. You sound like me, the boy said suddenly. Harry nodded. That's not an accident. The boy stared at him, searching his face with a sharpness that surprised Harry. Not a child's unfocused fear, but the wary assessment of someone who'd learned too early how lies sounded. You're not a ghost, the boy said. No. And not magic pretending to be me. No. Another pause. Then, quietly, are you going to disappear? Harry felt that one like a blade under the ribs. Not if I can help it, he said. But that's why I need you to listen to me for a bit. Just listen. No spells. No tricks. I'll explain what I can, and you can tell me to stop if it's too much. The boy's fingers loosened slightly. You promise? He asked. Harry met his eyes. On everything that matters. After a moment, the boy nodded once. Harry shifted closer, careful not to crowd him. The cupboard didn't allow for much space, but he made sure there was still air between them, still a choice. I need to do a few things, he said quietly. They won't hurt. They won't change who you are. They'll just make it harder for the world to get at you. The boy watched his hands. Like spells. More like habits, Harry replied. For magic. That earned him a faint frown, thoughtful even through exhaustion. You don't need a wand. The boy asked. Not for this. Harry paused, then added, I'll stop the second you tell me to. The boy swallowed. The fear was still there. Harry could see it sitting tight behind his eyes, but something else had joined it now. Curiosity. Hope's smaller, more cautious cousin. Okay, he said. Just don't leave. I'm not going anywhere, Harry said, and meant it with a weight that bent the air between them. He placed 2 fingers lightly against the boy's wrist. Not a spell, a contact. Magic stirred in response, thin and skittish, like a startled bird. Harry didn't seize it. He matched its rhythm instead, slowing his own breath until the boys followed. Focus on the cupboard, he murmured. The walls. The floor. How solid it feels. The boy did. Harry felt the shift immediately, the panic easing, the magic settling. Good. That was the first layer. Grounding. Something the boy could return to without thinking. Next came the pain. Harry didn't erase it. That never lasted. He taught the magic to step around it instead, to dull the sharpest edges and spread the rest thin enough to bear. The boy hissed once, then relaxed as the worst of it receded. That's better, Harry said softly. The final piece mattered most. He shaped a veil, not a wall. No locks, no barriers, just a soft fog, something that made thoughts harder to grab at from the outside. Occlumency, in its gentlest form. This part's important, Harry said. It's not about hiding. It's about rest. The boy nodded, eyes heavy now. Feels quiet. Harry allowed himself a breath. The magic steadied. The body followed. Young Harry was still hurt. Still fragile. But the spiral had stopped. For now, that was enough. Harry waited until the boy's breathing evened out again, until the magic lay settled rather than braced. Only then did he speak. There are 2 of us, he said quietly. Not dramatic. Not softened. Just true. The boy's eyes opened, wary but clearer now. I thought so. Harry nodded. You're not imagining it. I'm you. Just later. How much later? The boy asked. Harry hesitated. There were truths that helped and truths that crushed. Long enough to know what matters, he said instead. And what doesn't. The boy absorbed that in silence, gaze fixed somewhere past Harry's shoulder. Am I going to disappear? No, Harry said immediately. You're the reason I'm here. He took a breath. If you die, I'm erased. Not killed. Undone. This all fails. That landed harder than fear. Responsibility crept into the boy's expression, uninvited and unwelcome. I won't let that happen, Harry added firmly. That's my job. Yours is to heal and listen. The boy nodded, slow and solemn. This wasn't supposed to work like this, Harry went on. The ritual was meant to send me back cleanly. 1 life, 1 line. Magic chose differently. Redundancy, maybe. Or mercy. His mouth tightened. Either way, we adapt. He glanced toward the cupboard door, the thin slice of light beneath it, the weight of the house above them. Your relatives, he said, and the word was precise, clipped. They are not your family. They are ours by blood only. What they've done has a name, and I don't excuse it. The boy's shoulders tensed. They'll be angry if. They will sleep, Harry said, cold certainty threaded through the calm. Tomorrow will look the same to them. For now. He softened his voice again. Later, things change. Carefully. The boy hesitated. Are you going to hurt them? Harry didn't answer immediately. When he did, it was measured. I'm going to stop them. Permanently. There are many ways to do that. That seemed to satisfy something in the boy, though fear still lingered. For now, Harry continued, we stay hidden. We get stronger. Then we go somewhere safe. Gringotts, first. There are things there that belong to us, whether anyone remembers it yet or not. He looked back at the boy, thin, bruised, alive. This is the redo, Harry said softly. Not for glory, not for revenge, for you. The boy watched him for a long moment. Then he nodded. And in the cupboard under the stairs, in August of 1991, the future quietly changed direction. 3. Borrowed skin. Morning crept in the way it always had on Privet Drive, thin, gray, and unwelcome. Light slipped through the crack beneath the cupboard door and painted a narrow line across the floor. Old Harry watched it move, measuring time by inches. Young Harry hadn't stirred. His breathing was steady, shallow but even, the magic Harry had layered the night before holding without strain. That mattered. It meant the boy's body was still choosing to stay. Today, Harry said softly, you stay here. The boy's eyes opened at once. Fear came first, sharp and instinctive, followed by the careful stillness he'd learned too young. I can't go out, he said, not asking. I know, Harry replied. You don't need to. He adjusted the magic around the cupboard with the same care he'd once used on hospital wards and evacuation shelters. Not concealment, forgetting. The sort of spell that slid attention away, smoothed thought, made a space unremarkable enough to vanish from notice entirely. They won't come looking, Harry said. Not today. The boy nodded, trusting him in the way children did when they were too tired to argue. I'll go instead, Harry continued. Just for the day. I remember how to do this. How? The boy asked quietly. Harry glanced down at his hands, small, scarred, familiar. Because I was you, he said. And because I survived it once already. He didn't say more. He didn't need to. The house above them was already waking, pipes knocking, footsteps heavy with habit. Vernon would want breakfast. Petunia would want silence. Dudley would want whatever he felt like wanting. Harry placed a hand briefly against the cupboard wall, a promise pressed into wood and stone. Rest, he said. I'll be back before you miss me. The boy's eyes fluttered, then closed again. Harry straightened, drew the last of the magic tight around the cupboard, and stepped out into the house. Borrowed skin or not, he knew the part. He'd played it before. Harry kept his head down and his shoulders narrow. He moved through the kitchen on instinct, body remembering before thought could interfere. The cupboard, under the stairs, forgotten entirely now, might as well not have existed. The house had accepted the lie without resistance. There was only the kitchen, the table, the routine. Boy, Vernon barked, newspaper snapping open. Hurry up, some of us have work to do. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said at once. The words came out flat, obedient, perfectly pitched. Not sullen, not resentful, exactly as they'd always wanted him. He set the pan on the hob, laid out the bacon. His hands didn't shake. They never had. He knew how to cook breakfast. He'd been taught by repetition and consequence. Petunia hovered near the counter, arms folded, eyes sharp. Don't burn it, she said. Yes, Aunt Petunia. In his head, the reply was different. Careful what you ask for. You're already on borrowed time. Outwardly, he adjusted the flame by a fraction and turned the bacon at precisely the right moment. Dudley thumped into the room, already scowling. Is it ready? Nearly, Harry said. Dudley snorted and took a slice straight from the pan. Harry said nothing. He never had. Vernon lowered the paper just long enough to glare. Don't let him eat before us. Sorry, Uncle Vernon. Inside, Harry counted heartbeats. Measured temper. Filed everything away. He wasn't here to win. He was here to observe. Petunia watched him too closely, a faint crease between her brows. Something tugged at her attention, then slid away again, lost to the magic smoothing the edges of thought. She turned back to the sink, reassured without knowing why. Harry plated the food and stepped back. He didn't sit. He never did unless told. "Take that," Vernon said, shoving a plate toward him without looking. "And be quick about it." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." He ate standing, eyes lowered, movements small. Every insult landed where it always had, on a child's body carrying an old man's memory. "Just you wait," he thought calmly. "You won't be sneering this time next year." Outwardly, he swallowed and said nothing at all. Vernon left in a rush of noise and certainty, keys snatched from the hook, tie already crooked, the front door slamming hard enough to rattle the hall frame. His part in the day concluded exactly where it always did, away from the house, convinced the house obeyed him in his absence. Petunia moved next, orbiting the kitchen with a cloth and a purpose she never quite fulfilled. She wiped the same counter twice, rearranged the same jars, then drifted toward the living room, where Dudley had already claimed the sofa. The television blared. A game console chimed and hummed, Dudley's world narrowing to pixels and reward loops. He didn't look up once. Good. Harry waited 3 full minutes after the door closed. Old habit. Then he let the smallest thread of magic slip loose, not concealment, not a spell that announced itself, but the same gentle refusal he'd used before. Attention slid. The house accepted him as background. He moved. The cupboard under the stairs remained untouched, the forgetting charm holding cleanly. Harry passed it without looking, then paused just long enough to feel the magic inside, steady, warm, alive. He moved on. The hall cabinet creaked when he opened it. Inside, the school trunk sat exactly where he remembered it from a lifetime ago, scuffed, intact, latch-stiff but serviceable. He didn't open it yet. Just noted it, logged it. Hedwig came next. She was in the spare bedroom, cage shoved near the window, light barely reaching her white feathers. She ruffled at his approach, sharp eyes fixing on him at once. Harry slid a hand along the bars and felt the answering brush of magic, alert and indignant. "Easy," he murmured. He fed her properly this time, water changed, seed measured, a whisper of apology threaded through the motion. For a moment, he considered opening the window, letting her fly, sending her ahead to wait where she belonged. Not yet. Soon. The attic ladder protested softly as he pulled it down. Dust rose, thick and stale. Harry climbed without hesitation, memory guiding his hands. The trunk was still there, tucked beneath old boxes and forgotten coats. Lilies. He opened it carefully. Photographs. A folded jumper. Notes in familiar handwriting, edges soft with age. Harry closed it again and carried it down himself. Last stop. Petunia's bedroom was immaculate in the way of rooms that hid their sins in drawers. Harry knelt and reached beneath the bed. His fingers brushed paper. Letters. He didn't read them. He didn't need to. He knew Lily's hand, knew the care in every line. He gathered them all, slid them into the trunk, and stood. "You don't deserve these," he thought, without heat. Just certainty. He returned to the cupboard then, magic parting for him alone. He set the trunk inside, the letters on top. Young Harry stirred. "We'll look at them together," Harry said quietly. And for the first time that day, he allowed himself to feel something like anticipation. Harry waited until the cupboard felt less like a shelter and more like a room again. Then he reached for the trunk. Young Harry watched it appear with wide, uncertain eyes, as if afraid it might vanish if he blinked. Harry set it down carefully between them and opened the lid. The smell came first. Old paper. Dust. Something faintly floral that had no business surviving this long. Inside were photographs, folded clothes, a scarf with a loose thread, and a neat bundle of letters tied with ribbon. Harry lifted the letters and placed them gently in young Harry's hands. "They're from our mum," he said. Young Harry stared at them. His fingers hovered, then closed, knuckles whitening as if afraid someone would snatch them away. He untied the ribbon slowly, reverently, and unfolded the first page. Lily's handwriting filled the paper, rounded, lively, impatient in places. She wrote about school, About how Hogwarts felt too big at first and then too small, about lessons she loved and teachers she didn't. She complained about a boy named Severus who sulked and corrected everyone, and about James and Sirius, those two idiots, who buzzed around her like flies and thought themselves hilarious. Young Harry frowned. Who's Severus? Old Harry's jaw tightened before he could stop it. Our mum's friend, he said at last. Then, because young Harry deserved honesty, he added, and someone who should have done better. Young Harry looked up, confused. Better how? Harry met his eyes. He worked for the Dark Lord. And the White Lord. The words tasted old and bitter. He pretended to be on both sides. A double agent, they called it. You understand. Young Harry nodded slowly. Long after Dumbledore died, Harry continued, voice low and controlled, he was still on his own side. Pitting both against each other. I can't prove how many deaths he had a hand in. His gaze dropped to the letters. But I know. No, he helped cause what happened to our parents. Young Harry's grip tightened on the paper. Our mum, he asked quietly. Our mum, Harry corrected gently. And our dad. They went back to the letters together then. Lily writing about magic gone wrong in the dormitory. About laughing too hard. About James being infuriating and brave in equal measure. About missing home. About love, written carefully, as if she was still learning how to say it. They looked at the photographs next. Lily smiling, hair wild. James mid-laugh, arms slung around her shoulders. A baby with messy black hair and two big eyes, held close and safe. Young Harry touched the photograph like it might be warm. She looks happy, he whispered. She was, Harry said. She really was. They sat like that for a long time, sharing silence and paper and memory. When young Harry finally yawned, the sound small and helpless, Harry gathered the letters back up. We'll keep these, he said. They're yours. Ours. Tomorrow? Young Harry asked, already half asleep. Yes, Harry said. Tomorrow we leave. Somewhere safe. Somewhere better. Young Harry nodded, trusting him completely now. In the cupboard under the stairs, surrounded by their mum's words and their dad's smile, the two of them waited for morning. 4. The lie the world believed. Dawn came softer this time, pale and tentative, as if the house itself was unsure whether to wake them. Old Harry felt the shift before he saw it. Young Harry's breathing had changed. Still light, still careful, but deeper now, steadier. The magic he'd layered through the night had settled into something resilient. Not strong, not ready, but no longer slipping. That's it, Harry murmured. Easy. Young Harry opened his eyes and blinked, orienting himself to the cupboard, to the trunk at their feet, to Harry crouched nearby. There was no panic this time. Just fatigue, and something like expectation. Is it today? He asked. Yes, Harry said. He kept his voice calm, even. But slowly. We don't rush this part. He checked him carefully. Hands light, movements economical. No new bruising, no fever. Magic responsive, if thin. Enough. It would have to be enough. Harry reached outward then, loosening the spell that had wrapped the cupboard through the night. Not removing it entirely, just easing it back, thinning the forgetting until it became suggestion rather than certainty. The house above them creaked and sighed, unaware of the change. They won't notice, Harry said, anticipating the question. They already think you're gone. Young Harry frowned. I am. In their heads, Harry replied. That's all that matters. He stood and took in the house one last time from that low vantage point. The stairs. The door. The narrow slice of morning light on the floor. No anger rose. No grief. Just finality. We leave cleanly, he said. No noise. No witnesses. When we're gone, nothing here will feel different enough for anyone to question it. Young Harry nodded, trusting him completely now. Harry offered a hand. Ready. After a moment, young Harry took it. Above them, Privet Drive woke as it always had, certain of itself, convinced the world would continue to obey. It wouldn't notice when it was wrong. Harry moved first, not up. The kitchen lay just beyond the cupboard, ground floor to ground floor, the house arranged around its habits. Morning light spilled across the counters. Petunia stood at the sink, back turned, hands moving through motions she'd already completed twice. Dudley's game bleeped and chimed from the living room, volume turned just high enough to drown out thought. Neither of them looked toward the stairs. Harry released the last restraint on the confusion he'd laid down earlier, not strengthening it, just letting it settle. Expectation did the rest. In their minds, the day had already progressed to the part where Harry Potter was no longer their problem. Good. He crossed the hall without hurry and opened the cabinet. The wand lay exactly where he'd left it, tucked away like something shameful. He closed his fingers around it once, briefly, then slid it into young Harry's hand. "Hold on to that," he murmured. "Just hold." Young Harry nodded and did. The trunks came next. Harry's school trunk first, scuffed, stubborn, familiar. Lily's trunk after, lighter but no less precious. Harry knelt, placed a hand on each, and breathed magic into them with care. Not crushing, not forcing, folding. Wood and metal yielded, shrinking smoothly until both fit easily beneath his arm. He didn't look back. Hedwig stirred as he approached her cage, feathers ruffling in quiet agitation. Harry met her gaze and felt the quick, sharp intelligence there, the question. "Soon," he whispered. He lifted the cage whole. No shrinking. No tricks. Some things were meant to stay exactly as they were. They moved together then, through the narrow hall, past the kitchen doorway where Petunia wiped an already clean surface, past the living room where Dudley shouted at a screen that mattered more than anything else in his life. No one noticed. At the front door, Harry paused only long enough to look down at young Harry. "Everything?" he asked. Young Harry nodded, clutching the wand, eyes steady. Harry opened the door. Privet Drive greeted them with quiet certainty, neat lawns and identical houses confident they were unchanged. Harry stepped outside, carrying their entire life with him. Behind them, the door shut softly. Nothing inside noticed it was empty. The air felt different once they were outside. Not freer, just wider. Harry didn't stop on the doorstep. He walked them past the first hedge, past the neighbor's drive, then another house beyond that. Only when the street curved and the sightline broke did he slow. "Stay close," he said. Young Harry obeyed without thinking, still clutching the wand, still wrapped in the strange quiet that followed leaving something forever. Harry took the wand from him gently. "Just for a moment." Young Harry nodded. Harry closed his eyes, not in concentration, but in recall. He didn't invent a body. He returned to one he knew. Himself, older, taller, shoulders broader, spine straightened by decades of habit. The ache of age vanished, replaced by a solid, familiar weight. Early 30s, strong, balanced, a body that had carried grief and kept going. Then he blurred it. Hair darkened, then lightened again, settling into an unremarkable brown. Eyes shifted, green draining to gray hazel. His frame stretched a little more, posture altered just enough to break resemblance. He finished by touching his own forehead, smoothing the scar into something mundane, an old childhood cut, badly healed, forgettable. He flicked the wand once more and repeated the glamour on young Harry. The lightning softened, faded, became nothing more than a pale mark that meant nothing to anyone who didn't already know. When Harry opened his eyes, young Harry was staring. "You," he started, then stopped, unsure where the sentence was meant to go. Harry smiled faintly. "It's still me. But older," young Harry said, voice hushed. "And different." "On purpose," Harry replied. "No one should look at us and think anything at all." He scanned the street carefully. Curtains, cars, a woman watering plants 2 houses down, a man loading a boot further along. No pauses, no double takes, no interest. Good. Harry took young Harry's hand again and guided him toward the corner, away from Privet Drive entirely. With every step, the house behind them mattered less. At the next street, Harry stopped. "This part's yours," he said. Young Harry looked up at him. "What part?" "The bus," Harry replied. "You call it. I'll stand with you." Young Harry hesitated, then squared his shoulders the way he always did when pretending not to be afraid. How? Harry tilted his head toward the road. Hold your wand out. Clear your mind. Think about needing to go somewhere safe. Then flag it like you mean it. Young Harry swallowed, stepped forward, and raised the wand. He stuck his arm out. The street trembled. Harry's smile widened just a fraction as the distant, unmistakable roar of something very large and very purple came hurtling toward them. Good, he murmured. Very good. The night bus arrived like an argument. There was a bang, a shriek of brakes, and then a triple-decker slab of violent purple slammed into the road where empty air had been a second before. Windows rattled. Somewhere nearby, a car alarm went off and was immediately silenced by the sheer audacity of what had just appeared. The doors folded open. Stan Shunpike leaned out, cap askew, grin wide and incurious. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded Witcher wizard. Name. Harry answered before young Harry could think too hard about it. Just passing through. Stan's eyes flicked over them. Man, boy, owl cage, nothing else worth noticing. His gaze slid right past the scar on young Harry's forehead without snagging. Right then, Stan said cheerfully. Hop on. You'll want a toothbrush, hot chocolate, maybe a nice sleep-in draft if the ride makes you queasy. Young Harry's mouth opened. It makes you. The bus lurched. The door slammed shut, the interior shifted sideways, and gravity briefly became a suggestion. Young Harry yelped as the floor tilted under his feet, then laughed, an unguarded, startled sound that tore itself out of him before he could stop it. Harry laughed too. He couldn't help it. Beds slid out of the walls. Lamps swung. The bus squeezed between buildings that had no intention of making room. Stretching and compressing like reality was something optional it indulged for fun. Young Harry clung to a rail, half terrified, half delighted, shouting every time the bus jumped a curb or folded through a space too small to exist. Harry stood easily, steady as the world twisted, one hand braced, the other resting lightly on the owl cage. He watched young Harry yell himself hoarse and felt something in his chest loosen for the first time in years. When the bus finally screeched to a halt, London was waiting. The leaky cauldron looked exactly the same as it always had, unassuming, slightly shabby, stubbornly present. Tom appeared behind the bar the moment they stepped inside, polishing a glass that didn't need it. Room for two? Tom asked, already nodding. Yes, Harry said. End of August. Tom glanced at young Harry, then back to Harry. Off to Hogwarts, are we? We'll be leaving early September 1st. Of course you will, Tom said, satisfied. Room 12. Quiet. End of the hall. Harry placed a small stack of coins on the counter. Young Harry's galleons, counted carefully. Tom swept them up without comment. That'll be 5 galleons a week, he said. So, 4 weeks, 20 galleons. Fair, Harry replied. Tom slid the key across. Enjoy your stay. They climbed the stairs together, the noise of the pub fading behind them. When the door to room 12 closed, young Harry collapsed onto the bed, breathless and grinning. Did you see that? He said. It bent. Harry set the owl cage down and smiled. It does that. For the first time since leaving Privet Drive, young Harry looked entirely, unquestionably happy. And the world, still convinced Harry Potter was exactly where he was meant to be, slept on, wrong, and unaware. 5. Legitimate interests. The room at the Leaky Cauldron was small, clean, and real. That mattered more than Harry had expected. Young Harry sat on the edge of the bed while Harry opened the window wide and lifted Hedwig's cage onto the sill. London morning air rolled in, coal smoke, bread, something faintly magical beneath it all. Hedwig shifted, feathers ruffling, eyes bright. Go on, Harry said softly. He opened the latch. Hedwig didn't hesitate. She burst free in a flash of white, wings catching the light as she rose sharply, once around the courtyard, then higher, vanishing between rooftops with a sharp, satisfied cry. Young Harry watched her go, mouth parted. She'll come back. Yes, Harry said without doubt. She always does. That seemed to settle something. Young Harry turned back to the room as if seeing it properly for the first time. The second bed. The table. The door with a lock that worked. Harry unpacked with quiet efficiency. The trunks expanded again at his touch. Harry's school things set aside neatly. Lily's trunk opened and placed where young Harry could reach it whenever he wanted. The letters stayed on top, within sight. Then Harry sat at the small table and tipped the pouch out. Gold spilled across the wood in a warm, reassuring clink. Young Harry leaned closer, eyes wide, counting silently along with him. 98, 99, 104. Harry nodded. Enough. For what? Young Harry asked. For clothes, Harry said. Real ones. Not hand-me-downs. Not punishments. He glanced at him. For both of us. And one more set, for when I need to be older. Young Harry smiled at that, small but genuine. They folded away privet drive, threadbare shirts, stretched jumpers, things that had never quite fit, and stacked them by the door without ceremony. Harry washed his hands afterward, slow and thorough, as if removing more than dirt. When he lay down at last, fully dressed, the bed didn't creak like the one under the stairs. It didn't smell of dust or fear. Young Harry curled on his side, already half asleep, clutching one of the photographs from Lily's trunk. Tomorrow, he murmured. Tomorrow, Harry said. For the first time since he could remember, Harry slept without listening for footsteps. They went out after breakfast, while the street still felt uncommitted to the day. Harry chose shops without ceremony. Nothing flashy. Nothing that asked questions. He paid in galleons that vanished across counters as if they'd always belonged there, and came away with armfuls of ordinary things that felt anything but. Trousers that fit, shirts that weren't stretched thin at the elbows, socks without holes, jumpers that kept warmth in rather than letting it leak out, proper coats, too small, one long and heavy enough to hang right on an adult's shoulders. Shoes that didn't pinch, shoes that didn't echo. Young Harry tried things on quietly, standing straighter each time something fit the way it should. He kept glancing at Harry as if checking this was allowed. It is, Harry said, catching the look. You don't have to grow into them. They already fit. Wizarding robes came next, everyday ones, plain and serviceable, in dark colors that didn't shout for attention. 2 sets for young Harry. One smaller, one a little larger, allowance built in without being obvious. Another set sized for an adult, cut clean, practical, meant for walking into places where people expected answers. Last came the formal robes. Just one set, black, understated, expensive in the way that didn't sparkle. Harry held them for a moment longer than the rest, then folded them away with care. Back in the room, they laid everything out across the beds. The difference was immediate and unsettling. 2 boys who looked normal, cared for. A man's clothes folded neatly beside them, waiting. Young Harry reached out and touched the sleeve of the adult coat. Is that really for you? Yes, Harry said, when it has to be. They changed without speaking, old habits giving way reluctantly. When young Harry looked at himself in the mirror, he frowned, then tilted his head, uncertain. That's me, he said. Harry nodded. That's you without someone else deciding how small you should be. They packed the old clothes into a sack and left it by the door. Harry didn't look back at it. When everything was put away, the room felt fuller. Lived in. Possible. Harry sat down and met young Harry's eyes. Next, we go to Gringotts. Young Harry's shoulders tensed. Do they know me? They know your blood, Harry said. That will be enough. He stood, already reaching for the door. Stay close. Let me do the talking. Young Harry nodded once. And together, properly dressed and finally presentable, they stepped back into the world. Gringotts rose out of the street like a decision already made. Young Harry slowed without meaning to, gaze lifting to the white stone and the long line of steps. Harry felt the hesitation through the hand he held and tightened his grip just enough to anchor him. Eyes forward, he said gently. Nothing here bites unless invited. Inside, the air changed. Cooler. Sharper. The sound of metal and stone carried weight in a way voices never did. Goblins moved with precise purpose behind their counters, eyes flicking up and away again, assessing without curiosity. Harry approached the nearest desk and spoke before he could be dismissed. Potter. Harry James Potter. The goblin's pen paused. Key, the goblin said flatly. Harry shook his head once. Unavailable. That earned him a longer look. Explain. The keys were removed from my custody by Albus Dumbledore and provided to a third party for shopping, Harry said. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't soften it. Those keys are compromised. The goblin's eyes narrowed. Then access is denied. By key, Harry agreed. Not by blood. Silence stretched. Then the goblin gestured sharply. Step forward. Young Harry did, pulse racing. A thin blade pricked his finger. A drop of blood vanished into a waiting basin. The stone beneath it pulsed once, then glowed. The goblin inhaled sharply. Identity confirmed, he said. Primary heir. All previous keys void. Harry felt the shift ripple outward, contracts adjusting, old assumptions breaking quietly. He hadn't realized how much weight had been sitting on those keys until it lifted. New keys will be issued, the goblin continued, slower now. Trust access limited pending review. Full vault access requires. Later, Harry said. Today, I need stability. The goblin studied him again, longer this time. You speak like a guardian. I am, Harry replied. A pause. Then the goblin inclined his head a fraction. Temporary keys will be prepared. 2. As they waited, Harry knelt and brought his voice low. After this, he said to young Harry, we'll get potions. Not healing. Restoration. Things that undo, long damage. We'll do it properly. Together. Young Harry nodded, not fully understanding, but trusting the tone. A goblin returned with 2 new keys, heavy and cold. He placed them carefully on the counter. Proceed, he said, and know this, someone important will be informed. Harry met his gaze. I would have been disappointed if they weren't. They took the keys and followed the goblin deeper into the bank, footsteps echoing like the opening move of a much longer game. The cart ride was mercifully short. Stone gave way to depth, rails singing softly as they descended. Young Harry sat rigid at first, then leaned forward as the vault doors came into view, curiosity edging out nerves. Harry watched him more than the gold. The Potter vault opened without ceremony. Gold gleamed in disciplined abundance, stacked and ordered rather than hoarded. Harry stepped aside and let young Harry approach first. He needed to see it. Needed to understand what this was, and what it wasn't. Young Harry hesitated, then knelt and scooped a handful, letting the coins slide through his fingers. It's a lot. It's enough, Harry said. That's different. They gathered it together then, methodical and calm. Harry measured rather than grabbed, filling a charmed case until the weight felt right. When he reached for more, young Harry touched his sleeve. Isn't that too much? Harry paused. He smiled, just a little. No, and it's good you asked. He gestured to the walls, to the seals etched into the stone. This is the trust vault. It refills 50,000 galleons a year, whether we touch it or not. Young Harry blinked. Refills. Yes. And it's only one. Harry ticked them off gently, like facts meant to steady rather than impress. There's a heritage vault. Artifacts, books, things with history. A contract vault. Old agreements, oaths, obligations. A coinage vault. Long-term reserves. This one exists to keep the heir fed, clothed, and educated without question. Young Harry sat back on his heels, processing. So, this is okay. This is what it's for, Harry said. And we won't take more than we need. They sealed the vault and rode back up in silence that felt earned. At the desk, Harry placed the case down and turned to the goblin clerk who'd issued their keys. One more thing. The goblin's eyes flicked to the case, then back to Harry. State it. I'd like to request an appointment with Ragnarok, Harry said. King of the Goblins. The goblin's mouth thinned. That is not. Tell him, Harry continued evenly, that this concerns the naming of his son. He should choose Ranrock III. And that no one must know the child exists. Silence fell like a dropped blade. The goblin didn't argue. He didn't threaten. He simply took a step back, then another, and left without a word. Young Harry looked up at Harry, eyes wide. What did you just do? Harry picked up the case and closed his fingers around the handle. Asked to be heard. They waited. When the goblin returned, his voice was carefully neutral. The king has been informed. You are not to leave Diagon Alley. Harry inclined his head once. Understood. They stepped away from the desk together, the weight of gold at Harry's side and something heavier settling quietly into place. 6. Waiting. The door to their room closed with the same soft click it had made earlier, and that alone loosened something in the air. Nothing had changed. The beds were where they'd left them. The table still bore the faint ring from where coins had been stacked and counted, gold and silver carefully measured before being swept back into the bag. The older trunk rested against the wall, scarred corners catching the light the same way they had before, while the school trunk sat open just a hand's width, as if it had been disturbed and then left alone again. The window stood ajar. Hedwig's cage remained empty beneath it, door still unlatched. A single pale feather clung to the bars, unmoving. Proof that she'd gone when released, and that she hadn't yet come back. Young Harry went straight to the bed without looking around this time. He climbed onto it, curled in on himself, and let out a breath he hadn't seemed to know he was holding. The new clothes still felt strange on him, cleaner and softer than anything he was used to, but they no longer felt unreal. They were his now, at least for tonight. Old Harry set the door wards back into their quiet rhythm. Not stronger, not tighter, just as they'd been. He glanced once at the window, then away, trusting the choice he'd already made. He didn't touch the trunks. He didn't recount the gold. That work had been done. For now, it stayed done. From below, the leaky cauldron carried on. Murmured voices, clink of glass, the steady presence of a place that endured by knowing when not to interfere. Diagon Alley still waited beyond it, and beyond that, deeper currents were already turning. Goblin procedures. Deliberation. Silence with intent behind it. Here, there was only the room they had returned to. Old Harry leaned against the wall, close enough to watch without looming. Young Harry shifted on the bed, fingers knotting briefly in the blanket before relaxing again. They were back where they'd started the day. That mattered. For now, it was enough. The soup had cooled enough that steam no longer rose from it. Young Harry noticed, frowned, then pushed the bowl away with 2 fingers. He didn't say anything. Old Harry saw it anyway and moved the bowl closer to the window, letting the cooler air do its work. We can warm it later, he said. Not now. Not insisting. Young Harry nodded, pulling the blanket higher around his shoulders. He still did that, as if expecting someone to tell him off for using too much. The light outside had shifted again. It came through the window at an angle now, catching dust motes in the air, turning them gold. The alley below had quieted into something steadier, footsteps instead of shouting, the sound of a door closing, someone humming badly as they passed. Are you staying? Young Harry asked. Yes. How long? All of August. Old Harry paused, then added, and after. If that's what you want. Young Harry stared at the ceiling. There was a faint crack in the plaster that looked a bit like a lightning bolt if you tilted your head. He followed it with his eyes. My mum, he said suddenly. Then stopped, like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to keep going. Old Harry waited. What was she like? I don't remember her, Old Harry said quietly. Not myself. He shifted in the chair, the wood creaking softly. But people talked. Sirius talked. Remus did too, sometimes. Young Harry turned his head. Sirius said she laughed when she was nervous. Said she laughed when spells went wrong, like she'd meant them to. Old Harry's mouth twitched. Remus said she listened. Really listened. Remembered things people didn't expect her to. Young Harry nodded slowly, taking that in. And my dad. Sirius mostly, Old Harry said. They were inseparable at school. He said your dad tried too hard at everything. Tried to be brilliant. He hesitated. Sirius said that proudly. Remus said it like he was worried. Young Harry made a small sound, halfway between a laugh and a breath. What did they do? Sirius and Dad. Pranks. Quidditch. Trouble. Old Harry leaned back. They were loud together. Took up space. Remus used to sit nearby and pretend he wasn't watching them. Moony, young Harry said, testing the name. Yes. Why didn't he come for me? The question landed softly, harder than it sounded. Old Harry didn't answer straight away. He rubbed a hand over his face, then let it drop. He thought you were safer where you were, he said. He was wrong. Young Harry frowned. Safer from what? Old Harry looked at him. Really looked this time. From the world he knew, he said. From people who would use you. From people who were watching. Young Harry was quiet for a moment. They didn't watch very hard, he said finally. No, old Harry agreed. They didn't. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It pressed in, thick and uneasy. I'm famous, young Harry said after a while. He didn't sound proud. He sounded confused. They whisper about it. Boy who lived. If I'm so important, why didn't anyone tell me? Old Harry exhaled slowly. I remember asking that, he said. Young Harry's head snapped around. You do? Yes. Why didn't anyone write, or visit, or, his voice caught, just a little. Someone should have wanted to see me. Old Harry nodded. Someone should have. But no one did. No, old Harry said. They didn't. Young Harry's fingers twisted into the blanket. If I'm a savior, he said, the word awkward in his mouth, why did I live in a cupboard? Old Harry closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his voice was steady, but quieter. Because the wizarding world doesn't work the way it pretends to, he said. It isn't fair. It isn't kind. And it doesn't look after its children very well. What about the ministry? Young Harry asked. The magic police. Someone should have stopped it. Old Harry let out a breath that might have been a laugh if it had wanted to be. They should have, he said. They didn't. Why? Because ignoring something is easier than fixing it. He leaned forward slightly. Because you were inconvenient. Because you were safer forgotten than protected. Young Harry swallowed. Hogwarts is meant to be safe, he said. He'd heard that before. From teachers. From books. Old Harry nodded, just a little. It's called the safest place, he said. There was something dry in his voice now. Because one very powerful man worked very hard to keep the worst things outside its walls. And he wasn't an angel, old Harry said gently. He made choices. Some of them were wrong. Young Harry stared at him. Did he know? Old Harry didn't answer immediately. He chose his words carefully, like stepping around something sharp. Yes, he said at last. He knew enough. Young Harry rolled onto his side, turning away. His shoulders were tight under the blanket. After a moment, old Harry spoke again. I know these answers don't make you happy, he said. They didn't make me happy either. Young Harry's voice was small when it came. But they make sense. Yes, old Harry said. They do. The room grew quieter. Outside, the alley lights flickered on, their glow slipping through the gap in the curtains. Young Harry's breathing slowed, uneven at first, then steadier. Old Harry stayed where he was. He didn't reach out. He didn't fill the silence. He remembered asking every one of those questions once. Remembered how long it had taken to realize the answers weren't about him at all. And he stayed, letting the night hold them both, while the boy beside him finally slept knowing he hadn't been forgotten by everyone. 7. Ordinary. Morning came quietly. Light crept in through the gap in the curtains and settled on the far wall, pale and uncertain, as if it didn't quite trust the room yet. Young Harry woke to it without jerking, without the sharp, breathless scramble he was used to. His body still ached. Deep, dull soreness in places that had learned pain early, but nothing new had been added to it overnight. That alone felt strange. He lay still for a moment, listening. No shouting. No footsteps outside the door. No sense that he was late for something he'd be punished for missing. Just the low, ordinary sounds of the leaky cauldron beginning its day below them. The room was the same. Beds where they should be. Trunks untouched. The window still ajar. Hedwig hadn't returned yet. Old Harry was awake already. He sat at the table, sleeves rolled once at the forearms, a cup cooling between his hands. He looked normal, young Harry thought. Not stiff. Not watchful in the way adults usually were when they were pretending to be calm. Just present. Morning, old Harry said. Young Harry nodded and pushed himself upright slowly. The blanket slid down around his waist, and he hesitated, eyes flicking to the window. We'll be going out later, old Harry said, anticipating the look. But not like this. He stood and crossed the room, movements unhurried. When he stopped in front of young Harry, he didn't touch him straight away. I'm going to hide your scar, he said. Just while we're out, you'll still be you. People just won't know who you are. Young Harry's hand lifted instinctively to his forehead. Does it hurt? No. Old Harry paused. And if you don't like it, we stop. Young Harry thought about that, then nodded. The magic was quiet. No flash. No heat. Just a soft pressure, like someone smoothing a wrinkle from cloth. Young Harry blinked, reached up again, and felt skin where the scar should have been. He frowned at the sensation. Then, slowly, he smiled. Old Harry stepped back, letting him have the moment. Breakfast first, he said. Then we'll go out. To where? Old Harry considered him for a second, then smiled faintly. I thought we might look at brooms. Young Harry's eyes widened. Brooms. You're not supposed to have one at Hogwarts, old Harry added mildly. Which mostly means you're not supposed to be caught with one. That earned a startled laugh, short, surprised, and real. And potion supplies, old Harry went on, as if it were nothing. Lots of them. Young Harry slid off the bed, steadier than yesterday. Why? Old Harry met his eyes. There was something quietly resolute there now, something settled. So you don't have to learn everything the hard way, he said. And because some lessons are better taught at home. He reached for his coat, already the picture of an ordinary wizard about to take his son out into the day. Outside, Diagon Alley waited, unaware, uninterested, and for once, exactly as it should be. The alley took them without noticing. They stepped out of the leaky cauldron and into the morning flow, shop doors opening, owls lifting off from posts, a witch arguing cheerfully with a crate that refused to stay shut. No one looked twice. Old Harry kept a hand near young Harry's shoulder, not gripping, just there, guiding him through gaps in the crowd like it was something they'd always done. Young Harry glanced up once, quick and checking. Old Harry nodded, barely perceptible. Still hidden. Still just a boy. They stopped in front of the broom shop because young Harry slowed without meaning to. The window was full of them, sleek lines and polished handles, bristles bound tight and precise. Some hovered on stands, drifting an inch up and down as if breathing. Young Harry leaned closer, hands tucked into his sleeves, eyes wide. They fly, he said, half a question. They do, old Harry said. They're meant to. Inside, the shop smelled of oil and wood and something sharp and clean. The proprietor smiled at old Harry, nodded at young Harry, and went back to adjusting a display. No recognition. No whispers. Old Harry walked the length of the wall slowly, reading labels. Young Harry trailed behind, fingers hovering just shy of touching. When he finally did, it was tentative, like the broom might object. It won't bite, old Harry said. Young Harry snorted, then froze, as if the sound had surprised him. He looked up, uncertain. Old Harry smiled. You can try it, here. He gestured to a modest broom, well made, nothing flashy. The sort someone bought to learn on. Young Harry wrapped his fingers around the handle. It was warm, solid. It listens, old Harry said. Mostly. Can I? You can have it, old Harry said. You just can't take it to Hogwarts. Young Harry's shoulders fell. Then old Harry added, dry as dust, rules there tend to work like this, if you're not caught, you haven't done it. The grin that spread across young Harry's face startled him. He ducked his head quickly, but it lingered anyway. They left with the broom wrapped and tucked under old Harry's arm, unremarkable as a loaf of bread. The apothecary was darker, cooler. Rows of jars lined the walls, some whispering faintly to themselves. Old Harry moved with purpose now, asking for ingredients in steady batches. Young Harry watched the counter fill, roots, leaves, powders sealed in waxed paper. "That's a lot," he said. Old Harry paid without comment. "First-year potions," he said. "And some things it's better to have before you need them." Young Harry frowned. "Snape teaches potions." "Yes," Old Harry said. "And you're buying them anyway." Old Harry's mouth twitched. "Yes." They stepped back into the light, arms heavier, steps slower. Young Harry glanced around, then up again. "No one knows," he said. "No," Old Harry agreed. "They don't." Young Harry hugged the broom closer, careful not to show it, like it was a secret meant just for him. For a while, they walked on, ordinary and unremarkable, exactly as planned. They didn't hurry back. The weight of the packages slowed them, and Old Harry didn't try to correct it. They walked at the pace young Harry set, weaving through the alley as it thinned toward midday. The broom was tucked away now, invisible under charm and cloth, but young Harry's hand kept drifting toward where it should have been, fingers flexing as if remembering the feel of the handle. They were nearly back to the leaky when someone stepped into their path. Not abrupt, not blocking, just there. He was short, even for a goblin, dressed in plain dark cloth without sigils or ornament. No crown, no guards. His eyes flicked once to Old Harry's face, then down to young Harry, lingering only long enough to confirm what he was seeing, and what he wasn't. Old Harry stopped. Young Harry felt it immediately, the change in the air. He shifted closer without thinking. Old Harry's hand came to rest on his shoulder, steady and warm. "Harry Potter," the goblin said. His voice was quiet, precise. "You were requested. Not summoned. Not commanded." Old Harry inclined his head a fraction. "By whom?" "The king has acknowledged your presence," the goblin replied. He held out a folded strip of thick parchment, sealed in dark wax. "An invitation. At a time of mutual convenience." Old Harry took it, turning it once in his fingers. The seal was unbroken. Young Harry looked between them. "Is that bad?" Old Harry glanced down at him. "No," he said. "It's important." The goblin waited. He did not press. He did not hurry them. When Old Harry nodded, just once, the goblin inclined his head in return and stepped back into the flow of the alley. A moment later, he was gone, swallowed by movement and noise like he'd never been there at all. Young Harry let out a breath. "They found us." "They noticed us," Old Harry corrected. "There's a difference." He tucked the parchment into his coat without opening it. They stood there for another second, the alley moving around them, life resuming its indifferent rhythm. Young Harry looked up. "Do we have to go now?" Old Harry shook his head. "No, not yet." Young Harry nodded, accepting that more easily than he would have yesterday. They turned back toward the leaky cauldron together, packages in hand, the invitation resting between them, unopened, unhurried, waiting its turn. They were halfway up the stairs when Hedwig returned. The window rattled softly as she landed, feathers brushing the frame. She hopped inside with a sharp click of talons, immaculate as ever, and fixed them both with a look that suggested she'd completed important business and expected it to be acknowledged. Young Harry froze. "Hedwig," Old Harry said calmly. She ruffled her feathers, then launched herself at young Harry's chest with a quiet hoot, wings flaring just enough to knock him back a step. He laughed, actually laughed, as he caught his balance, hands coming up awkwardly around her. "She came back," he said, breathless. "Yes," Old Harry said. "She will." Hedwig allowed herself to be admired for exactly 3 seconds before hopping down to the table, where she began inspecting the packages with professional suspicion. She pecked once at the broom wrapping, approving, then turned her attention to the potion bundles as if counting them. Young Harry sat on the bed, still smiling faintly, the broom's weight remembered more than felt. The room felt fuller now. Lived in, claimed. Old Harry set the parcels down carefully, then took the folded parchment from his coat and placed it on the table beside Hedwig. He didn't open it. He didn't need to yet. We won't rush this, he said, not to the bird or the boy, but to the moment itself. Young Harry watched him. Is it big? Old Harry considered the question. It's serious, he said. But it's on our terms. That seemed to satisfy him. Young Harry leaned back against the pillows, eyelids heavy again, the day finally catching up. Hedwig hopped onto the bed beside him, feathers brushing his arm, solid and real. Outside, Diagon Alley carried on, unaware, uninterested, patient. Old Harry sat back in the chair, the invitation resting where he could see it, unopened. For now, the world could wait. They had time. 8. The invitation. The envelope arrived just after breakfast. It wasn't slid under the door or left with the barkeep. There was a knock, measured, patient, and when old Harry opened it, a goblin stood in the corridor, hands folded, posture immaculate. He wore no sigils, no badge of office, but the air around him carried the faint pressure of formality. For Harry Potter, the goblin said. His eyes flicked once, precisely, to young Harry. Then back to old Harry. And his guardian. Old Harry accepted the envelope without comment. It was heavy parchment, sealed in dark wax impressed with a mark that wasn't decorative. The goblin inclined his head once and stepped away, already finished with the interaction. The door closed softly. Young Harry watched from the bed, legs tucked under him. Is that it? Old Harry turned the envelope in his hands. He didn't open it yet. Yes. He crossed the room and sat at the table, placing the envelope between them like something that deserved space. Hedwig clicked her beak once from her perch, unimpressed. This is the formal invitation, old Harry said. From the king. Young Harry swallowed. To Gringotts. Yes. There was no drama in it. No rush. Just wait. Do I have to go? Young Harry asked. Old Harry met his eyes. You don't have to do anything, he said. But I want you there. And the goblins will want to hear you say what you want, not what anyone else wants for you. Young Harry considered that, fingers worrying the edge of the blanket. Will they hurt us? No, old Harry said immediately. They won't touch you without consent. Not like that. That mattered. It showed in the way young Harry's shoulders eased. Old Harry broke the seal. The parchment inside was precise, almost austere. Time, date, depth, names to be presented. No pleasantries. No threats. Just procedure. They want to know why I asked to speak with them, old Harry said. And what I'm offering in return. Young Harry looked up. What are you offering? Old Harry folded the letter carefully. The truth, he said. And choices. He stood and reached for his coat. We'll go this afternoon. Not rushing. Not hiding. Properly. Young Harry nodded once. Then, after a beat, nodded again. Okay, he said. Old Harry paused at the door, hand on the latch, and glanced back. For a moment, something old and heavy moved behind his eyes, memory, not fear. This won't be easy, he said. There will be questions. Some of them won't be kind. Young Harry held his gaze. You'll answer them. Yes. And they'll listen. Old Harry allowed himself a thin smile. That, he said, is why we're going. The envelope remained on the table, the seal broken but the words intact. For the first time since arriving in the alley, the waiting was over. They didn't take the lift. Old Harry chose the stairs without comment, and the goblin escort didn't question it. The stone steps curved downward in a slow, deliberate spiral, worn smooth at the edges by centuries of use. Each turn carried them farther from the noise of the bank above, the clink of coins and the murmur of voices fading into something distant and unreal. Young Harry kept close, one hand brushing the wall as they descended. The stone was cool beneath his fingers, steady. Not unfriendly. Just old. The escort walked ahead, boots striking stone at a measured pace. No torch. No wandlight. The walls themselves seemed to drink what little light there was, leaving the air dim but navigable, as if Gringotts assumed anyone who came this far could manage without being guided like a child. Old Harry watched young Harry more than the path. He adjusted when the steps grew steeper, slowed when the boy's breathing hitched, said nothing when young Harry clenched his jaw and kept going anyway. They passed doors set deep into the stone, some sealed, some open just a crack. Runes traced the frames, sharp and angular, nothing ornamental about them. Young Harry looked at each one as they went by, eyes flicking, cataloging without knowing why. "How far down is the king?" he asked quietly. "Far enough," old Harry said. "That people don't wander in by accident." The stairs widened near the bottom, opening into a long corridor supported by thick pillars. The air changed there, denser, heavier, like pressure before a storm. Young Harry swallowed and slowed. Old Harry stopped with him. "This is the last place you can change your mind," he said. His voice was calm, even. "No one will think less of you if you don't want to go on." Young Harry looked down the corridor, then back up at him. "You'll be there." "Yes. And you won't answer for me." "No," old Harry said. "I'll answer for myself." That seemed to matter. Young Harry nodded once. They continued. At the far end of the corridor, massive doors stood open, not thrown wide, just open enough to invite without encouraging. Beyond them, the space expanded, the ceiling rising out of sight. Stone desks lined the walls, each occupied by goblins at work, heads bent, quills scratching in perfect silence. None of them looked up. The escort stopped at the threshold and stepped aside. Old Harry placed a hand briefly on young Harry's shoulder, a quiet anchor, then let it fall away. Together, they crossed into the chamber, the sound of their footsteps echoing once before being absorbed by the stone. Whatever happened next would happen here, under law, under witness, and without shortcuts. The king did not rise. He sat carved into the stone itself, throne-grown rather than built, sharp planes catching the low light without warmth. Gold veined the rock behind him in thin, natural lines. Around him stood guards in layered mail and plate, weapons held with the ease of long habit. Nothing was raised. Nothing was relaxed. His eyes fixed on old Harry. Then, deliberately, they shifted to young Harry. Silence stretched. Not a pause, but an assessment. "You addressed my house by name," the king said at last. His voice carried without effort. "You spoke the title Ranrock III without introduction or herald." A faint movement rippled through the guards. Names mattered. "That knowledge is not public," the king continued. "Nor is it recent. You will explain how you knew it." Old Harry inclined his head. "I will." "And why?" the king went on. "You required secrecy to request this audience. Why the child was concealed. And why you chose my attention rather than proper intermediaries." His gaze sharpened. "These are not polite questions," the king said. "They are warnings." "I understand," old Harry replied. "Then speak." Old Harry did not rush. He did not reach for proof or parchment. He placed both hands loosely at his sides and met the king's gaze. "I needed your attention," he said. "Because what I bring cannot survive delay, ministry handling, or partial disclosure. And because goblins understand something wizards pretend not to." The king's expression did not change. "Which is?" "That extinction is not always sudden," old Harry said. "Sometimes it arrives slowly, disguised as management." A guard shifted. "Not threatening. Interested." "Careful," the king said. "I am," old Harry replied. He drew a breath. "My name," he said, "is Harry James Potter." The chamber stilled. "And so," old Harry continued evenly, "is his." Young Harry felt the words land like weight. He did not speak. He stood where he was, shoulders squared, exactly as he'd been told. "There are two," the king said. "Yes." "How?" Old Harry did not dodge it. "Time." A scoff came from the left, sharp, dismissive. The king raised a hand. The sound died instantly. "You will elaborate," the king said. "In full. You will not leave until you do." "I would expect nothing less," old Harry replied. He spoke then. Not of spectacle, and not of gore. He spoke of outcomes. Of a war that did not end cleanly. Of institutions that survived while people did not. Of a future that consumed itself slowly, until there was nothing left worth saving. Young Harry listened, breath shallow but steady. This was not terror. It was context. You claim to have returned, the king said when old Harry finished that part. To prevent this. Yes. And instead of preserving a single continuity, the king said coolly, you created two. That is inefficient. Several guards shifted now, not alarmed, curious. You could have corrected the error, the king went on. One body, one mind, one survivor. Old Harry met his gaze. That would have killed him. Young Harry felt the sentence settle deep in his chest. You are certain, the king said. Yes. Explain. Old Harry did, simply. That the ritual required an anchor. That removing the younger self collapsed the return. That the danger was not duplication, but loss. If either of us dies, old Harry said, the other follows. Not immediately, but inevitably. The king considered that. Acceptable risk, one of the guards muttered. No, old Harry said, turning his head just enough. Not to me. The king studied him. Why protect the weaker instance? Old Harry did not hesitate. Because he is not an instance, he said. He is a child. The king leaned back slightly. You expect belief, he said. I expect examination, old Harry replied. By your law, not mine. He reached into his coat and placed a single folded parchment on the stone floor between them. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, he said. Audit it. You will find a cup-shaped artifact of dark significance. If it is not there, I have lied, and you may proceed as you deem fit. The guards stilled. And if it is, the king said. Then we continue, old Harry replied. Under oath, under questioning, under truth serum, if you wish. The king's eyes narrowed. You offer yourself freely. I offer consequences, old Harry said. And the future? The king asked. What of that? Old Harry's mouth tightened. Not fear, but distaste. A human journalist, he said. Rita Skeeter. Unregistered animagus. Beetle form. She has already entered your public hall and listened to private proceedings. She will attempt it again. The air in the chamber cooled. You accuse, the king said. I warn, old Harry replied. Detain her under your wards. Verify the registry. You will confirm this within minutes. Silence followed. Not empty. Weighing. At last, the king spoke. You have not yet asked for anything, he said. No, old Harry agreed. I haven't. Then you will wait, the king said. While we verify what you claim. Old Harry inclined his head. As is proper. The king's gaze flicked once more to young Harry. And you, he said. Remain. You will be heard. Young Harry nodded. I will. The king settled back into the stone. Then we proceed, he said. Slowly. The verification returned without ceremony. A goblin stepped from the side passage and spoke in a low voice to the king. No names were said aloud. No details offered. The king listened without interruption, his expression hardening with each quiet word. When the report ended, the goblin withdrew at once, leaving the chamber heavier than before. A fragment of a divided soul, the king said at last. The words were precise. Disgust edged them. Hidden within our vaults. In our stone. His hand closed, slow and deliberate. Vile, he said. It will be destroyed. Old Harry inclined his head. Good. I hoped you would. There was no triumph in it. Only relief. The king's gaze returned to him, sharper now. Now, he said, tell me what you want in exchange for your knowledge of what is to come. Old Harry did not answer immediately. He drew a breath, steadying not himself but the room. Harry and I need allies, he said. Not servants. Not weapons. Allies. I intend to cut corruption out of our world before it rots the rest of it. To prevent certain deaths. To stop others who will drag these isles into darkness if left untouched. A warrior's answer, the king observed. I am a wizard, old Harry said. But I know war. I lived it. His voice remained level, but something old moved behind it. I will not let it happen again. I will do what I must. I will go where it is ugly and thankless if that is what survival requires. The guards did not move. The king listened. In the future I know, Old Harry continued. Voldemort ignored the goblins at first. Later, when he needed fear more than gold, he placed a bounty on goblin heads. By the end, there were fewer than 100 of you left. No women, no children. Your people were effectively extinct. Hatred flashed in the king's eyes, bright and cold. And it did not end there, Old Harry said. These isles were devastated. More than half of all wizards dead. Most muggles dead. The land itself broken. Battlefields so damaged and poisoned that life twisted to survive. Creatures warped. Rage everywhere. It took 100 years to reclaim even fragments of what was lost. Silence followed. Not shock. Recognition. I lived 157 years, Old Harry said quietly. And I am here because I refuse to watch it happen again. The king leaned forward. Then speak plainly, he said. What do you ask of us first? Old Harry nodded once. I want to remove Albus Dumbledore's informal control over the Potter estate. No access to Potter vaults, properties, investments, or Wizengamot business. The Potter seat is reclaimed. A proper guardian is installed. A proper regent appointed. His eyes flicked, briefly, to young Harry. Me. The king's gaze followed. And the child. He agrees, Old Harry said. And will say so when asked. The king considered that, then said, continue. My muggle relatives committed crimes, Old Harry said. The words were careful, measured. They abused a magical child entrusted to them. I want lawful consequences. Evidence gathered. Authorities informed. Pressure applied where pressure is required. I will not act personally. Young Harry's breathing had gone shallow. Old Harry felt it beside him, did not look. The king's mouth curved, not in humor. In approval. We hate child abusers the most, he said. We have few children. Every one is a blessing. His eyes hardened. This will be a pleasure. Old Harry nodded once. There is more. Of course, the king said. Dumbledore will attempt to return Harry to 4 Privet Drive, Old Harry said. There are blood wards there. Once the Dursleys are lawfully removed, those wards collapse. Without them, there is no justification for sending him back. The king tapped one clawed finger against the arm of his throne. Clean, he said. Effective. When these matters are settled, Old Harry said, when guardianship and regency are recorded by your law, we can discuss the details of Voldemort's return. His methods, his allies, and how we prevent him from ever placing a bounty on your people. The king sat back. You do not ask small things, he said. No, Old Harry replied. I ask necessary ones. Another silence. This one felt different, decisive. At the king's gesture, a goblin approached carrying a tray. Upon it lay parchment, thick, rune-scored, and 2 blood quills. The sight of them drew a flicker of something across Old Harry's face. Memory, acknowledged and dismissed. You will bind yourself, the king said. By oath and by record. Guardianship, regency, financial authority. All provisional, all enforceable. Old Harry stepped forward. I will. And what name, the king asked, shall be entered into our law? Old Harry paused. Not long. Just enough. He glanced at young Harry. James, he said. Then, after a breath, Gray. The king nodded. So recorded. Young Harry was addressed then, directly, without softness. Do you accept this wizard as your guardian and regent under goblin law? Young Harry swallowed. The room waited. Yes, he said. I do. The quills were passed forward. Old Harry took one. He hesitated. Only a heartbeat. Then pressed it to parchment. Blood darkened the line. Young Harry followed, hand steady despite the weight of the moment. Stone remembered. Oaths settled. When it was done, the king rose at last, just enough to mark the change. Then we are aligned, he said. For now. For the first time since entering Gringotts, the future felt constrained, not by fear, but by law. 9. The first wound. The king did not sit back down. He remained standing as the last of the oaths settled into the stone, eyes fixed not on James, but on the boy beside him. The chamber had changed in ways Harry couldn't name, quieter, heavier, as if the walls themselves were listening more closely now that law had been spoken aloud. "There is another fragment," the king said. The words were flat, not dramatic, not cruel. James went still. Harry blinked. "Another, what?" The king's gaze didn't waver. "Another intrusion," he said. "Smaller than the one we destroyed. More deeply embedded." James closed his eyes for a fraction of a second. When he opened them again, there was no surprise there. Only confirmation. Harry felt it immediately. Not pain. Something colder. A sense that the room had tilted without him moving. "In me?" he asked. "Yes," the king said. Silence spread outward from that single word. Harry turned slowly, looking up at James. His chest felt tight, breath catching in shallow pulls. "You knew," he said. It wasn't a question. James didn't answer at once. He didn't deflect. He didn't reach for authority or explanation. Instead, he stepped forward, and lowered himself until he was level with Harry's eyes, one knee touching the stone floor. "I did," James said quietly. "And you're right to be angry." That cracked it. "You're just like him," Harry snapped, voice sharp and breaking all at once. "You think you know what's best. You keep secrets. You decide things and don't tell me." His hands curled into fists at his sides. "Why didn't you tell me there was something wrong with me?" James didn't flinch. He reached out, steady, and rested his hands lightly on Harry's shoulders, not to restrain him, just to anchor him. "I'm sorry," he said. "No qualifiers. No excuses. You're right. I should have told you. I of all people should have known better." Harry's eyes burned. "Then why didn't you?" James swallowed. "Because in my life, there wasn't a way to fix it," he said. "Dumbledore couldn't. He never found one. He never even thought to look outside wizard magic. He didn't tell me until it was too late, and I had to die once to make it stop." Harry's breath hitched. "In this life," James went on, voice steady but low, "I wanted to find another way before I frightened you. I wanted answers first. I didn't know the goblins already had them." The king watched them both, expression unreadable. "That has always been Dumbledore's failing," he said at last. "If he does not know a thing, he assumes it cannot be known. He fears knowledge and power, yet hoards both into his own hands." Harry scrubbed at his eyes with the heel of his hand, breathing uneven. "I hate that," he muttered. Then, softer, "I hate secrets." James nodded. "So do I." Harry looked at him again, really looked. "I forgive you," he said, voice small but firm. "But don't ever lie to me again. Not even by leaving things out." "I won't," James said immediately. "I swear it. From now on, you know everything I do." The king inclined his head once, the matter settled as far as he was concerned. "Then we may speak of remedies," he said. "And of patience. This wound was not made quickly, and it will not be undone in haste." Harry drew a shaky breath and nodded. For the first time since hearing the words, he felt something loosen in his chest, not relief, not yet, but possibility. And that, James knew, was enough to begin. They did not move Harry at once. That surprised him more than the words had. He'd half expected someone to reach for him, to pull him forward, to prod or poke or chant. That was how adults usually handled problems that lived inside him, quick decisions, no warning, hands where they hadn't asked permission to be. Instead, the king lifted one clawed hand, and the guards eased back. Not away, just out of the way. "This is not a thing to be stared at," the king said. "Nor rushed." James rose slowly from his kneel, but he didn't step away. He stayed close, close enough that Harry could feel the warmth of him at his side. Not shielding. Present. "What is it?" Harry asked again, quieter this time. Not accusation now, need. The king turned, gesturing toward a shallow dais cut into the stone floor. It wasn't an altar. It didn't feel like one. There were no symbols carved into it, no blood channels, no menace. Just a place worn smooth by long use. "Sit," the king said to Harry. Not command, instruction. Harry looked at James. James nodded. "I'm right here." Harry climbed onto the stone and sat, feet not quite touching the floor. He folded his hands in his lap because he didn't know what else to do with them. The king did not approach him directly. Instead, a goblin stepped forward, older, smaller, wrapped in layers of dark cloth that smelled faintly of metal and herbs. She carried no wand, just a thin rod of dull silver and a shallow bowl etched with marks that made Harry's eyes slide away if he tried to focus too hard. "This is a seeing, not a doing," the king said. "No harm will come to you." Harry nodded. He believed him. Strangely, he did. The goblin ritualist stopped a pace away and dipped the rod into the bowl. The liquid inside didn't ripple. It thickened, clinging to the metal as if reluctant to let go. She raised the rod, not touching him, not even close, and Harry felt it then. Pressure. Not pain. Not exactly. It was like someone had pressed a thumb against the inside of his forehead, firm and unyielding. His breath caught, and his fingers tightened in his lap. James felt it instantly. "Harry." "I'm okay," Harry said, though his voice sounded a bit far away. It's loud." The goblin tilted her head. "Yes," she murmured, "it is awake." The pressure sharpened. For a heartbeat, just one, Harry felt something else. A flicker of heat, a spike of anger that wasn't his. Not words, not thoughts, just a pulse of wanting, sharp and cold. Then it was gone. The goblin withdrew the rod and dipped it back into the bowl. The pressure vanished as abruptly as it had come. Harry sucked in a breath, chest heaving. James's hand was on his back now, solid and steady, rubbing slow circles like he used to when Harry's ribs hurt in the mornings. "That," the king said, as the fragment. Harry swallowed. "That thing's been there the whole time." "Yes," the king said. James's jaw tightened. "It reacts to stress," he said quietly. "To fear. To anger." Harry frowned. "That's not fair." "No," James agreed. "It isn't." The king watched Harry closely. "It has grown with you," he said. "Not stronger in wool, but deeper in root. It has learned the shape of you." Harry's stomach twisted. "Can it make me do things?" James answered before the king could. "No," he said firmly. "Not like that. It can push. It can whisper. But it doesn't control you." Harry looked up at him. "You're sure?" James met his eyes. "I am." The king inclined his head. "The wizard speaks truth." Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Okay." The king straightened. "This is why removal is not simple," he said. "You are not contaminated. You are entangled." Harry chewed on that word. It felt accurate. "So what happens now?" he asked. James squeezed his shoulder gently. "Now," he said, "we learn how to take it apart. Slowly, safely." The king's gaze flicked between them. "And with consent," he said. "Every time." Harry nodded. He wasn't shaking anymore. That mattered. They did not speak of removal yet. That, Harry noticed, came later, after the goblins had named what couldn't be done. The ritualist withdrew to the side of the chamber, her task complete for now. The bowl was covered, the silver rod wrapped away as if it were a tool best left sleeping. The king turned from the dais and addressed them both, his voice measured, almost instructional. "Wizard custom seeks absolutes," he said. "Cures. Finality. You cut, you burn, you declare a thing finished and move on." His mouth twisted faintly. "This is not such a problem." James inclined his head. "I assumed it wouldn't be." "The fragment is bound," the king continued. "Not anchored to flesh alone, but to experience. To memory. To growth. It has learned when you are afraid. When you are angry. When you are tired." His eyes rested briefly on Harry. "It has learned because it was allowed to remain." Harry shifted on the stone. "So, you can't just take it out." "No," the king said plainly. "Not without killing the host." Harry's heart kicked. Hard, but James's hand tightened on his shoulder at once, grounding him. "That," the king added, "is where wizard thinking usually stops." He turned slightly, gesturing to the ritualist, then to the stone beneath Harry's feet. "Goblins do not remove such things in a single act. We unbind. We separate. We weaken the connection until what does not belong can no longer cling. How long? Harry asked. The king did not answer at once. He studied Harry in silence, the way a general might look at a soldier who had stepped forward before being called. The ritualist remained still at the edge of the chamber, hands folded, waiting. There are two paths, the king said at last. One is gentle. James felt Harry stiffen beside him. The gentle path weakens the fragment over time, the king continued. Months. Years. No pain beyond discomfort. The fragment would fade slowly, retreating until it could be severed safely. Harry shook his head immediately. No. James turned toward him. Harry. No, Harry said again, louder this time. His hands clenched in his robes. I don't want it. I don't care how long it takes or how much it hurts. I won't carry it anymore. The king's brow lifted slightly. Not surprise. Interest. James knelt again, instinctive, his hands coming up to steady Harry's arms. Listen to me, he said quietly. You don't have to rush this. We have time now. Real time. A year. 2. You don't owe anyone speed. Harry looked down at him, eyes bright and furious all at once. It killed Mum and Dad, he said. His voice shook, but it didn't waver. I refuse to live with it. I won't. The chamber felt tighter suddenly, as if the stone itself were leaning in. That is your choice, James said, carefully. But you need to understand what you're choosing. I do, Harry said. Pain doesn't scare me. Being used does. James closed his eyes for a brief moment. Then he nodded, once. He turned back to the king. Your Majesty, he said, voice controlled but strained, if he chooses the fast path, will he survive it? Yes, the king said without hesitation. His body will endure. And his mind. The king didn't soften the truth. There will be hours where he may wish it did not. James swallowed. Harry didn't look away. That's fine, he said. I've felt worse. The king regarded him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he inclined his head. A warrior's answer, he said. I approve. James exhaled, long and unsteady, and brought his forehead briefly against Harry's shoulder. Not to sway him, just to be there. Are you sure? James asked softly. This is still your decision. Even now. Harry nodded. I'm sure. The king straightened. Then we prepare for the severance, he said. Not today. Your strength must be measured. Safeguards set. Witnesses sworn. He looked directly at Harry. But when the hour comes, there will be no retreat. Harry met his gaze, small and unyielding. I won't run. And for the first time since the words another fragment had been spoken, James believed him completely. They did not set a date. That, more than anything else, told Harry this was real. The king gestured, and the ritualist returned, not with tools this time, but with parchment and a narrow case of vials, each sealed in wax the color of old iron. She set them on a side table and stepped back, waiting. Preparation, the king said. Not delay. The difference matters. James nodded. What do you need from us? From you, the king corrected, looking at Harry, consent, recorded. From him, a glance to James, participation. Goblin magic does not operate in isolation. Blood answers blood. Will answers will. Harry shifted, then straightened. Okay. The king studied him again. You understand this is not bravery, he said. It is resolve. Bravery is for moments. Resolve lasts. Harry thought about that. About cupboards and silence and being told to be grateful for scraps. About a heat in his head that never quite made sense. I know, he said. I'm not trying to be brave. The king inclined his head. Good. James felt something in his chest loosen, pride, sharp and unwelcome and earned all at once. He kept his voice steady. What happens first? Assessment, the king said. Physical strengthening, mental anchoring. You will be taught how to hold him present if the fragment resists. His gaze hardened slightly. You will not leave him. James didn't hesitate. I won't. And you, the king said to Harry, will be taught how to stop if you must. Even in agony, you may speak. Even in fear, you may choose. Harry nodded. I will. The ritualist opened the case and revealed a thin band of dark metal, dull and unadorned. It didn't look magical. It looked practical. This is not a shackle, the king said as Harry's eyes flicked to it. It is a focus. It will rest against the skin near the wound during preparation only. When the severance begins, it will be removed. Harry took that in. It won't stay. No, the king said. Nothing foreign will remain. James watched Harry's face closely, ready for doubt, fear, second thoughts. They didn't come. All right, Harry said. When do we start? A flicker of something like approval crossed the king's features. Soon, he said. But not today. Today, you eat, you rest, you return tomorrow to begin strengthening. Harry blinked. That's it. For now, the king said. Warriors are not sharpened by hunger alone. James almost smiled. The king stepped back, signaling the end of the audience, not abruptly, but decisively. Guards relaxed, just a fraction. The chamber breathed again. As they turned to leave, Harry paused and looked back. Thank you, he said. Not polite, not rehearsed, just honest. The king regarded him for a long moment. Survive, he said. That will be thanks enough. The doors closed behind them with a sound like stone settling. In the corridor beyond, James let out a breath he'd been holding since the first words were spoken. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, squeezing once. You did good, he said quietly. Harry looked up at him. I know it'll hurt. James nodded. I'll be there the whole time. Harry accepted that, simple as breathing. Okay, he said again. And for the first time since coming to Gringotts, the future didn't feel like something waiting to claim him. It felt like something he was walking toward, eyes open, by choice. 10. Back into the light. The ascent was shorter than Harry expected. Stone gave way to air in a matter of minutes, the pressure lifting so quickly it made his ears ring. The sound came back first, voices overlapping, footsteps, laughter, then color, bright and busy and everywhere all at once. Harry blinked as they emerged into Diagon Alley, the light sharp after the dim gold-veined stone below. It felt louder now, not threatening, just alive. James paused just long enough to let Harry get his bearings, then steered him gently to the side as a witch hurried past with a stack of books clutched to her chest. No one looked twice at them. No one stared. Harry realized, distantly, that his shoulders weren't up around his ears anymore. They didn't go far. Florine Fortescue's was exactly where James remembered it, open-fronted, cheerful, smelling faintly of sugar and summer. Harry hesitated at the threshold, then followed as James ordered without fuss and passed him a cone wrapped in a napkin. Cold hit his tongue, sharp and sweet. Harry took another bite without thinking. Then another. He slowed halfway through, glancing up, half expecting a comment. A look. Something. James was leaning back against the bench, watching the alley instead, utterly uninterested in how fast or slow the ice cream was disappearing. Harry finished it. All of it. The realization came a second later, surprising enough that he stared at the empty cone. No one told him to stop. No one sighed. No one said that was enough. James glanced down and caught the look. Good, he asked. Harry nodded. Then, after a beat, nodded again. The restaurant was quieter than the alley, tucked just far enough away from the main thoroughfare that the noise softened instead of vanishing. Low voices, the clink of cutlery, the steady warmth of somewhere meant for sitting rather than passing through. Harry slid into his chair and stayed very still, hands in his lap, eyes flicking to the table and back again. It wasn't nervousness exactly, more habit. James ordered for both of them without ceremony. Not too much at first. Harry noticed that. He also noticed that when the plates arrived, they were placed in front of him without comment, the server smiling and moving on as if there were nothing remarkable about a boy having his own meal. Harry ate fast. He didn't mean to. His fork moved on instinct, quick and efficient, shoulders slightly hunched as if guarding the plate. He was halfway through before he realized what he was doing and slowed, heat creeping up his neck. James didn't say a word. He ate at an unhurried pace, taking a sip of water, glancing around the room, entirely uninterested in how much food was left on Harry's plate. The absence of attention was almost louder than scrutiny would have been. Harry took a breath and forced himself to chew properly. The food was good. Not just filling. Warm, rich, layered with flavors he didn't have words for. He'd never had food that asked him to slow down before. The plate emptied. He sat there, uncertain, fork resting against the edge, waiting for the moment where someone would say that was enough. That he'd had his share. Instead, the server returned, glanced at the empty plate, and smiled. More. Harry froze. James answered easily, if he wants. Harry looked at him. James met his eyes, calm. No test there. No expectation. Just an option. Yes, Harry said. The word came out smaller than he meant it to. Then he straightened. Yes, please. The second serving arrived. Harry ate slower this time, savoring it, the tension in his shoulders easing bit by bit until he realized he wasn't bracing anymore. By the time he finished, he felt something new, heavy, warm, pleasantly tired. Full. James paid and stood, offering a hand without comment. Harry took it, surprised by how steady he felt. As they stepped back out into the alley, Harry glanced up. Do people always eat like that? He asked. James considered it for a moment. They should, he said. Harry nodded, privately agreeing. They didn't apparate straight from the alley. James walked Harry a short distance first, away from the crowds and noise, until the buildings thinned and the air felt easier to breathe. When he finally stopped, he turned slightly, giving Harry his full attention. I'll take us somewhere quiet, he said. Open ground. No one else around. Harry nodded. Okay. James rested a hand on Harry's shoulder, solid and sure, and apparated. The world folded. Harry didn't like it. It wasn't pain, exactly, just a wrongness, a squeezing sensation that made his stomach lurch and his breath vanish for a heartbeat too long. Then the pressure released, and he stumbled as his feet hit grass instead of stone. James steadied him at once. Easy. You all right? Harry nodded, swallowing. Yeah, just. Don't like that. James huffed softly. Most people don't. They stood in a wide, open field bordered by low trees, the grass long and sun-warmed. No buildings, no paths, just sky, space, and a light breeze that carried the smell of green things growing. James set Harry's broom on the ground between them. No racing, he said immediately, seeing the look in Harry's eyes. No tricks. This isn't about being impressive. Harry nodded again. That was fine. He didn't want impressive. He wanted, whatever this was. James showed him how to hold it first. How to stand. Where to put his weight. He demonstrated hovering just off the ground, steady as if it took no effort at all, then dropped back down and handed the broom over. Harry climbed on. The first attempt was wobbly. He lifted maybe a foot, then overcorrected and tipped sideways, landing on the grass with a surprised yelp. It didn't hurt. The grass was soft, and the fall was short. James winced anyway. You good? Harry stared up at the sky for a second, then laughed. A real laugh, startled out of him. Yeah. He got back up without being asked. The second try was better. A gentle rise, knees shaking, hands tight on the handle. He hovered there, heart thudding, the ground suddenly farther away than it had any right to be. Good, James said. Now come back down. Harry did. A little too fast, but upright. They practiced stopping, turning, hovering again. Nothing fancy. Just control. Just feeling how the broom responded when he trusted it instead of fighting it. At one point, Harry forgot to be careful and rose too high, panic flashing hot in his chest. The broom wobbled. Harry, James said calmly. Look at me. Harry did. James hadn't moved. He was just standing there, hand raised slightly, ready but not interfering. Slow your breathing, James said. You're in control. Harry inhaled, exhaled. The broom steadied. He brought it back down, landing a little hard but grinning anyway. That was, he searched for the word, fun. James smiled then, Small and genuine. Good. They sat in the grass afterward, Harry lying back with the broom beside him, watching clouds drift lazily overhead. His limbs felt loose, pleasantly tired, like they belonged to him instead of being something he dragged around. James leaned back on his hands. We'll stop there for today. Harry nodded. He didn't feel disappointed, just content. When James reached for him again, apparition didn't bother him as much this time. He still didn't like it, but he trusted the hand on his shoulder now. That made all the difference. By the time they returned to the leaky cauldron, Harry was running on something thinner than energy and thicker than exhaustion. His steps lagged just a little, his eyes heavy, the sharp edges of the day finally smoothing down into something soft and distant. James noticed without comment. The room felt different when they stepped inside. Not new, familiar now. Claimed. The trunks sat where they'd left them, neat and unthreatening. Hedwig clicked softly from her perch near the window, feathers puffing in quiet approval as Harry crossed the room. James locked the door and set the wards with a flick of practiced ease. No pressure followed, no sense of being sealed in. Just quiet. Harry changed slowly, movements unhurried, pausing halfway through to sit on the edge of the bed and tug his socks off one at a time. The sheets were clean and cool, the mattress firm without being hard. When he lay back, it felt like sinking into something that expected him to stay. James moved around the room with deliberate care, straightening a chair, setting a glass of water within reach, checking the window latch. Ordinary things, done thoroughly. Harry was already drifting when James pulled the blanket up over him. James, Harry murmured, eyes barely open. James paused. Yeah. Today was good. James smiled, though Harry couldn't see it. Yeah, he said quietly. It was. Harry's breathing evened out almost immediately after that, deep and steady in a way James hadn't heard from him before. No muttering, no flinching, just sleep, heavy and unbroken. Hedwig fluttered down to the bedpost, settling with a soft rustle of feathers, one eye half open in vigilant approval. James took the chair by the bed and sat, hands folded loosely, listening to the quiet. He stayed there long after he was sure Harry was fully asleep, long after the last noise from downstairs faded. For the first time in a very long while, nothing needed fixing right now. Tomorrow could wait. 11. Tools for living. Nocturne Alley smelled like oil, old paper, and magic that had learned to mind its own business. James preferred it instantly. Diagon Alley had rules, eyes, ledgers. Nocturne didn't care who you were as long as you paid and didn't lie. That suited him just fine. Harry walked a half step behind, close enough that James could feel his presence without looking. Not hiding, just there. It was new enough that James noticed it every few minutes, the quiet comfort of not being alone in his own head. The wand shop didn't announce itself. No polished windows, no displays. Just a door that opened when James pressed his palm to the wood, the grain warming faintly under his skin as if acknowledging intent. Inside, the air was still. Shelves lined the walls, not with finished wands but with bundled woods, tagged and resting like sleeping things. The man behind the counter didn't smile. He nodded once. Custom, he said, not a question. Yes, James replied, unregistered. The man's eyes flicked to Harry, then back. Good. There was no speech about destiny. No declarations. Just a gesture toward the shelves. Feel them. James took his time. He'd held hundreds of wands in his life. Used them, broken them, buried them, but this was different. No urgency. No clock ticking. Oak was steady, too steady. Yew stirred something sharp he didn't like. Ash felt expectant, as if waiting for him to fail. Then his fingers brushed mahogany. The wood was warm, not hot, alive. It didn't push, it didn't pull. It simply fit, like a tool that trusted the hand holding it. 12 inches, the man said quietly. Good reach, good balance. James nodded, surprised at how easy the decision felt. He glanced at Harry, who was watching the wood with open curiosity, not fear. Mahogany it was. The bundle was set aside, chosen without ceremony. James exhaled, only then realizing he'd been holding his breath. A wand, he thought. Finally. Not power. Just teeth. Cores were kept separately. Not displayed, contained. The wandmaker unlocked a narrow cabinet and drew out 3 long trays, each lined in dark felt. He set them on the counter between them and stepped back, hands folding as if this part no longer belonged to him. Same rule, he said. Don't think. Don't name. Touch. James did, and immediately felt foolish for having expected anything else. Phoenix feather lay there like a promise he'd already lived once. Familiar. Bright. It hummed faintly under his fingers, eager in a way that made his jaw tighten. Not that. He moved on. The first surprise came as a low, resonant pull, dense, patient, old. Basilisk horn. It didn't flare or resist. It settled, like a foundation stone accepting weight. James stilled. That made sense, uncomfortably so. The second wasn't beside it. He almost missed it, tucked toward the end of the tray. Feathered serpent horn, pale and subtly iridescent, light as air and sharp as intent. When his fingers brushed it, the reaction was immediate, alert, not aggressive. A coil without threat. The wandmaker's brows rose a fraction. James pulled his hand back, unsettled. 2 cores. He hadn't expected that, hadn't known it was possible. Snakes, a traitorous part of his mind supplied. Too long sharing space with Voldemort. Too long listening, even unwillingly. Or maybe, something else. He realized, distantly, that he hadn't tried to speak Parseltongue since returning. Not once, as if avoiding the sound might make the memory fade. The wandmaker said nothing, he simply nodded and began the work. When the wand was finished, it didn't spark. It didn't sing. It rested in James's palm with quiet assurance, the mahogany warm and steady. Try, the man said. James lifted it, wrist loose, breath even. No incantation, just intent. The air shifted, barely. A subtle compression, like the room leaning closer to listen. Harry sucked in a breath, eyes wide. James lowered the wand slowly, pulse steady but real. It worked. Not because it chose him. Because it accepted him. And for the first time since returning to this world, James felt properly armed, not for war, but for living. They didn't go straight back. James slowed at the edge of Diagon Alley, the wand warm and solid in his hand, and felt that familiar restless itch settle between his shoulders. One gap closed only revealed the next. Holsters, he said, more to himself than to Harry. Then, at Harry's curious look, invisible carry. We're not waving them about. The trunk shop carried them, discreetly. A side counter, no glass, no signs. The owner laid out soft leather bands that didn't quite hold their shape, as if they preferred suggestion to substance. Wrist or forearm, the man said. Intent respondent. Invisible when worn. No ministry flags, no tells. James slipped one on. The leather tightened gently, then vanished. The wand settled along his inner wrist, present without weight. A thought brought it to his hand. Another returned it. Good. He fitted one on Harry himself, fingers careful, unhurried. Harry flexed, startled as the wand appeared cleanly in his grip. That's, Harry broke off, grinning. That's brilliant. No dropping it, James said lightly. No fumbling. Harry nodded, serious now, and practiced until it felt natural. James paid, and only then turned back to the shop proper. That was when his questions began to change. Security, privacy, space, wards that kept magic in and eyes out. The owner listened, eyebrows climbing a fraction higher with each answer, until he let out a low whistle. I think, he said, we should talk in the back. They passed through a narrow door into a lived-in room, tea cooling on a side table, boots by the wall, and then to another door beyond it, heavy and warded, proud of the fact. When it opened, Harry stopped. The trunk stood alone, dragonhide panels dark and matte, brass accents etched with wards so dense they looked decorative. It didn't shine, it waited. My opus, the owner said quietly. Built it for myself. Never sold one like it. James stepped closer, instincts humming. Anti-muggle wards braided with concealment. Magic damped inward, nothing leaking, nothing reporting. The ministry wouldn't even know where to start. How big? James asked. The owner smiled and opened it. Ground spread out beneath a pale sky. Paths waiting to be laid. Rooms outlined but empty. Space enough for rest, work, gardens, living. Not furnished. Not planted. Ready. Harry walked forward, slow, as if afraid the place might vanish if he rushed it. James already knew. The price was ruinous. They both understood that. But some things weren't purchases. This, James said softly, meeting Harry's eyes, is home. Wherever we are. Harry nodded once, fierce and certain. They stepped inside together. The light was soft and even, the sky above the grounds a pale suggestion rather than a statement. Paths marked themselves faintly in the grass, as if waiting for permission. Doorways opened into rooms that knew what they were meant to become without insisting on it. Harry wandered first, not running, just turning slowly, taking it in. Bedrooms, he said, pointing. More than one. At least 4, James replied easily. We'll need them. Harry didn't ask who for. He nodded, filed it away, and moved on. They talked as they walked. Kitchen near the gardens. A proper one, not a corner. A study, 2 desks, facing each other. Library central, but arranged how Harry liked, not by subject alone. A potion space with real ventilation, stone benches, storage that didn't react badly to fumes. Ingredients in stasis, safely tucked away. Green space mattered more than James expected. Harry lingered there, already imagining beds, paths, places to sit. James watched him, chest easing in a way that had nothing to do with wards. Could we? Harry hesitated, then rushed on. Could there be a swimming pool? The trunk's owner blinked. A swimming pool. Harry flushed. I can't swim. I mean, James said he'd teach me, but... The man rubbed his chin slowly. Never done that muggle thing before, he admitted. Then shrugged. Don't see why I can't. James hid a smile. Cost extra, the owner added. They reconvened near the entrance, numbers laid bare at last. All in, the man said, carefully neutral, 40,000. Harry gasped. No, James said calmly. The owner stiffened. 35. 30, James replied without heat. The man looked genuinely pained. I'd lose my shirt. 34, James said. And you enjoy telling people you built it. Silence stretched. 35, the owner tried, weakly. James just looked at him. 34, the man said, sounding like he'd just survived something. They shook on it. Harry didn't stop smiling the rest of the day. 12, making it real. Diagon Alley was louder than it had been the day before. Not noisier, busier. James felt it in the way decisions stacked instead of resolving, the way one purchase immediately suggested 3 more. A wand was simple, a trunk was decisive, a home was neither. They started with the kitchen because it refused to be abstract. Harry lifted a frying pan with both hands and frowned. Why is it so heavy? So it doesn't warp, James said, then caught himself and smiled. Also so you know it's still there when things get loud. Harry considered that seriously, then nodded and added it to the pile. Another pan followed, then a kettle, then 3 knives, which James pared down to 2 after a brief, good-natured argument about how many sharp things one kitchen actually needed. They chose together, always together. Plates that didn't chip when dropped. Mugs that kept heat without burning fingers. Bowls deep enough to feel like meals, not rations. Harry ran his hands over the shelves as if testing whether they'd hold, and James found himself waiting for his nod before agreeing. Food came next, and it was worse. Not worse because of scarcity, there was plenty of that, but because choice had weight. Harry hovered, unsure, until James handed him the list and said, "You pick what you like. We'll build around it." That solved it. Bread that smelled warm even through wrapping. Fruit chosen for color as much as taste. Things Harry had only ever eaten once and wanted to try again. Things James remembered missing without having realized it. Beds were exhausting. 4 of them. Mattresses argued with frames. Frames disagreed with wardrobes. Harry climbed onto one and bounced experimentally until the shopkeeper sighed and admitted it was sturdy enough. They chose blankets for warmth, then again for softness. Pillows were tested, rejected, retested. Comfort matters, James said, not to convince Harry, but himself. Lighting came last, because neither of them had realized how much it mattered until the shop dimmed for closing and Harry flinched. They went back, tried again. Warm light, adjustable, lamps that didn't glare, fixtures that softened corners instead of sharpening them. When Harry finally nodded, James felt something settle that had nothing to do with wards. By the time they shrank the last crate and stacked it for transport, both of them were tired in that good, honest way. This was work. And it already felt like home. The bookshop came next, and Harry nearly forgot how to breathe. There was no list this time. No curriculum. No sense of being watched. Shelves curved away in every direction, titles layered 3 deep, ladders drifting lazily as if waiting to be needed. Harry reached for one book, then another, then stopped and looked at James, uncertainty flickering. Any of them, James said. If it catches your eye, it belongs with us. That was enough. Harry moved slowly at first, fingers trailing spines, then faster as confidence grew. Histories that weren't required reading. Creatures that were strange and beautiful. Magic that existed for curiosity rather than defense. James followed a step behind, adding foundations quietly, arithmancy references, basic alchemical texts, practical theory, never correcting, never redirecting. When the crates were full, they stood back and looked at them together. Not a library yet, a beginning. Desks were easier. 2 of them, solid and well-made, chosen without discussion to face each other across the same space. Not shared, not separate. James tested drawers and joints. Harry chose the chairs, insisting they be comfortable enough to forget about after an hour. The potions supplier smelled faintly of copper and herbs. Stone benches were selected first, then glassware with tolerances tight enough to trust. Burners that adjusted smoothly. Ventilation charms that promised to behave. James explained reactions as they chose, why one flask shape mattered, why some materials sulked if paired badly, without turning it into a lesson. Ingredients followed. Not dangerous stockpiles. Not shortcuts. Things meant to restore and reinforce. Nutrients. Tonics. Basics that fixed small things before they became large ones. Harry paused at a pair of narrow beds, identical and plain. What are those for? He asked. James considered, then answered honestly. For when bodies need help. Ours, or someone else's. Harry nodded and added them to the order without flinching. By the time everything was accounted for, labeled, and packed, the space they were building had changed shape in James's mind. It wasn't a place to prepare for disaster. It was a place that assumed survival. The training room came together faster than James expected, and slower than Harry wanted. The magical puppets arrived first, limbless at rest, vaguely human once animated, their movements deliberately imperfect. They didn't rush. They didn't strike to injure. When Harry prodded one, it stumbled back with exaggerated indignation and reset itself, waiting. These won't try to hurt you, James said, watching closely. Harry nodded, relieved in a way he didn't comment on. He circled one, then another, testing distance, testing confidence. It felt like practice instead of punishment. Exercise equipment followed. Nothing extreme. No racks meant to intimidate. Things that moved with the body rather than against it. James tested balance and resistance. Harry tried everything once, then twice, then laughed when a weighted band snapped back at his ankle. That one doesn't like being rushed, James said mildly. The garden supplies filled more crates than Harry expected. Soil of different compositions. Trellises that folded and unfolded with intent. Pots that adjusted drainage on their own. Greenhouse frames that promised warmth without trapping it. Once everything was unloaded inside the trunk, the open space changed character. It invited motion. Harry mounted his broom without asking. The garden wasn't planted yet, just earth and air and possibility, but it was wide, and clear, and his. He lifted off, tentative at first, then higher, looping over unfinished paths and empty beds. No whistles. No counting. No one telling him to stop. James leaned against a crate and watched, arms folded, not correcting form, not calling advice. Just there. Harry landed breathless and flushed, eyes bright. It's. He stopped, searching for the word. It's easy. James smiled. Good. They planted nothing that day. They laid out tools, marked where things would go. Let the space learn their footsteps. Growth, James thought, didn't start with roots. It started with room. The pool took longer than either of them expected. Not because it was difficult, just because water was honest. It showed every mistake. They filled it once, watched the surface shiver and cloud, then drained it again without complaint. Adjusted charms. Tested temperature. Harry dipped a toe, yelped, and laughed when James pretended not to notice. Again, James said, and this time it worked better. The stone was smooth beneath bare feet, still faintly warm from shaping. The water caught the light without glare, deep enough to matter. Harry stood at the edge, toes curled over, uncertainty creeping back in now that the moment had arrived. I really can't swim, he said, quietly this time. James stepped in first, clothes discarded without ceremony, water rising around him until he turned and held out a hand. Then we start with floating. Harry hesitated, then took it. The first attempt was a mess. Water in his nose, arms flailing. James steadying him with easy patience, never tightening his grip, never letting go either. The second was better. By the third, Harry was laughing hard enough to swallow half the pool. See, James said, you're already doing it. They practiced until Harry forgot to be careful. Until floating became something he trusted. Until kicking felt less like panic and more like motion. When he finally let go and drifted on his own, he stared up at the pale contained sky in wonder. I didn't think it'd feel like this, he said. Most things don't, James replied. They climbed out eventually, wrapped in towels that were too big and unapologetically soft. Hair damp, muscles tired. The day settled around them without asking anything more. Later, when sleep came easily, the trunk held the quiet the way a home should, full, used, and finally real. 13. Knowing the world. The kitchen in the trunk had started to feel less like a showroom and more like a place where people lived. A bowl sat on the counter with a spoon left in it, not because anyone had forgotten, but because it had been used and would be used again. The light was warm without glare, the sort that made the stone counters look soft instead of severe. James stood at the island with his sleeves rolled up, a cutting board in front of him. He'd chosen the knife himself, balanced, practical, nothing ornamental, and now he moved with a steady rhythm, chopping vegetables into neat piles. Not fast, not showy, just competent. Harry hovered at the edge, then drifted closer, drawn in by the simple normality of it. James noticed without looking up and pushed a second board toward him. Your turn, he said. Carrots. Harry picked up the knife, hesitated, and then copied James's grip. The first cut was clumsy. The second was better. By the fifth, the sound of blade on board had started to match. James gave him a brief nod of approval. That's it. Let the knife do the work. Harry worked for a minute in silence, then asked the question that had been waiting under everything since Diagon Alley. So, what does it mean? Being Potter. James didn't answer immediately. He slid the chopped vegetables into a pan and set it over heat, listening to the first soft sizzle. Then he glanced at Harry's hands. It means people will know you before they meet you, he said. Harry's knife paused. It means some doors open, James went on, voice even, and some people get angry that they did. It means you can walk into places other kids can't, and it means the wrong people might decide that makes you theirs. Harry swallowed. Like the Dursleys. Like the Dursleys, James said, and kept his tone steady, as if it were a fact rather than a wound. But with better manners. Harry made a face. That's worse. James's mouth twitched. It is. Harry went back to chopping, a little harder now. But, why? I didn't do anything. No, James agreed. You didn't. That's the point. He stirred the pan once, slow and deliberate. The name isn't a reward. It isn't a medal, it's a signal. It tells people what you might have access to. Who might stand behind you. What you might inherit. Harry looked up. Inherit what? James held his gaze. A seat at tables you didn't ask to sit at. Expectations. Stories. Fights that started before you were born. Harry's eyebrows drew together. That's not fair. It isn't, James said simply. Harry waited, as if expecting a correction. When none came, he seemed both relieved and unsettled. So why not use it? He asked. Be Harry. Just Harry. James leaned his hip against the counter, wiping his hands on a cloth. Because not using it doesn't make it go away, he said. It just means other people get to define it for you. They'll use it anyway. They'll say Potter means whatever suits them, and you'll be stuck reacting. Harry's knife slowed. So you're saying I have to be important? No, James said, and the sharpness in his voice surprised them both. He softened it immediately. I'm saying you have to be informed. There's a difference. Harry stared at the carrots as if they'd become complicated. What was Potter supposed to mean? James exhaled through his nose, thinking. It meant, dependable, he said after a moment. Not perfect, not always clever, but dependable. Potters tended to show up when it mattered. People trusted them with inconvenient truths. With children. With responsibilities that weren't glamorous. Harry's shoulders eased a fraction, as if that word fit better than titles ever could. James went back to the pan, adding herbs with careful fingers. The smell lifted, warm and real and faintly comforting. And, James added, lighter now, it meant we were stubborn. Harry snorted. That sounds like you. That sounds like us, James corrected, and nudged the bowl of chopped carrots toward him. Now, in the pan. Harry tipped them in, watching them disappear into the heat. So, people will try to use me because of the name. Some will, James said. Some will want something. Some will want you to be a symbol. Some will want you to be grateful for scraps. He glanced at Harry again. That's why we're doing this now. Before Gringotts. Before anything else. You don't walk into that world blind. Harry's throat bobbed. And what if I don't want it? The name. Any of it. James didn't flinch from the question. He turned off the heat and set the spoon down, giving it the weight it deserved. Then we make sure you have choices, he said. Real ones. Not the kind people hand you and call generous. He held Harry's gaze. But first, you need to know what you're refusing. Otherwise it isn't choice. It's guessing. Harry stared back, quiet, then nodded once. James reached for 2 bowls and began serving, the motion simple and grounding. Eat, he said. Learning goes better on a full stomach. Harry took the bowl, steam rising into his face, and for a moment he looked like an 11-year-old boy again, hungry, wary, and trying very hard to be brave without being hard. James sat across from him, the warm light pooling between them like something they'd chosen on purpose. And they had. The library took shape slowly, not because it was difficult, but because Harry kept stopping. Crates lay open across the floor, books stacked in uneven towers that leaned and corrected themselves with mild irritation. Shelves waited, bare and patient. Harry knelt in the middle of it all, one book open in his lap, another balanced on his knee, a third already half forgotten at his side. James watched him for a moment, then began assembling shelves without comment. Wood slotted into place. Brackets settled. The rhythm gave the room something steady to lean on. Harry broke the silence first. So, blood. James slid a shelf into place and tightened the final fitting. All right, he said. Blood. Harry didn't look up. People keep saying it like it means something obvious. It used to, James said. He crossed the room and set a stack of histories within Harry's reach. Originally, it was bookkeeping. Inheritance. Who could pass what to whom without everything turning into a war every generation? Harry snorted softly. Did that work? No, James said. But that was the idea. Harry flipped a page. So pure blood just meant, what? All magic, No breaks. It meant no recorded non-magical ancestors, James said. Which already tells you how flimsy it was. Records get lost. People lie. Families adopt. Squibs vanish quietly. He paused, then added, it was never about power. Just continuity. Harry frowned. Then why do they act like it's better? James leaned against a shelf, arms folded. Because when systems stop being useful, people turn them into identity. It's easier to feel important than it is to feel responsible. Harry looked up at that. That sounds stupid. It is, James agreed calmly. But it's also effective. Harry closed the book with a soft thump. And half-blood. Means someone noticed a non-magical ancestor and decided it mattered, James said. Sometimes recently. Sometimes centuries ago. It's arbitrary. Harry gestured vaguely with the book. And Muggle-born. James's mouth tightened, just slightly. Means magic showed up where it wasn't expected. That's all. Harry was quiet for a moment, then asked, then why? He stopped, then pushed through. Why do they hate it so much? James didn't answer straight away. He knelt and began sorting a new stack, turning spines outward, giving them space. Because it breaks the story, he said finally. If magic can appear anywhere, without permission, then bloodlines stop being special. And some people built their whole sense of worth on being special. Harry swallowed. And mudblood. The word sat there, ugly and small. James met his eyes. That one's meant to hurt, he said. It's not descriptive. It's a weapon. It tells the person hearing it that they're temporary. That they can be erased. Harry's hands curled around the book in his lap. That's horrible. Yes, James said. No hedging. No softening. Harry stared at the shelves as if imagining them empty. Do people really believe it? Some do, James said. Some pretend to because it gives them cover. Most just repeat what they hear without thinking too hard. He paused. That's why I'm telling you this now. Harry looked up sharply. So I don't say something stupid. So you know when someone else is, James replied. Harry huffed a short, humorless laugh. That's worse. It is, James said. But it also means you don't internalize it. You don't let someone else's fear become your definition. Harry picked up another book, then deliberately placed it on the shelf he'd just decided was for history, not theory. So blood doesn't matter. James considered. Blood matters socially, he said. It doesn't matter morally. Pretending the first isn't true doesn't stop people from acting on it. Harry nodded slowly. So, know the rules. Don't believe the lies. James smiled faintly. Exactly. They worked in silence for a few minutes after that. Books found places. Shelves filled. The room began to feel heavier, steadier, like it could hold arguments without breaking. Harry broke the quiet again, voice softer. You're not saying I have to care about blood. No, James said. I'm saying you need to recognize when someone else does. That's how you stay yourself. Harry set the last book on the shelf and sat back on his heels, considering the room. Okay, he said finally. I think I get it. James handed him another stack. Good, he said, because that was the easy part. They set the desks up together. Not because it required two people, but because James insisted it mattered. The first desk went where the light fell cleanly in the morning. The second followed, angled just enough that they could see each other without being in each other's space. Chairs were adjusted, drawers tested. The room shifted from empty to purposeful. Harry climbed onto his chair sideways, knees tucked up, watching James align the last edge. So Hogwarts, he said. What's it actually like? James didn't answer straight away. He nudged the desk a fraction to the left, stepped back, then nodded to himself. Only then did he sit. It was meant to be a sorting house, he said. Not a label. Harry frowned. Isn't that the same thing? No, James said. A label tells people who you are. Sorting was supposed to tell you where you'd grow best. Harry leaned forward. Okay. Then tell me properly. James rested his forearms on the desk. Gryffindor was meant to train leaders. Not daredevils. People who could act under pressure and still take responsibility for the consequences. Harry nodded. That makes sense. Ravenclaw, James continued, was scholarship, innovation, curiosity that didn't stop at answers. They were meant to argue with each other until something better came out of it. Harry smiled faintly. I think I'd like that. James smiled back, just as faint. Hufflepuff was the glue. Loyalty, yes, but also labor. The people who made sure things actually functioned. They were supposed to hold the community together when everyone else was busy being impressive. And Slytherin, Harry said, more cautiously. James didn't hesitate. Governance, strategy, long-term thinking. They were trained to manage power, not just seek it. Harry blinked. That's not how anyone talks about them. No, James agreed. Because over time, ambition got confused with entitlement. Strategy with manipulation. And Hogwarts stopped correcting it. Harry swung his legs down, thoughtful. So the houses broke. They drifted, James said. Institutions do. Especially when no one wants to admit they need maintenance. Harry was quiet for a moment, then asked, do you know where I'll be sorted? James met his eyes. I have guesses. I'm not telling you. Harry scowled. That's not fair. It's necessary, James said gently. Sorting works best when you're honest in the moment, not trying to win an outcome. Harry sighed, then glanced around the study. So no matter where I land, people will already think they know me. Yes, James said. They'll read the name, the house, the rumors, before you speak. Harry swallowed. And I just live with that. You learn what's worth correcting, James said. And what isn't. He leaned back slightly. Hogwarts isn't dangerous because of magic. It's dangerous because it teaches children to perform instead of understand. Harry absorbed that, then nodded slowly. So it's not about being brave or clever or loyal or ambitious. It's about not letting a category replace your thinking, James said. Harry looked down at the desk, running his fingers along the grain. I don't want to be a symbol. I know, James said. That's why you'll be fine. Harry looked up. That's not very reassuring. James smiled. It's accurate. They sat there a moment longer, the room holding their voices without echo, the desks facing each other like a quiet agreement. Harry finally leaned back in his chair. Okay, he said. I'm ready to hear the rest. James stood. Good, he said, because Hogwarts is the simple part. They walked the grounds as the light began to thin. The trunk's sky shifted slowly toward evening, not darkening so much as softening, colors losing their edge. Paths they'd laid the day before were already learning their shape underfoot. James didn't lead. He walked beside Harry, hands in his pockets, letting the silence stretch until it was ready to be filled. So, Harry said at last. The Ministry. James let out a short breath. The Ministry is paperwork, he said. Rules, committees, enforcement when it's convenient. It likes to think it's authority. It isn't. Harry frowned. Then who is? Depends on the problem, James replied. Social matters, old families, economic ones, goblins, education, Hogwarts. On paper. He glanced sideways. Power in the wizarding world is fragmented. That's deliberate. It prevents one person from owning everything. Harry kicked at a stone, sending it skittering off the path. Does it work? It works badly, James said. Which is still better than working perfectly for the wrong people. They reached the edge of the grounds and sat on a low wall overlooking the unplanted garden. The space felt expectant, not empty. And goblins? Harry asked. They're not just bankers. James huffed a quiet laugh. No, they're sovereign people who tolerate being mistaken for bankers because it gives them leverage. He grew serious again. Gringotts isn't a service. It's a border. When you step inside, you're in their jurisdiction. Harry absorbed that. So when they fix me, they'll do it because it's in their interest, James said. Because it establishes precedent. Because it proves something about contracts and consent. He met Harry's eyes. Not because they're kind. Harry nodded. But they'll do it properly. Yes, James said. And they'll keep their word. The air cooled. Somewhere behind them, lights began to come on in rooms they'd filled by hand. Harry was quiet for a long moment, then said, "After they do it, there's no pretending this is temporary, is there?" James didn't answer immediately. He rested his forearms on his knees, looking out at the ground that would one day be planted. "No," he said finally. "After that, you're choosing this world fully. Its rules, its problems, its history." Harry took that in, then nodded once. "Okay." James turned to him. "That's it, okay." Harry shrugged, a little tense, a little brave. "I'd rather choose knowing what I'm choosing," he said. "You said that matters." James smiled, slow and genuine. "It does." They sat there until the sky finished its shift, the quiet settling around them like something earned rather than imposed. Tomorrow, they would go to Gringotts. Tonight, Harry leaned back against the stone, the weight of knowledge heavy but not crushing, and for the first time, he felt ready to carry it. 14. Under sovereign law. Gringotts did not announce itself as different. It simply was. The moment they crossed the threshold, sound changed. Footsteps lost their echo. Voices dropped without instruction. Even the light seemed less interested in flattering anyone. Harry felt it in his shoulders before he understood it in his head, the instinctive straightening, the sense that this was a place where rules already existed and did not care if you knew them. James slowed by half a step. Not to lead, not to warn, just to match Harry's pace exactly. They were met without ceremony. A goblin clerk checked their names against a ledger that looked old enough to resent the question, then nodded once and gestured them onward. No pleasantries, no gawking at scars, no curiosity. This wasn't a bank welcoming customers. It was a boarder acknowledging entrance. Corridors cut clean lines through the stone, angled just enough to keep perspective uncertain. Harry noticed how wizards ahead of them unconsciously kept their hands visible. How no one touched the walls. How conversation, when it happened at all, stayed clipped and factual. James didn't explain any of it. He didn't need to. They were led to a waiting alcove, bare stone, 2 seats, nothing decorative enough to invite distraction. Harry sat. James remained standing, hands loosely folded, eyes alert without being aggressive. A goblin approached him then. Older, Harry thought, not by wrinkles, but by stillness. He leaned close enough that the conversation didn't carry. "A Mr. Vernon Dursley is in hospital," the goblin said quietly. "Grand mal stroke. Severe. I hear his heir is being cared for by his aunt. A certain Marge Dursley. Mrs. Petunia Dursley was seen in the hospital and later escorted away by Muggle police." James inclined his head. "I see." The goblin gave nothing more. No emphasis, no judgment, and moved away as if the exchange had never happened. Harry watched him go, then looked up at James. What was that about? James didn't answer immediately. He waited until a pair of robed witches passed, then gestured Harry a few steps down the alcove, out of easy earshot. "Uncle Vernon's in hospital," James said quietly. "He had a stroke. A bad one. I think it's because of his weight. And always being angry." Harry's face tightened. "Aunt Petunia. Taken away by the police for questioning," James said. "They might think she did something." Harry stopped walking. "That's ridiculous. You promised." James turned to face him fully. There was no defensiveness in his expression, just honesty. "Right," he said softly. "I keep forgetting you're me." Harry frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means I shouldn't try to shield you with half-truths," James said. He took a breath, then continued. "The goblins are enacting the contracts one by one. Legal, medical, custodial. The blood wards will fall if all the Dursleys are gone for long enough." Harry stared at him. "So? I expect your Aunt Petunia to go to prison for a few years," James said. "Dudley will likely end up with Aunt Marge. And Uncle Vernon." James didn't look away. "I don't know for sure," he said. "He might die. He might be in hospital for a long time." Harry swallowed. He didn't look shocked. Just still. "Okay," he said after a moment. James searched his face. "Are you all right?" Harry nodded once. "I think so. It's just strange hearing it like that." "It is," James agreed. A goblin clerk appeared at the end of the alcove and inclined his head. Mr. Potter, he said, addressing Harry directly. We are ready. James placed a hand briefly at the center of Harry's back, not guiding, not pushing. Just present. Harry squared his shoulders and stepped forward. The border had been crossed. The chamber was neither large nor small. It was sized for purpose. Stone walls curved inward slightly, not enough to feel confining, but enough to remove any illusion of distance. A single table stood at the center, its surface inlaid with thin lines of metal that caught the light without reflecting it. There were no chairs placed for comfort, only for attention. Harry was directed to one of them. James remained standing, exactly where he was permitted to stand. Not beside the table, not behind Harry, adjacent, visible, present, and deliberately not central. A goblin stepped forward and placed a thin folio on the table. He did not slide it. He set it down. Harry Potter, he said, voice level. You are here to consent to a sovereign procedure under Gringotts jurisdiction. You are not compelled. You are not coerced. You may leave at any time prior to commencement. Harry nodded. I understand. The goblin did not acknowledge the nod. He continued. You carry a foreign magical construct embedded at the soul interface, he said. It is parasitic. It is unstable. It is not of goblin making. We will excise it. Harry's hand stayed flat on the table. His breathing remained even. The procedure carries risk, the goblin went on. Pain is certain. Complications are possible. Death is unlikely, but not excluded. James's jaw tightened. Just once. He said nothing. The removal will sever all sympathetic links, the goblin said. No residue will remain. No reclamation will be possible. Harry looked up. So it's gone, he said. Completely. Yes. And what do you take? Harry asked. The goblin inclined his head a fraction. Record. Precedent. Acknowledgement of jurisdiction. This act will be entered as lawful under goblin sovereignty. It will not be subject to wizarding appeal. Harry absorbed that. You're not doing this because it's right. No, the goblin agreed. We are doing this because it is permitted. Harry glanced at James. Anything I should ask? James stepped forward exactly one pace. Define. Sympathetic links, he said calmly. In full. The goblin did not bristle. Any tether, resonance, echo, or derivative connection associated with the construct, he replied. All will be severed. James nodded once and stepped back. The goblin returned his attention to Harry. Consent must be spoken, clearly, with understanding. Harry straightened in his chair. I consent, he said. Freely, with understanding, to the excision of the foreign construct under Gringotts jurisdiction. The goblin watched him for a full breath, then closed the folio. Consent recorded, he said. Proceed. Nothing dramatic happened. No lights flared. No magic surged. Two goblins entered from a side passage, already moving with quiet efficiency. Tools were laid out, metallic, precise, unfamiliar. Harry watched them without flinching. James stayed where he was. Harry placed his hands back on the table and waited. The world had narrowed to exactly what mattered. They did not strap him down. That surprised Harry more than anything else. Instead, the goblins adjusted the chair, its stone surface warming slightly as it responded to his weight. A shallow groove aligned itself with the base of his neck. Another supported his spine. When he shifted, the chair shifted with him, accommodating rather than restraining. Remain still, one of the goblins said. Not as a warning, as information. Harry nodded and stilled. A thin frame descended from above, not touching him, just close enough that he could feel its presence. Lines of metal traced slow arcs in the air, settling into position with the quiet inevitability of machinery that knew its task. James watched from where he stood. He did not move closer. He did not look away. The first instrument made contact at Harry's scar. There was no flash of pain. Just pressure. Dense and precise, like a fingertip pressing into a bruise that went deeper than skin. Harry's hands tightened on the edge of the table. The goblins spoke to each other in short phrases, none of them raised, none of them urgent. Adjustments were made. The pressure increased, then sharpened. Harry sucked in a breath through his nose and held it. The pain arrived properly then, clean, cutting, and absolute. It did not spread. It did not burn. It bit, directly and without apology, as if something had been hooked and was being drawn out through a place it had never belonged. His vision blurred at the edges. He did not scream. The chair warmed further, countering shock. A second tool engaged, humming softly, its vibration felt not on his skin but somewhere behind his eyes. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it ached. Extraction underway, a goblin said. The pressure twisted. For a moment, just a moment, something resisted. Harry's breath hitched. His shoulders tensed. James's fingers curled slowly at his sides. He did not move. Then the resistance failed. The sensation changed abruptly, a sudden absence where something had been pulling back. The pain spiked once, sharp enough to steal the air from Harry's lungs, and then fell away just as quickly, leaving behind a deep, echoing throb. Harry sagged forward, caught instantly by the chair's adjustment. Hold, a goblin said. Harry did. Teeth clenched, eyes shut, sweat broke out across his temples. There was a final, precise pressure, almost gentle by comparison, and then nothing at all. No ache, no pull. Just emptiness where something had been. The instruments withdrew. The frame lifted. Harry's breathing came in short, controlled bursts as sensation returned in layers. Stone under his palms, air against his skin, the distant sound of metal being set aside. Extraction complete, the goblin said. No residual tether detected. Harry opened his eyes. James was still there. Harry swallowed once and nodded. It was done. They did not rush the end. A goblin checked Harry's pupils with a thin sliver of metal that never quite touched his skin. Another placed 2 fingers lightly at his wrist, then nodded. The chair cooled beneath him, easing back to neutral stone. Stability confirmed, one of them said. No echo, no sympathetic residue. A final mark was made in the ledger. Ink dried instantly, as if it had been waiting. Jurisdictional action concluded, the first goblin said. You are released. Harry pushed himself upright. His movements were careful, not weak. He touched his forehead once, experimentally. There was skin. There was sensation. Nothing else. No pull. No weight. James did not move until the goblins stepped back and the invisible boundary of their authority loosened. Only then did he cross the space between them, stopping short of touching Harry. How are you? He asked, quietly. Harry considered. Tired, he said, but clear. James nodded. He did not smile. He did not reach out. He simply stayed where he was, letting the answer stand. The goblins gathered their instruments with the same efficiency they had used throughout. The folio was sealed, stamped, and set aside. This matter is closed, the senior goblin said to Harry. No further claim exists. Harry inclined his head, copying the motion James had used earlier. Thank you. The goblin acknowledged it without expression and turned away. They were escorted back through the corridors without ceremony. The stone seemed less close now, the lines less severe. When they crossed the threshold, sound returned in a rush, voices, footsteps, the distant clatter of gold. James exhaled for the first time since they'd entered. He placed a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. Just once. Solid. Real. You did well, he said. Harry nodded, eyes forward. I know. They stepped back into Diagon Alley together. Something that had never belonged to Harry was gone. And nothing was rushing in to replace it. 15. After the silence. Diagon Alley felt louder on the way out. Not busier. Just sharper. Edges clearer, colors more insistent, sound carrying in ways Harry didn't remember from before. Voices overlapped instead of blurring. Footsteps rang distinct on stone. Somewhere down the street, someone laughed too loudly, and it didn't make him flinch. He noticed that first. James noticed the second thing. Harry wasn't hunched. Not consciously straight, either, just upright, moving through the space without that faint inward curl James had come to expect. His pace was steady. His steps landed cleanly, not cautious, not rushed. They walked side by side, neither speaking. It wasn't a heavy silence. It simply didn't need filling. Harry rubbed at his forehead once as they passed the apothecary, more out of habit than discomfort. He paused, frowned, then let his hand drop. "It's quiet," he said. James glanced at him. "Your head." Harry nodded slowly. "There's usually this pressure. Like something pushing from behind my eyes." He searched for the right word. "It's not gone exactly. It's just not there." James absorbed that without comment, filing it away. "Any dizziness?" Harry shook his head. "No." They reached the edge of the alley, the bustle thinning as shops gave way to narrower streets. Harry breathed in, deep and unguarded, and only then seemed to realize he'd done it. "Oh," he said, surprised. "That didn't hurt." James stopped walking. Harry took one more step, then turned back, confused. "What?" James studied him carefully. Eyes, color, the way his chest rose and fell. "Nothing," he said. "Just checking." Harry waited, then frowned. "You're doing that thing." James raised an eyebrow. "What thing?" "Watching me like I'm about to fall over." James considered lying. Decided against it. "I'm watching you like you just crossed a line you've been leaning against for years." Harry thought about that, then nodded. "That sounds right." They resumed walking. By the time they reached the quiet stretch where James could trigger the trunk's access wards without notice, Harry's steps were still even. No stumble, no hesitation, just movement, unburdened in a way neither of them had words for yet. James opened the trunk and gestured Harry ahead. As the lid closed behind them and the noise of the alley cut off cleanly, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. James heard it. He didn't comment. There would be time for that. The trunk settled around them with a familiar hush, the air shifting as wards reasserted themselves. The quiet here was different from Gringotts, not imposed, but held. Harry stood for a moment on the balcony, one hand resting on the rail, as if taking stock of the space with a body that felt newly calibrated. James closed the lid above, then turned immediately practical. "All right," he said. "We follow instructions first." He crossed to the table where a slim parchment case waited, its seal already broken. Goblin script marched across it in precise lines. No commentary, no reassurance, just facts. "Rest," James read. "Hydration. Nutrition. Avoid exertion for 24 hours. Monitor vision, balance, appetite, sleep." He looked up. "And report anomalies." Harry leaned over his shoulder, scanning the list. "That's it." "That's it," James said. "They don't do comfort." Harry nodded, oddly reassured. "Good." James guided him down the stairs toward the living spaces, keeping his tone light and his attention steady. He stopped once, watched Harry turn, watched how his weight shifted. "Any blur?" James asked. "No," Harry said. He hesitated. "Actually, things look sharper. Not brighter. Just clearer." James nodded once. "Balance." Harry took a step, then another. He rolled his shoulders, experimentally, and frowned. "That's weird," he said. James straightened. "What is?" "I don't feel like I'm compensating," Harry said. "Usually I don't know." Bracing. He demonstrated, tensing without meaning to. Then he relaxed, surprised at how easily it happened. "It's like my body's not arguing with me." James watched him move. "Your center's steadier," he said. "You're not guarding." Harry tilted his head. "Guarding what?" James didn't answer immediately. "Nothing anymore," he said at last. Harry laughed once, quiet and startled. "I'm hungry." James looked up sharply. "Hungry how?" Harry considered. "Normal. Like I could eat. Not like there's a hole that won't fill." James let out a slow breath he hadn't intended to make audible. "Good," he said. "That's very good." They moved into the kitchen together. James kept the pace slow on purpose, selecting ingredients that required hands and time. Nothing conjured. Nothing powdered into convenience. Harry watched from the counter, legs swinging idly. "You don't have to hover," Harry said. James didn't look up. "I'm not hovering." "You're planning," Harry said. Loudly. James snorted and set a pot on the stove. Fair. He talked as he worked, not lecturing, just explaining as if it mattered that Harry understood. This isn't treatment, he said. It's maintenance. Calories that actually register. Things your body's been short of long enough that it stopped asking properly. Harry frowned. I wasn't tired. James glanced at him. You were exhausted, he said mildly. You just thought that was normal. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. He accepted the bowl when James handed it over, ate a spoonful, paused, then took another. This tastes different, he said. It's stew, James replied. No, Harry said, frustrated. I mean, it tastes like food. Like it's doing something. James nodded once. Good. When they were done, James set 2 small vials on the counter. Identical. Supplements, he said. Not cures. Just reminding our bodies what they're supposed to have. Harry echoed. James met his eyes. My old body stayed behind, he said evenly. This one was built out of excess magic. It copied yours. Same baseline. Same damage. Same gaps. He paused. Just without the fragment. Harry looked down at the vial in his hand, then back up. So, you're not doing this because I need it. No, James said. I'm doing it because we both do. That seemed to settle something in Harry. He swallowed the potion without complaint, watched as James did the same, then followed him down the corridor to his bedroom. The room was warm and quiet, the kind of space that expected rest rather than demanded it. Harry crossed straight to the ensuite and turned on the light. The mirror reflected him back clearly, no flicker, no distortion. He leaned closer. His eyes looked different, not brighter, exactly, just steadier. The faint redness he'd grown used to seeing at the edges was gone. He touched the skin beneath one eye, then his forehead. The scar was still there, but it wasn't angry anymore. The jagged line had softened, color faded to something closer to old skin than fresh wound. It didn't pull when he frowned. It didn't throb. James appeared in the doorway, watching without intruding. Anything. Harry met his gaze in the mirror. It doesn't feel like it's watching me, he said. James let out a slow breath. Good. Harry washed his hands, splashed his face, then stepped back into the bedroom. James had already dimmed the lights, adjusted the curtains. The bed was large enough that Harry didn't feel folded into it when he sat down. No training, James said. No reading. No pushing. Harry flopped back onto the pillows. You're bossy. Yes, James agreed. And consistent. He paused, then added, we'll do this together. Food, potions, exercise. Slowly. No heroics. Harry rolled onto his side, considering that. Okay, he said. That sounds fair. James nodded, satisfied, and turned to leave. Sleep, he said. We'll listen again tomorrow. The lights dimmed further as James stepped back into the corridor, leaving only the soft glow of the bedside lamps. Harry shifted once beneath the covers, adjusting instinctively until the mattress supported him without resistance. The bed didn't creak. It didn't sag. It simply held him. James paused in the doorway, watching longer than he meant to. Harry stared up at the ceiling, then turned his head slightly. You're doing it again. James huffed quietly. I know. You don't have to stay, Harry said. I'm not wrong. James considered the word. No, he agreed. You're not. He crossed the room anyway, not to check, not to prod, just to straighten the blanket where it had twisted, to nudge the lamp a fraction lower. The movements were small enough to be ordinary. That mattered. Tomorrow, James said, keeping his voice neutral, we'll just see how things settle. No plans. No pushing. Harry yawned, wide and unguarded. You keep saying that like I'm going to argue. James allowed himself a brief smile. Habit. Harry's eyes closed, opened again, then closed properly. His breathing slowed, deepening without effort. There was no hitch, no tightening at the end of the breath, no unconscious brace. James stayed until he was certain that sleep had taken hold, not the restless half-doze Harry had learned as a defense, but the heavy, honest kind. The kind that didn't listen for pain. When he finally turned away, he did so quietly, easing the door almost closed behind him. In his own room, James sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, hands resting on his knees. His body felt the same as Harry's, tired, underfed, overdue for care, but without the faint background noise he'd lived with for so long that he'd forgotten it wasn't universal. He lay back and stared up at the darkened ceiling. For the first time since coming back, there was nothing in either of them that needed watching through the night. James let himself sleep. And the house, for once, kept its own quiet. 16. Still mornings. Harry woke without being summoned. There was no jolt, no breath caught halfway in, no instant inventory of pain. Awareness arrived slowly, like light finding its way through curtains that hadn't been pulled tight. The bed beneath him was warm and unremarkable. Sheets lay where they should. His body felt present in a way it hadn't before, not light, not heavy, just there. For a long moment, he didn't move. He listened instead. The trunk space had its own quiet, different from the cupboard and different again from the borrowed silence of hospital rooms. Air moved gently, not by draft but by design. Somewhere distant, water ran. Not rushed, not urgent, just existing. Harry turned his head slightly on the pillow. The motion didn't pull at anything. There was no answering pressure behind his eyes, no echo along the old scar line. He waited for it out of habit, the way you sometimes wait for a sound you've lived with for years, only to realize it's gone. When nothing came, he exhaled, slow and careful, as though the quiet might break if he handled it roughly. Light filtered in from tall windows, pale and early. It touched the edge of a dresser, the back of a chair, the spine of a book he hadn't opened yet. Everything looked settled, lived in, but not crowded, as if the room expected him to take his time. Harry flexed his fingers once, then again. They obeyed without complaint. A faint stiffness lingered in his shoulders, the honest kind that came from sleep rather than harm. He noted it without alarm and let his hands rest against the blanket. No one was standing over him. No voice was waiting. Nothing needed fixing right now. For the first time he could remember, morning had arrived without asking anything of him at all. Getting up took longer than he expected, but not for any worrying reason. Harry sat first, letting his feet find the floor, feeling the cool surface against his skin. The sensation grounded him. He stayed there a moment, elbows resting on his knees, just breathing, until the faint fog of sleep finished lifting. The room didn't hurry him. He washed slowly, paying attention to the ordinary details, the temperature of the water, the clean scent of soap, the way the mirror showed him exactly what was there and nothing more. His face still looked thinner than it should. His eyes felt a little tired, the edges of the world softer than he remembered. He filed the observation away without judgment and dried his hands. Clothes waited in the wardrobe, simple and comfortable. He chose them himself. That, more than anything else, made the act feel real. By the time he stepped out into the wider trunk space, the smell of food had begun to drift through the air. Not rich, not overwhelming. Just warm. Bread, maybe. Something gentle. James was already there, sleeves rolled up, moving with unhurried familiarity around the kitchen. He didn't turn at once, didn't announce himself or comment on the time. He simply glanced over, offered a small nod, and went back to what he was doing. "Morning," he said, as though mornings like this were the most ordinary thing in the world. Harry returned the greeting and took a seat at the table. The chair didn't scrape. Nothing startled. He watched James move for a few moments, competent, calm, present, then looked down when a plate was set in front of him. The food was simple and filling. Harry ate at his own pace. No one counted his bites or reminded him to finish. When he paused, James poured more tea without asking, setting the cup close enough to reach but not so close it crowded him. They sat like that for a while, sharing the quiet. Not empty. Just enough. For the first time, Harry realized he wasn't bracing for what came next. After breakfast, Harry wandered rather than walked, letting his path form itself as he moved through the trunk space. The grounds beyond the windows looked inviting in a distant, patient way, but he didn't feel the need to rush outside. For now, being upright felt like enough. He noticed the limits as they made themselves known. A slight blur lingered at the edges of his vision when he turned his head too quickly. It wasn't dizziness, just a reminder that his eyes tired faster than they should. His legs felt steady, but not strong, the kind of steadiness that came from balance rather than endurance. When he climbed a short flight of steps, his breathing deepened sooner than expected. None of it frightened him. He paused, resting his hand against the banister, and waited for his body to catch up. It did, quietly, without complaint. The sensation was oddly reassuring. Things that could recover, would, given time. James noticed without making it obvious. He didn't comment or hover, merely slowed his own pace until they were side by side again. The silence between them held no concern, only acknowledgement. Harry tested his grip next, curling his fingers around a mug, feeling the faint tremor in his wrist fade as he adjusted. He thought of all the years he'd pushed past small discomforts because stopping had never been an option. Here, stopping was allowed. Encouraged, even. He leaned against the window and looked out across the enclosed stretch of green. Sunlight warmed the glass. Somewhere beyond it, a breeze moved through leaves he couldn't hear but could imagine. The world felt large, but not impatient. "I'll get there," he said, more to himself than to anyone else. James inclined his head, accepting the statement as fact rather than promise. Harry stayed where he was a little longer, letting the moment settle. His body had spoken. He had listened. That, he realized, was new. And it felt like the right place to start. By mid-morning, the day had unfolded without announcing itself. Time passed in small, ordinary increments, cups rinsed and set aside, a book opened and read for longer than expected, then closed again when his attention drifted. Nothing tugged at him to hurry. Nothing punished him for stopping. Harry found himself seated near the edge of the room, where sunlight spilled across the floor in a wide, pale stretch. He sat there for a while, doing nothing more demanding than watching the light shift. It moved slowly, as though even the sun had agreed to take things gently. James occupied himself nearby, not intruding, not withdrawing. Their shared space felt settled now, shaped by quiet habit rather than necessity. When James spoke, it was only to note something practical, where a book might be, or that the grounds would be open if Harry felt like walking later. Each suggestion landed softly, easy to ignore or accept. Harry considered the idea of going outside. Not as a goal, just as a possibility. The thought didn't carry pressure with it. There would be time. There would be other days. He stretched his legs, feeling the pull in his muscles, mild and honest. Tomorrow, he thought, or the day after. The future no longer felt like a wall he had to brace against. It was simply, there. Waiting. When he stood again, it was because he wanted to, not because something demanded it. He crossed the room, paused at the window once more, and rested his hand against the glass. "I think I'll walk later," he said, as much a thought spoken aloud as a plan. James nodded. "Whenever you're ready." That was enough. Harry turned away from the window, the light warm at his back, and felt something settle into place. Not excitement, not relief, but a steady sense of continuity. Today didn't need to be important. It only needed to exist. And for the first time in a long while, that felt more than sufficient. 17. Errands. The optometrist's shop was narrower than Harry expected, tucked between two taller buildings on a side street that didn't seem to lead anywhere important. The sign was modest, the windows clear and practical, showing a handful of frames laid out with care rather than flair. Nothing sparkled. Nothing invited attention. Inside, the air smelled faintly of polish and old parchment. As they stepped across the threshold, Harry felt the glamour settle more firmly into place. Not heavier, just aligned. The world didn't change, but his place in it did. He was no longer remarkable. The thought brought a small, private relief. The witch behind the counter looked up, offered a polite smile, and took them in with a single professional glance. Her eyes lingered only long enough to assess posture and focus, not identity. "2?" she asked. "Yes," James replied. "Eye strain. Long-term neglect." She nodded once, already moving. "We'll start with the child." Harry took the chair when indicated. The examination began mundanely enough. Charts, lenses, quiet instructions, but beneath it ran a careful thread of magic. He felt it only as a mild warmth, like standing near sunlight filtered through glass. She murmured softly under her breath, tracing a charm that never rose above a whisper. Lenses flickered as she watched responses Harry couldn't see, mapping patterns rather than hunting for drama. Her focus sharpened briefly, then eased. Foreign magic first, she said, mostly to herself. Another subtle adjustment, another pause. None present. She continued without ceremony. No curse lattice. No hex recursion. No hostile anchors. Her tone remained calm, almost bored, as though ticking boxes on a familiar list. Harry read when asked, stopping when the letters blurred into guesses. She noticed immediately. A second charm followed, slower this time. Harry sensed it travel deeper, along nerves rather than across surfaces. She frowned faintly, then shook her head. No dark scarring, she said. No cold zones. Nothing old, nothing hidden. A final pass, different again, clean, resonant, alchemical in feel. She waited, then nodded. No potion residue. No interaction damage. Only then did she lean back. Structurally sound, she concluded. Symmetrical. Normal magical conduction for your age. What you're experiencing is fatigue and developmental lag. You've been compensating for a long time. Harry absorbed that quietly. It matched what his body had already been telling him. When the frames came out, there were many, varied in shape and color. He tried them one by one, setting aside those that felt wrong without needing to explain why. The pair he settled on was simple, unassuming. These will be reinforced, the witch said, making notes. Auto-sizing. Waterproof. Anti-mist. Anti-shatter. Anti-summon. Standard protections. And enchantments? Harry asked. Optional, she replied. What do you want them to do? Harry thought for a moment. Help me see, he said. And record sometimes. For reading. Learning. She nodded, already writing. Separate set, then. Recording interferes with clarity if layered. That's fine, Harry said. She accepted the answer without comment and moved on, the matter settled as cleanly as everything else had been. James took the chair without ceremony. The witch adjusted her stool, glanced at her notes, then started again from the beginning. The same charts, the same lenses, but the magic beneath it shifted almost immediately. Where Harry's examination had felt observational, this felt evaluative. You spend time in low light, she said after a moment. Not a question. Yes. And around active wards. Yes. She nodded, already murmuring a tracing charm. This one lingered longer, its warmth sharper, more directional. The lenses in her frame flickered faintly as she watched responses Harry hadn't been offered. Functional, she said at last. But under constant load. James didn't react. She moved through the exclusions briskly. No foreign anchors. No dark scarring. No alchemical residue. What she lingered on instead were patterns, micro-adjustments, strain compensation, the subtle signs of a body that never quite stood down. When the frames came out, James didn't browse. He lifted one pair, weighed it, set it aside. Another followed. He chose dark metal, understated, designed to disappear rather than announce itself. Enchantments? The witch asked. James didn't hesitate. Low light visibility. Ward perception. Active magic currents. Hidden weapons. She paused, stylus hovering. All in one pair. Yes, I won't be changing glasses under pressure. That will require higher grade glass and reinforced metals, she said. Layered enchantments crowd easily. I'm aware. It will cost more. That's fine. She nodded, accepting the decision and moving on. When she turned back to Harry, it was to ask one more question. Activities. Harry considered it. Quidditch, he said. James looked over, surprised just long enough to be caught. The witch raised an eyebrow. Enhancement. No, Harry said immediately. No tracking. No targeting. I don't want help finding the snitch. She studied him for a moment, then smiled faintly. Retention, then. Yes, Harry said. They can't fall off, even upside down. Easy enough, she replied, making a note. Grip enchantment keyed to motion and intent. No informational overlays. Harry nodded, satisfied. James watched him for a moment longer, then looked away, the corner of his mouth lifting just slightly. When the orders were finished, the witch gathered the paperwork and set it aside. Precision work, she said. Both sets will take time. That's all right, James replied. They left the shop with nothing in hand but receipts and timelines, the kind of errands that paid off later rather than immediately. The door closed behind them with a soft click, and the street accepted them back without comment. Harry noticed the tiredness once they'd gone a little way. Not sharp, not dragging, just present. The kind that came from concentrating, from being examined carefully and listened to. He adjusted his pace without thinking, and James matched it without remark. A small cafe sat on the corner ahead, unassuming, its windows fogged slightly from warmth within. Harry slowed, considering, then nodded toward it. Not a question, a choice. Inside, the air smelled of bread and something sweet. They took a table near the wall. Harry ordered simply, paid himself, and felt the quiet satisfaction of it settling properly in his hands. No permission, no hesitation, just ownership exercised without ceremony. While they waited, Harry thought about the glasses, about what he'd chosen not to have as much as what he had. No overlays, no warnings, no borrowed vigilance. He wanted to see the world as it was, not as a threat map. Quidditch would be fast and frightening enough on its own. He smiled faintly at the thought of flying upside down, glasses staying put, nothing else intruding. James watched him over the rim of his cup, saying nothing. The look wasn't scrutiny, it was acknowledgement. When the food arrived, Harry ate slowly, letting the warmth settle. The tiredness eased a fraction, honest and manageable. Outside, people passed by without noticing them. That, too, felt right. They didn't linger. There was no need to. When they stood to leave, Harry felt steady again, his earlier choices lining up into something that resembled a day handled well. The errands weren't finished, not really. There would be more to do, more to learn. But for now, he'd stepped into the world, taken what he needed, and stepped back out again intact. By the time they turned back toward the quieter streets, the afternoon had softened. Light angled lower between buildings, catching on windows and stone in a way that felt less demanding than midday. Harry walked with his hands in his pockets, aware of his body again, not strained, just pleasantly used. James checked the time once, then didn't mention it. "We can head back," he said. Harry nodded. The thought of the trunk space, its stillness, its familiar quiet, felt inviting rather than like retreat. Today hadn't taken anything from him. It had simply asked him to participate. As they walked, Harry replayed the optometrist's words in his head, not dwelling on them so much as letting them settle. Fatigue, compensation, time. None of it sounded like failure anymore. Just information. The kind you could work with. At a small shop near the corner, he paused again. This time, he went in alone while James waited outside, giving him space without making a point of it. Harry bought a notebook, plain and sturdy, and a decent pen that felt balanced in his hand. Nothing special, just something that belonged to him. When he came back out, James glanced at the purchase and nodded once. Approval wasn't needed, but it was offered all the same. They made their way home without hurry. When the trunk door closed behind them, the quiet returned, familiar and grounding. Harry set the notebook on the table, then leaned back in his chair, feeling the day catch up with him in a gentle wave. "Good day," James said. Harry considered it, then smiled. Yeah, it was. He didn't need to say why. The reasons were already there, steady and uncomplicated. He'd gone out, made choices, learned something useful, and come back whole. For now, that was enough. 18. Platform 9 3/4. The station should have smelled of coal dust and oil, of smoke trapped under iron beams and machinery worked too hard. Instead, the air was warm and clean, carrying steam without soot, heat without burn. Old stone held the warmth gently, and polished metal gleamed where it caught the light. It felt worked, busy, Alive, but not industrial. Sound pressed in from every direction. Voices overlapped, luggage rattled, steam sighed somewhere down the platform. Harry felt it all at once, a crowded surge that had nothing to do with danger and everything to do with people. He didn't hesitate. A light touch brushed his shoulder, steady and precise, and he followed without thinking. James's presence stayed close but unobtrusive. No grip, no pull, just brief guidance at the small turns where crowds bunched and parted again. A murmur at his ear told him when to slow, when to step, when to slip through a narrowing gap before it closed. They moved quickly. Harry kept his eyes forward, aware of the glamour sitting comfortably over him. Faces slid past without pausing. No one stared. No one pointed. He was simply another boy with a trunk and a place to be. Ahead, the brick barrier waited, solid and ordinary. James's hand pressed once, firm and reassuring, between Harry's shoulder blades. The noise swallowed itself as they passed through, the air shifting in that familiar, weightless way before resolving into steam and metal and the long red flank of the Hogwarts Express. They were through. Harry barely had time to take it in before James angled him toward an open carriage door. The guidance was efficient now, almost brisk, as though timing mattered more than ceremony. Harry caught a glimpse of movement further down the platform, a cluster of red hair, a woman's voice rising into a familiar register, but James's touch redirected him smoothly, decisively, away from the sound. "Go," the whisper urged. "Now." Harry stepped up into the carriage without question. The door slid shut behind him with a soft thud, cutting off the platform's noise. Inside, the corridor stretched ahead, quieter, lined with compartment doors and the low hum of a train preparing to leave. As he moved away from the entrance, the sense of being forgettable loosened, then faded entirely. It wasn't a moment so much as a release, a pressure easing, a breath taken without thinking. Harry straightened, the world sharpening around him as he became, once again, simply himself. The press of James's presence eased too, not gone but no longer urgent. Harry adjusted the strap on his trunk, took a breath, and started down the corridor. Whatever waited next, he was on the train. That felt like enough. Harry hadn't gone far when a voice cut through the quieter stretch of the corridor. "Have you seen a toad? A boy's lost a toad." She stood half in, half out of a compartment, brown hair already slipping free of its attempt at order, eyes bright with purpose. Books were stacked against her chest in a way that suggested she'd brought too many and knew it, but refused to apologize. She took in Harry, his trunk, his pause in the corridor, and decided he was useful. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "You look like you're actually looking. Most people aren't." Harry smiled despite himself. "I haven't seen a toad." "That's all right," she said briskly, undeterred. "We'll find it, eventually. The train hasn't even left yet." Her gaze flicked to his trunk, then back to his face, curiosity sharpening. "Is that all your books?" "For now," Harry said. That slowed her, just a fraction. Interest replaced urgency. "Really? What did you bring?" Behind him, the world broke. James saw her face. Not a name, not a future, not a possibility. Her. Alive, loud, whole, standing where she had no right to be. The corridor collapsed into stone and blood. Pressure in the air that made magic useless, escape impossible. Old Harry already moving, always moving, never fast enough. A flash from the dark. Hands at her throat, trying to hold together what was already gone. Lupin still fighting, always fighting. Too late. James reeled invisibly away from the corridor wall, breath locking hard in his chest. Rage followed the shock, cold, focused, immediate. Not grief. Not yet. Something sharper. No, not again. He turned and forced motion back into his limbs, retreating down the train before the memory could finish assembling itself. Outside the cluster of compartments, he found the red-haired boy exactly where he expected, hovering, scanning mostly empty compartments, lips already shaping a rehearsed lie. James acted without pause. Reality jerked sideways. The boy was suddenly seated inside an empty compartment, confusion flickering once before smoothing away under a narrow, precise confundus. A new certainty settled in its place. Chocolate frogs on the seat, happily discovered, worth immediate attention. The boy laughed, already unwrapping one. James was gone. The rat was easier to see once you knew what you were looking for. Borrowed life clinging too long to a shape that no longer fit. Petrification snapped into place before it could react. An unbreakable cage followed, warded against transformation, sized humanely. James shrank it and slid it into his pocket, already thinking 3 steps ahead. Contained. Alive. Finished. Only then did he draw a steadying breath, anger banked, purpose restored, and return toward the corridor. Hermione was still talking. And Hogwarts. A history says the castle rearranges itself if you're paying attention, she was saying earnestly. Most people aren't. Harry realized he'd stopped walking. He adjusted his grip on the trunk handle, nodding slowly. That sounds right. The compartment felt warmer once they stepped inside, the train settling into a quieter rhythm beneath them. Hermione stacked her books again, neater this time, then turned back to Harry with an expression that was far too intent to let the moment drift. So, she said, you really don't mind if people know who you are. Harry considered that. I mind crowds, he said honestly. Not people. She nodded, absorbing it. That makes sense. People write things. They decide who you are before you get a chance. She hesitated, then rushed on. I've read about what happened, of course. The war. Your parents. I'm sorry. I mean, I know everyone says that, but... It's all right, Harry said gently. You don't sound like a book. That earned him a startled smile. Good. I'd hate to sound like modern magical history. It's terribly biased. She leaned forward, curiosity bubbling back up. What sort of magic can you do? You were very calm with that summoning charm. Most first years wouldn't even try. Harry shrugged. I've practiced a bit, enough to know what I can't do yet. That's sensible, she said approvingly, then paused. What house do you want? I don't think I mind, Harry said. Hermione blinked. You don't mind. He met her gaze, serious now. I think where you are matters more than what it's called. He hesitated only a second. If you go into Ravenclaw, I'll go too. For a heartbeat, she just stared at him. Then color crept into her cheeks, warm and unmistakable, and she looked down at her books as if they'd suddenly become fascinating. When she looked back up, she was glowing, happiness bright and unguarded. Well, she said quickly, talking to fill the space, Ravenclaw would be quite nice. People who like learning, asking questions. Though Gryffindor does have a certain history. You can ask questions anywhere, Harry said. She smiled at that, softer this time. A gentle pressure brushed Harry's shoulder, brief, approving. Well done. The door slid open and the sweets cart rattled past. Hermione's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, chocolate frogs. They bought a handful, laughter easy now. Cards were unwrapped, spells fluttering briefly into life. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione read, delighted. Did you know he was friends with Dumbledore? He worked on alchemy for centuries. She looked up mid-sentence, then around the compartment. Oh, she said, he's gone. Harry followed her glance to the empty corridor. I suppose he can't stick around all day. Hermione laughed, the sound bright and unself-conscious, and Harry laughed with her. The afternoon slipped away without either of them quite noticing. Conversation ebbed and returned again, shaped by the gentle sway of the train and the slow change of light beyond the window. Chocolate frogs were traded and unwrapped, books opened and set aside, questions asked simply because there was time to ask them. At some point Hermione stopped perching on the edge of her seat and leaned back instead, talking more slowly now, her voice warm with comfort rather than nerves. Outside, the countryside shifted from bright green to gold, then softened toward dusk. By the time the train slowed with a long, sighing shudder, Harry felt pleasantly tired, the kind that came from a full day rather than strain. Conversation along the corridor swelled and broke apart as doors slid open, students spilling out with bags, trunks, and the loose, excited energy of arrival. Night air rushed in, cool and damp, carrying the scent of water and pine. Lanterns bobbed along the platform ahead, their light warm and uneven, casting gold across faces that looked suddenly younger in the dark. Hogsmeade, Hermione breathed, stepping down beside Harry. I read it was picturesque, but I didn't think, oh. He followed her gaze. The station was small, almost modest, nestled against the edge of the loch. Beyond it, darkness rose into shapes that promised height and stone and something watching back. Hogwarts wasn't fully visible yet, but its presence pressed close all the same. Students jostled past, laughing, calling to one another, names and houses already beginning to form into loose clusters. Somewhere to their left, two identical red-haired boys moved through the crowd like sparks, voices overlapping, laughter bright and unmistakable. "Did you see that jump?" one of them crowed. "Absolutely spectacular, George." Fred. Hermione laughed under her breath. "I like them already." Harry smiled. He noticed other things too, postures, tones, the way some students looked around as if expecting the world to rearrange itself for them. A pale boy with sleek hair and a practiced sneer stood flanked by two larger shapes, talking loudly enough to be heard without trying. Hermione glanced once, then leaned closer to Harry. "He sounds dreadful." Harry hummed in agreement and let the noise pass around them. A brief, familiar touch brushed his shoulder again, lighter this time, approving. James didn't linger. He never did. Lantern light shifted as a large figure moved at the far end of the platform, calling for first years to gather. The crowd began to flow, boots crunching softly on gravel as names were called and answered. Hermione adjusted her grip on her books, then hesitated. "I'm glad," she said suddenly. Harry looked at her. "That we met on the train," she clarified, cheeks warming. "I think it would have been much lonelier otherwise." He nodded. "Yeah, I think so too." They stepped forward together as the call went out again, joining the stream of students moving toward the boats, toward the dark water, toward the waiting castle. Behind them, the train rested and cooled. Ahead, the night opened. 19. The sorting. The boats rocked gently at the edge of the loch, black water lapping against their sides like it was breathing. Lantern light drifted across the surface in trembling lines, reflections breaking and reforming as students climbed in, clutching cloaks and bags and nerves. Hermione leaned forward the moment their boat pushed off. "Oh," she whispered, reverent and completely unself-conscious. "Oh, look, Harry, look. The lights. They're everywhere." Harry looked. Hogwarts rose out of the dark ahead of them, vast and layered, towers stacked like thought upon thought. Windows glowed gold against the stone, hundreds of them, as if the castle were awake and watching its children come home. The lights didn't feel decorative. They felt deliberate, welcoming, protective. "She's beautiful," Harry said without thinking. Hermione turned, blinking. "She." Harry didn't look away from the castle. The word felt right in his mouth, settled, like something he'd known longer than memory. "Yes," he said quietly. "I think she is." Hermione followed his gaze again, her expression softening rather than questioning. "I suppose that makes sense," she said after a moment. "She feels attentive." The boats glided onward. The water reflected the castle until it seemed they were floating between two versions of it, one real, one imagined. The night air was cool, but Harry didn't feel cold. He felt held, the way you did inside a room that remembered you. Further back, unseen, James moved with the boats, invisible and unremarked. He did not ride them. He did not need to. He slipped instead through older paths, where stone remembered stone and wards parted at recognition rather than command. The castle noticed him the moment he crossed its boundary. Not as an intruder, as a question. James stopped. He let his shields fall away, one by one, until nothing stood between him and the castle's awareness. The weight of it pressed in, not hostile, but immense. Curious. "Please," he thought, and meant it in the oldest way. "Wait." The castle did. It looked at him. Not with eyes. With memory. Hallways burned and broken. Towers split open. Children running. Children not running fast enough. Wards failing. Wards reforged. Silence after screaming. Years stacked like fallen stone. And through it all, one steady presence. James, older, tireder, still there. Still caring. Still repairing what could be saved. Caretaker. The pressure eased, just enough. James bowed his head, breath shaking. Please, he thought again, and this time the word carried names. Harry. Hermione. The boats touched the far shore with a soft knock of wood against stone. Hermione steadied herself, then laughed under her breath. I don't think I'll ever forget this. Harry stepped out beside her, boots finding solid ground as the castle loomed closer, larger, impossibly real. Neither of them saw the moment the castle made its decision. But both of them felt, faintly, like something ancient had turned its attention fully toward them at last. The doors to the great hall opened with a measured inevitability, wood yielding to magic without a sound that felt like effort. Warmth spilled out to meet them, candlelight drifting down from above like a constellation brought indoors. Hermione stopped dead. Oh, she breathed, barely audible. Oh, it's incredible, Harry finished, though he wasn't sure the word was big enough. The ceiling stretched into a night sky that mirrored the real one outside, stars pinned in place with deliberate care. Hundreds of candles floated between the longhouse tables, their flames steady, unbothered by drafts or movement. The hall hummed, not loudly, but with the layered presence of too many people, too much history, all coexisting without collapsing. Hermione turned slowly, taking it all in, eyes shining. I knew about the enchantment, she said, half to herself. I read about it, but knowing isn't the same as this. They were guided forward with the rest of the first years, names murmured, lines adjusting themselves naturally. Harry caught glimpses as they passed. Older students watching with varying degrees of interest, curiosity, boredom. The staff table loomed at the far end, figures seated behind it like punctuation marks in a long sentence. Professor McGonagall stood to one side, tartan severe and posture immaculate. She didn't raise her voice, didn't need to. Attention gathered around her regardless. When I call your name, she said, crisp and clear, you will come forward, put on the sorting hat, and be placed into your house. Hermione shifted beside Harry, hands clasped tightly together now. Harry noticed, then noticed that she noticed him noticing, and both of them looked forward again. The stool stood waiting, small and unassuming beneath the hat. It looked older than everything else in the room put together, patched, frayed, slumped like it had grown tired of pretending to be ordinary. Names began to be called. Students stepped forward, sat, waited. The hat murmured. Sometimes it shouted. Applause rippled and settled again. Gryffindor cheers rang out. A smattering for Hufflepuff. Polite approval for Ravenclaw. Sharp claps for Slytherin. Hermione leaned closer, voice low. Do you think it can really see inside your head? Harry glanced at the hat, then back at her. I think it's very good at listening. She considered that, nodding slowly. That's worse, she decided, then smiled despite herself. More names. More applause. Time stretched and compressed in odd ways, each pause before a decision feeling longer than the last. Hermione Granger. She startled, then straightened, breath caught halfway in before she mastered it. She stepped forward without looking back, shoulders squared, chin lifted with effort rather than confidence. Harry watched her sit. The hat slipped down over her eyes, swallowing most of her face. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Hermione's shoulders relaxed, just a fraction. Harry didn't know why, but his own breath eased with hers. The hall waited. The hat shifted. Not dramatically, not at once. It settled itself more comfortably, the brim tugging low, as if peering inward rather than down. Hermione went very still beneath it, hands folded tight in her lap, spine straight with determination rather than ease. Hello, she said, after a moment, unable to stop herself. A soft ripple of amusement stirred through the hat. Polite, it murmured, voice low and thoughtful, meant only for her. That's new. Well, Hermione hesitated, then rushed on, I've read quite a bit about you, actually. About the founders, I mean. I know you don't like being rushed, and I promise I'm not trying to influence you, but... Oh, you're absolutely trying to influence me, the hat said mildly. You just want to do it properly. Hermione flushed. I just think understanding matters. Ah, the hat murmured. Questions stacked atop questions. You don't stop, do you? I like to understand things, she thought, then added quickly, before I act. Once, that was considered wisdom, the hat said. Once. It paused, feeling through her more carefully. There's courage here, it went on. Real courage. You'll stand when it's uncomfortable. You'll speak when silence would be easier. That would have suited one house very well, once. Hermione's heart thudded. Gryffindor, she whispered before she could stop herself. Expectation is not destiny, the hat replied gently. Tell me, child, why do you run toward danger? Hermione swallowed. Because if I don't, she said quietly, someone else will. And they might not know enough. The hat was silent for a long moment. You learn first, it said at last. You catalog, compare, revise. Even your fear wants footnotes. You don't chase glory, you chase answers. Hermione's fingers loosened in her lap. You will question this school, the hat continued. You will question the world. You may even question me. And when answers fail you, you will try to make better ones. The brim lifted slightly, decision settling into place. Ravenclaw, the hat called aloud. The word rang through the great hall, clear and final. Applause rose from the Ravenclaw table, sharper and brighter than Hermione expected. For half a second she sat frozen, shock written plainly across her face. Then she stood, breath leaving her in a rush that sounded suspiciously like laughter. She slipped the hat off carefully, almost reverently, and turned. Her eyes found Harry immediately. She didn't wave, she didn't speak. She just smiled at him, wide, luminous, unguarded, like she'd found the right answer to a question she'd been carrying far longer than she'd realized. And as she made her way toward the Ravenclaw table, Hermione Granger felt, for the first time, that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Harry barely registered the next few names. Applause rose and fell. Students crossed the hall, some grinning, some pale, some looking as though they'd just been handed a future they hadn't known how to imagine. Harry heard it all distantly, his attention still caught on the Ravenclaw table, where Hermione had been swallowed into a knot of blue and bronze and was being spoken to animatedly by a dark-haired girl with ink-stained fingers. She looked lighter. Harry Potter. The hall shifted. It wasn't loud, not at first. More a collective intake of breath, curiosity tightening like a held note. Harry stepped forward before it could grow into anything else. He was aware of eyes on him, of whispers beginning and cutting themselves short, but none of it pressed in the way it once might have. He sat. The stool was solid beneath him. The hat dropped down, brim brushing his eyebrows, and the world narrowed. Well, said the hat, sounding unsurprised. You've been listening already. Harry didn't answer at once. He waited. Balanced, the hat went on thoughtfully. Remarkably so. Courage without recklessness. Curiosity without obsession. Loyalty without blinders. You could fit anywhere, you know. Harry swallowed. Slytherin, the hat offered, almost casually. You could be great there. You have the will for it. The restraint, too. That combination is rare. No, Harry said quietly. No. The hat sounded amused rather than offended. Not even tempted. I don't want to be great, Harry replied. The words came easily, because they were simply true. I just want to be Harry. Just Harry. The hat hummed, a low, contemplative sound. Fair enough. Greatness is exhausting. There was a pause. Hufflepuff, then, it suggested. You'd do well. You'd have many friends there. Steady ground. Kind people. Harry considered it. He could picture it. The warmth, the ease, the safety of it. I could have friends there, he said. I agree. He hesitated, then added, simply, but I already have a friend in Ravenclaw. Something in the hat stilled. Ah, it said, very softly. Not approval, recognition. You choose with your eyes open, the hat said. That matters. The brim lifted. Ravenclaw. The hall erupted properly this time. Cheers rang out from the Ravenclaw table, louder than before, chairs scraping back as students made room. Harry lifted the hat from his head and stood, heart steady, breath easy. He looked up as he turned. Hermione was already on her feet. She didn't clap. She didn't cheer. She just beamed at him, pride and delight written plainly across her face, as if the choice had confirmed something she'd already known. Harry found himself smiling back, something warm and unknotted settling in his chest as he made his way toward her. Unseen, at the edge of the hall, James let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The castle watched. And for the first time in a very long while, the future shifted, not with thunder, not with prophecy, but with two children choosing to sit at the same table. 20. First night. The Ravenclaw table felt different the moment Harry and Hermione reached it. Not quieter, exactly, but angled inward, conversation bending rather than colliding. Blue and bronze banners caught the candlelight without shouting for attention. Someone scooted a bench back. Someone else smiled and asked Hermione a question before she'd even sat down. "What did it ask you?" a dark-haired girl said eagerly. "The hat, I mean." Hermione blinked, then laughed, a little breathless. "Everything," she said, and immediately launched into it. How it listened, how it waited, how it seemed to care whether answers were honest rather than impressive. Questions sparked questions. "So it's more diagnostic," a boy with ink-smudged fingers suggested. "Or archival," another added. "Like it remembers what the houses were meant to be." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Yes, exactly that." Harry sat and listened. He answered when asked, briefly, and no one pressed him further than that. Curiosity sharpened, then softened again, satisfied with what he offered rather than what they'd heard. Plates filled themselves. Steam rose. Hermione forgot to eat until someone nudged a roll toward her. "Oh, sorry," she said quickly, then laughed when the table laughed with her. Harry felt it before he saw it. A narrow, unpleasant focus slid across him, cold and deliberate. He glanced up. Professor Snape was watching him. Not openly, not theatrically, just a steady, assessing stare, as if Harry were a mislabeled ingredient that refused to behave as expected. The look lingered, then withdrew. Nothing happened. No pain, no pressure, no echo. Only the faint awareness that something had been ready, and had not been needed. At the staff table, Professor Dumbledore stood. "Welcome," Dumbledore said, spreading his hands as the hall quieted at once. His voice carried easily, warm and practiced. "Welcome, one and all, to another year at Hogwarts." He smiled, eyes twinkling. "Before we begin our feast, I have a few start-of-term notices to make." A ripple of indulgent amusement passed through the older students. "Firstly," Dumbledore continued, "I would like to remind you that the Forbidden Forest is, quite emphatically, forbidden to all students." A few groans rose. Dumbledore smiled wider. "Secondly, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind you that magic in the corridors between classes is strictly prohibited." Again. Scattered laughter. "And thirdly," Dumbledore said, turning his head slightly as if addressing the hall itself, "I have been asked to inform you that the corridor on the third floor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." The hall went very still for half a second. Then older students snickered as if it were a familiar joke, and first years shifted, wide-eyed, deciding whether to take it seriously. Hermione's mouth fell open a fraction. Harry watched her, then watched Dumbledore, feeling the line land differently in his chest than it did for most. Dumbledore's smile returned, mild and entirely unbothered. "I thank you." He lifted his goblet. "And now," he said brightly, "before we tuck in, I would like to say a few words." The hall leaned in. "Nitwit," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Blubber." "Oddment." "Tweak." Silence followed. Then a ripple of confused laughter spread through the hall, older students exchanging knowing looks while first years stared in open disbelief. Somewhere down the table, a boy muttered, "He must be mad," with the certainty of someone filing away a lifelong truth. Hermione leaned toward Harry, whispering, "Is he always like this?" Harry's mouth twitched. "I think so." Dumbledore beamed as though he'd delivered something profound. "Thank you," he said warmly. Now, let us eat. Food appeared. Platters filled. Dishes refilled. The hall loosened into warmth and chatter. Hermione shook her head once, then reached for a piece of roast potato as if determined not to be intimidated by a headmaster or a song. He sounds exactly like I imagined, she said, and after a beat added, he's also completely mad. Harry watched Dumbledore sit, genial as ever. The words had been kind, sensible, comforting. They simply didn't pull at him the way they once might have. He took a bite at last and found, to his mild surprise, that he was hungry. The feast found its rhythm quickly, as if the hall itself preferred motion to ceremony. Platters slid within reach and retreated again. Conversation braided and unbraided along the table, questions giving way to opinions, opinions to laughter. Hermione ate in fits and starts, pausing mid-bite whenever a new thought occurred to her. She apologized once, then stopped bothering when no one seemed offended. A boy across from her argued, politely but with conviction, that arithmancy was misunderstood by people who treated numbers as answers instead of languages. Hermione lit up at that and forgot her fork entirely. Harry listened, contributed when it felt natural, and discovered that no one here tried to win conversations. Ideas were passed around, tested, set aside. Disagreement never sharpened into challenge. It felt sustainable. Across the hall, the Slytherin table gleamed darkly under green light. Harry didn't search it, but he caught the sense of eyes again, brief, assessing, then gone. Snape's attention brushed him once more, lighter this time, like a fingertip testing glass. Still nothing. Harry recognized the quiet certainty of it now. Whatever lines existed around him, they were not his to manage. He ate, relaxed, and let the moment be what it was. Unseen, James moved. He did not walk the hall. He slipped between it, awareness threading through wards and spaces that responded to recognition rather than permission. He took inventory without lingering, anchors intact, protections layered, the castle's deeper systems awake and responsive. Pettigrew's presence remained sealed and inert, a problem deferred but not forgotten. James marked the containment as stable and moved on. At the staff table, Dumbledore laughed at something Professor Flitwick said, eyes bright, posture relaxed. Snape sat rigid beside him, attention flicking between the students and his plate with controlled irritation. James noted the pattern without judgment. Observation, not interference. Not yet. He withdrew as quietly as he had come. Back at the Ravenclaw table, Hermione leaned toward Harry, lowering her voice. Do you think the staircases really move on their own, or is that an exaggeration? I think, Harry said, after a moment, they probably move when it's useful. Hermione considered that, delighted. Oh, that's much better. Laughter rippled down the table. Someone proposed a midnight exploration that was immediately revised into a future exploration after several practical objections were raised. The idea survived, reshaped but intact. Harry felt the evening settle around him, not as a curtain closing but as something making room. For the first time since arriving, he stopped waiting for the night to end. The feast wound down without announcement. Plates emptied themselves. Conversation softened, thinning into smaller knots as the day finally caught up with everyone. The hall felt looser now, less ceremonial, as if Hogwarts herself were easing her grip and letting the evening become ordinary. Harry noticed Snape one last time as the staff rose. Not a stare this time. Just a glance, sharp, calculating, taken and filed away. It carried intent, not action. A promise deferred. Harry felt the faintest answering awareness stir, like a system acknowledging a stimulus and deciding it did not yet qualify. No tension followed, no heat, just readiness, dormant and contained. He let it go. Students began to stand, benches scraping softly as prefects called for houses to gather. Hermione collected herself with visible effort, blinking as though surprised by how tired she suddenly was. I forgot how long today was, she admitted, rubbing at one eye. I feel like I've lived several weeks already. Harry smiled. I think that's normal. As Ravenclaw formed up, James took his leave of the hall. He paused at the threshold between spaces, attention lingering just long enough to confirm what mattered. Harry was steady. Hermione was safe. The castle's ascent still held, quiet and unchallenged. Dumbledore remained exactly what he appeared to be, kind, distant, convinced of his own patience. Snape, on the other hand, was watching patterns. James filed that away. No interference tonight. No corrections. The first rule after a successful intervention was always the same: let reality settle around the change before testing it. He withdrew, slipping away from the Great Hall entirely, toward a place that was not Hogwarts and yet very much part of Harry's world. The staircase spiraled upward in a way that felt deliberate rather than dramatic, stone worn smooth by centuries of feet that had climbed it thinking hard thoughts. Hermione kept looking up, then back down, as if afraid she might miss something by blinking. It really is higher than the others, she murmured. That makes sense. Perspective. Altitude. You can finish that later, a voice said ahead of them, amused rather than sharp. A tall girl with braided hair and a Ravenclaw prefect's badge turned, smiling easily. First years, welcome. I'm Penelope Clearwater, 5th year, girls prefect. The boy beside her inclined his head politely, hands folded behind his back as if that were simply where they belonged. Robert Hilliard, 5th year boys prefect. Hermione nodded at both of them, visibly taking them in. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Harry. Sorry, I'm rambling. Penelope's smile widened. You'll fit in just fine. They reached the door at the top of the stairs. The bronze eagle knocker regarded them calmly. What has keys but can't open locks? It asked. Hermione inhaled sharply, delight flashing across her face. No. Wait. A piano, Harry said quietly. The eagle inclined its head. The door swung open. Hermione let out a sound that was halfway between a laugh and a gasp. The Ravenclaw common room opened around them in soft lamplight and tall windows, shelves lining alcoves rather than dominating the walls. Chairs were arranged in small clusters, angled toward conversation or solitude as needed. Someone near the window barely glanced up from a book before returning to it. Penelope stepped aside to let them in. This is the common room. Quiet hours are respected, not enforced. If you want noise, Gryffindor's down several flights. If you want silence, it usually finds you here. Robert added mildly, questions are encouraged. Interruptions less so. Hermione beamed. That's very reasonable. Penelope gestured toward two branching staircases. Girls' dormitories, this way. Boys, the right. She hesitated, then added, tone light but considerate, Ravenclaw's intake this year is a bit uneven. Robert nodded. Fewer boys than usual. So, Penelope continued, looking at Harry, lucky you. Single rooms for the boys this year, unless you choose to double up with a friend. Entirely your decision. Harry blinked. Oh. Hermione stopped walking. Single rooms. She looked at Harry, then back at Penelope. That's actually very sensible. We try, Penelope said. Everyone settles better when they're comfortable. Robert gestured up the boys' staircase. Your room will be marked. If you need anything, extra blankets, different lighting, questions at 2 in the morning, ask. Or leave a note. We read them. Hermione lingered a moment longer, then turned to Harry. I'll see you tomorrow, she said, trying, and failing, to sound casual. There's still so much to talk about. Harry smiled. Yeah, tomorrow. She disappeared up the girls' staircase, already murmuring to herself. Harry headed the other way. His corridor was quiet, his door easy to find. Inside, the room was simple, clean, and unmistakably his. A bed, a desk, a window opening onto darkness threaded with stars. He set his things down and sat for a moment, letting the day finally settle. For the first time, Hogwarts felt less like a story he'd stepped into, and more like a place he might actually live. Harry closed the door of his dorm room quietly and set the latch with care. The room settled around him, still and private. At the end of the bed, his trunk waited, ordinary on the outside, familiar in a way that made his chest loosen. He crossed the room, knelt, and opened it. The world folded. He stepped through and the trunk's interior welcomed him with warm lamplight and the hush of a place that knew him. James was there already, leaning against the table, arms folded, then straightening as Harry came in. Harry didn't slow. He crossed the space and hugged him, hard and brief and real. "It was brilliant," Harry said into his shoulder. James laughed softly and returned the embrace. "You did well." They drew back. James's grin lingered, proud and unguarded. "Lady Hogwarts won't tell the professor about me," he said, then sobered. "But we still need to be careful." Harry nodded. "I felt her watching." "She is," James agreed. "And she's on our side. That buys us time, not freedom." He moved to the table, resting his hands on it as if setting the next pieces in place. "When you have potions, we'll need to switch somewhere out of sight." Harry frowned slightly. "Switch?" "I attend the lesson," James said matter-of-factly. "You don't." Harry absorbed that. "Hermione will notice." James huffed a quiet laugh. "Yes, she's frighteningly good at noticing details." He looked at Harry, serious now. "So after potions, I'll pass you my memories of what happened, and the feel of it." Harry hesitated. "Will it hurt?" "No," James said at once. "Just a quick touch. You'll see what I saw, enough to react properly when Hermione, or anyone, asks." Harry nodded slowly. "That makes sense." "It isn't perfect," James went on. "Snape will still target you outside of class. Hallways, detentions, subtle things. But this will prevent the worst of it. Once you adapt, once you see what Snape is like, you should be able to handle it without me." James reached out and tapped the edge of the workbench. "As for potions itself, our practice here, a few hours a week, will keep you current. You can already brew most of first-year work." Harry blinked. "I can." James smiled. "You can." The weight of the day finally finished settling. Harry exhaled, long and deep, and felt the last of the tension drain out of him. "Good," he said quietly. "I like that plan. And as for this," James pointed to the caged rat. "Meet Scabbers, aka Peter Pettigrew and traitor to our parents. He is petrified, don't worry. The cage is unbreakable, I'm saving him for Sirius and Moony." Harry glared at the cage. James clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow begins properly." Harry smiled, turned toward the bedroom beyond the lamps, and let the trunk's quiet lull him to sleep, safe, prepared, and no longer alone. 21. Quiet Lines. Morning in Ravenclaw Tower arrived without ceremony. Light filtered through tall, narrow windows, pale and steady, turning stone to silver and dust to drifting motes. The common room was already awake, but quietly so. Low voices, the rustle of parchment, the soft clink of teacups conjured and vanished again by students still learning the limits of magic and manners. Harry sat where he could see the door and the windows both, back straight, hands folded loosely in his lap, listening more than watching. Ravenclaw felt orderly, not rigid, thoughtful. No one shouted, no one showed off. Excitement existed, but it lived in whispers and quick smiles, in timetables compared and books already open to the first page. When Professor Flitwick entered, the room noticed him all at once. He didn't command silence. He didn't need to. Conversations tapered naturally, attention turning toward him as if pulled by habit rather than authority. He smiled up at them, genuinely, and hopped lightly onto a low stool so he could be seen without craning necks. "Good morning, my clever flock," he said, voice bright but not loud. "I promise not to keep you long. Breakfast waits, and curiosity should never be starved." A ripple of soft laughter followed. He spoke about schedules, about the importance of asking questions before making assumptions, about the tower rules and why they existed. Not as threats, as considerations. He reminded them that intelligence wasn't proven by speed, but by care. That knowing when to stop was as important as knowing how to begin. As he handed out timetables, he paused briefly at Harry. Not long enough to be noticed by anyone else. Just a fractional hesitation, a look that felt measuring. Not suspicious, attentive. Harry met his eyes, calm, open, giving nothing and hiding nothing. Flitwick nodded once, satisfied, and moved on. Harry glanced down at the parchment when it reached him, noting the neat columns, the familiar names. The week took shape in ink and expectation. Classes, corridors, time. Around him, Ravenclaws murmured and compared, already planning study groups and shortcuts through the castle. Harry let the sound wash over him. This was the first structure Hogwarts had offered him. He accepted it carefully. Harry never had the room to be alone with his thoughts for long. Hermione appeared at his side almost as soon as the parchment reached his hands, her own timetable already unfolded, eyes moving quickly as she compared columns and times. She stood close without crowding him, shoulder nearly brushing his, close enough that the space between them felt intentional. Charms first thing, she murmured, pleased. That makes sense. And transfiguration isn't until tomorrow, thank goodness. I don't think I could manage that much precision before breakfast. Harry nodded, glancing down at his own sheet as she spoke. The days took shape between them, ink lines becoming roots and expectations. Classes overlapped neatly, no surprises there. That, at least, had gone according to plan. Potions sat where he expected it to. Thursday. Third period. Hermione's finger paused on her parchment at the same moment his eyes settled on the word. She didn't look up right away, but he felt the shift in her focus all the same. That's not today, she said after a moment, more statement than question. No, Harry replied quietly. The word carried relief, but not avoidance. Hermione glanced at him then, sharp-eyed, already running calculations of her own. She didn't ask about Snape. She didn't need to. She'd seen him at the high table. She'd noticed where his attention lingered. They started toward the stairs together as the rest of Ravenclaw filtered out, moving with the natural ease of people who had already fallen into step. We should go to the hospital wing, Hermione said, voice low but certain. Before breakfast. Just to check in. Harry didn't hesitate. I was thinking the same. It wasn't fear that drove it, and Hermione knew that too. It was preparation. Documentation. The quiet insistence that if something went wrong, it wouldn't be because no one had known. She adjusted her bag on her shoulder, already mentally organizing what questions to ask and what answers would matter. Harry folded his timetable and tucked it away, decision settled between them without needing further discussion. They descended the stairs side by side, the castle waking around them, both already looking a few steps ahead, not alone, not dramatic, just careful together. The hospital wing smelled faintly of herbs and clean linen, the air clean in a way that felt deliberate rather than comforting. Sunlight filtered through high windows, illuminating rows of neatly made beds and glass bottles arranged with careful precision. Madame Pomfrey looked up as they entered. Her eyes went to Harry first, then to Hermione beside him. She took in his posture, the set of his shoulders, the way his gaze tracked the room without wandering. Her expression sharpened, not alarmed, but attentive. Yes, she asked. Harry stepped forward and reached into his bag. He withdrew a slim folder, edges softened with handling, and held it out. I'm on a medical regimen, he said evenly. Potions and corrective treatment. I was told to check in with you. Pomfrey accepted the folder and opened it. Hermione stayed where she was, hands clasped in front of her, watching Pomfrey's face instead of the pages. Adults, she'd already learned, revealed far more in silence than in speech. Pomfrey read. The change was gradual, a tightening around the eyes. A pause that lasted just a fraction longer than necessary. She turned a page, then another. How long has this been ongoing? Pomfrey asked quietly. Harry didn't hesitate. As long as I can remember. The words landed without emphasis. They didn't need it. Pomfrey stopped reading. She closed the folder with deliberate care and set it down on the nearest bed, as though the paper itself required gentleness. When she looked at Harry again, her gaze had shifted, no longer clinical alone. You should have been examined years ago, she said. It wasn't anger. It was certainty. She moved with brisk efficiency after that, checking his eyes with a soft diagnostic charm, taking his wrist, asking concise questions and listening to the answers without interruption. She adjusted notes in the margins, murmuring to herself as she worked. Hermione watched, silent and intent, committing details to memory she knew would matter later. When Pomfrey finished, she straightened. "I will take over dispensing while you are here," she said. "I'll adjust dosages as needed. If you feel unwell, overtired, dizzy, or in pain, you come to me immediately. No delays." "Yes, Madame Pomfrey." "Good." Her voice softened by a degree. "Now, breakfast. Both of you. I'll expect you back this evening." They left the hospital wing with something solid behind them. Not reassurance. Oversight. The great hall was already in motion when they arrived. Light streamed down from the enchanted ceiling, pale and clear, reflecting off long tables crowded with plates and conversation. The noise wasn't loud so much as layered, hundreds of small voices overlapping, the scrape of benches, the clatter of cutlery. It felt busy in a way Ravenclaw Tower had not. Harry and Hermione took their places at the Ravenclaw table, sitting close without comment. Food appeared as soon as they did. Harry served himself carefully, smaller portions, deliberate choices. He ate steadily, aware of Pomfrey's instructions without letting them show. Hermione ate too, but her attention drifted more than usual. Her eyes tracked the room in quick, thoughtful glances, lingering on the staff table, on the way Professor Snape's gaze moved, sharp, measuring, never quite resting. Snape looked at Harry once. The moment passed without expression. No curl of the lip. No comment. Just attention logged and filed away. Harry didn't look back. Around them, Ravenclaws discussed lessons and staircases, compared notes on Flitwick's welcome, speculated quietly about the castle's more elusive rules. Life asserted itself with stubborn normalcy. At the high table, Dumbledore laughed at something Professor Sprout said, hands folded, posture relaxed. He looked exactly as he always had in stories, benign, genial, untroubled. Harry noted the contrast and set it aside. At the edge of his awareness, James moved. Not physically, not visibly, just a shift in attention, like a shadow aligning with stone. The room of requirement answered to need, not curiosity, and James approached it with the same restraint he applied to everything else. He confirmed what mattered: access, stability, presence. The board remained unchanged. No wards disturbed, no objects moved, nothing taken. Harry felt the quiet acknowledgement, distant and contained. Information passed, nothing more. Breakfast ended the way it began, with motion, noise, and the press of students rising as one. Harry finished the last of his plate and stood with Hermione, falling back into the flow. The day had begun. No alarms sounded. That, Harry knew, was the point. 22. Measured ground. Charms took place in a sunlit classroom tucked into one of the castle's steadier wings, where the windows looked out over a stretch of sky that never seemed in a hurry. Desks were arranged in gentle arcs rather than rows, as if the room itself expected questions to curve and wander before finding their answers. Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books at the front, robes immaculate, eyes bright. He waited until everyone was seated, not silent, just settled, before beginning. "Magic," he said cheerfully, "is not about force. It's about agreement. You ask the world to do something, and it decides whether you've asked properly." A few students smiled. Hermione leaned forward at once, quill poised. Harry listened. The lesson moved at an unhurried pace. Wand grip first, then intention, then timing. Flitwick demonstrated a simple levitation charm, the feather rising with a grace that looked effortless only because it wasn't. He corrected gently, praised specifically, and never once raised his voice. When it came time to practice, Harry followed instructions exactly. No shortcuts, no embellishments. He let the spell build cleanly, felt the familiar click as intent aligned, and watched the feather lift a careful inch off the desk. It stayed there. Not high, not impressive, just stable. Flitwick's gaze flicked to him in a way again, approval unspoken but unmistakable. Hermione's feather bobbed higher, wobbled, then steadied. She grinned despite herself and shot Harry a quick look, as if checking he'd seen. He nodded once. Around them, feathers drifted, dropped, and occasionally shot into the air before clattering back down. No one laughed unkindly. The room felt safe enough for mistakes. Harry noticed something else too, quieter than the lesson itself. His eyes didn't ache. The board at the front of the room stayed sharp even when he glanced away and back again. Focus came without effort, as if the world had finally stopped blurring at the edges. When the bell rang, Flitwick clapped his hands once. "Excellent starts," he said. "Remember, precision first, ambition later." They filed out with the rest, Hermione already murmuring about practice schedules and library time. Harry let her talk, absorbing the sound of it, the normalcy. For now, at least, the castle was keeping its promises. The corridors were louder than the classroom, sound rebounding off stone in uneven waves as students poured out from lessons and scattered in every direction at once. The castle seemed to enjoy the chaos, staircases shifting just enough to force last-minute corrections, portraits chiming in with unsolicited advice. Harry stayed close to Hermione without thinking about it. They moved with the current, not against it, letting older students set the pace while they learned the flow of the place. It felt less like walking through a building and more like stepping into a system that adjusted itself constantly. A group of third years rushed past, laughing too loudly, nearly colliding with a pair of Hufflepuffs arguing over a map that insisted it was being held upside down. Somewhere above them, Peeves whooped in delight, then vanished through a ceiling with a clang of metal and an offended shout from a suit of armor. Hermione smiled despite herself. "I think the castle enjoys confusing people." "It's selective," Harry said. "It hasn't tried to drown us yet." She snorted softly and tucked her bag closer to her side as the stairs ahead of them shifted, splitting into two narrower runs. They followed the left without discussion, instinct settling where planning hadn't yet caught up. Harry felt it then. Not danger, not threat, but attention. Professor Snape stood at the far end of the corridor near an alcove of shadowed windows, robes falling still around him despite the movement around him. He wasn't looking at anyone in particular, which somehow made it worse. His gaze tracked patterns instead: who hesitated, who rushed, who tried too hard not to be noticed. Harry didn't slow. He didn't speed up. He kept his eyes forward, posture easy, nothing in his hands but his bag strap and the faint awareness of being seen. Hermione noticed anyway. She always did. "That's the potions professor," she said quietly, not looking at him. "He has the glare." "Yes," Harry said. They passed without incident. No comment, no sneer, just the sense of something logged and filed away. The corridor bent, light shifting as they moved out of the shadow and back into open space. The pressure eased, replaced by the ordinary noise of students complaining about essays and arguing over lunch. Hermione glanced back once, then forward again. "He watches like he's waiting for something to go wrong." Harry nodded. "Then we shouldn't give him the satisfaction." They turned the corner and the castle swallowed the moment whole, stone and sound closing behind them as if it had never been there at all. The library was quieter than the corridors, sound dampened by shelves and heavy air that smelled faintly of dust and ink. Sunlight filtered in through tall windows, falling across long tables already claimed by older students who wrote with the grim focus of people trying to get ahead of work that hadn't quite found them yet. Hermione gravitated toward an empty table near the middle without hesitation, spreading her books out with practiced efficiency. She glanced at the timetable again, lips moving silently as she recalculated the day for the third time. "If we do the charms homework now," she said, lowering her voice automatically, "we won't have to rush tonight. We can read ahead after dinner if we want." Harry set his bag down opposite her and nodded. "That works." She paused, quill hovering, eyes flicking up to his face. Not sharp, just attentive. "Pomfrey didn't say much," Hermione said after a moment, tone casual enough that it could have been about assignments. But she didn't look surprised either. Harry considered his answer carefully. He didn't look away. He didn't rush. "She knows what she needs to know," he said. Hermione studied him for a heartbeat longer, then inclined her head once, accepting the boundary for what it was. She dipped her quill and returned to her notes, the scratch of it against parchment steady and controlled. "Good," she said. "Then if something happens, someone competent is already paying attention." Harry felt the tension in his shoulders ease by a fraction. Not because the problem was solved, but because it had been acknowledged without being pulled apart. They worked in companionable quiet for a while, the kind that didn't need filling. Hermione organized her notes into neat sections, occasionally pushing a book toward him when she thought it might be useful. Harry wrote steadily, the work coming more easily than he expected, aware of how much simpler focus had become. After a time, Hermione closed one of her books softly. "We should head out soon," she said. "Before we lose track of time." Harry nodded and gathered his things. As they stood, he caught her watching him again, not suspicious, not worried. Just present. She smiled faintly. "You're doing better today." He returned it, small and honest. "I know." They left the library together, carrying more than books with them, quiet alignment, intact and unforced, ready for whatever the rest of the day decided to bring. The staircase hesitated. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Not enough to draw comment or complaint. Just a fraction longer than it should have taken for the steps to realign themselves, stone grinding softly before settling into place. Harry slowed without meaning to. Hermione caught it immediately. She always did. Her hand brushed his sleeve as they paused with the rest of the students, bodies bunching slightly as the flow stalled. "Did it stick?" she asked, glancing down at the steps with mild irritation. "Looks like it," Harry said, tone easy. The stairs finished shifting and the line moved on. Harry walked with them, but his attention lingered on the space they'd just left. The castle felt tight. Not hostile, not dangerous, as if something large had adjusted its grip and decided to wait. He became aware, in the same moment, of what wasn't there. James. Not gone. James was never simply gone, but distant. Occupied. The quiet, background steadiness Harry had learned to rely on wasn't absent so much as withdrawn, like a hand pulled away to deal with something heavier out of sight. Hermione glanced at him again as they reached the landing. "You're doing that thing," she said. "What thing?" "That thing where you stop listening to the room." Not accusing. Observational. "It's fine. Just tell me if we need to move." Harry met her eyes. For a second, he considered saying more. Then he shook his head, small and contained. "Not yet." Hermione nodded once. She didn't smile, but she didn't argue either. She adjusted her bag on her shoulder and turned back toward the corridor, falling into step beside him without further comment. Around them, Hogwarts carried on. Students laughed. A portrait complained loudly about being ignored. Somewhere above, thieves cackled and vanished through a ceiling. Normal. Harry let his pace match Hermione's, grounding himself in the ordinary rhythm of footsteps and voices. Whatever James was doing, it required space, attention, time. Which meant Harry's job was simple. Walk, attend, don't pull. They rounded the corner and the pressure eased, not gone, but no longer pressing. The castle loosened its hold, indifference resuming like a well-worn habit. Hermione exhaled softly. "There. See, it behaved." Harry gave a faint smile. For now. They moved on with the rest of the school, leaving nothing behind them that anyone could point to. Only the sense that something had been held in place by effort unseen, and that effort, for the moment, was elsewhere. 23. The Lost Room. Morning came high and pale through Ravenclaw's windows, washing the dormitory in the sort of light that made stone look gentler than it was. Harry dressed in the quiet that belonged to early risers, the castle only just beginning to stir around him, then met Hermione in the common room with his bag over one shoulder and the faint sense that the day had already arranged itself ahead of them. Hermione had parchment tucked under one arm and her timetable folded so precisely it looked ironed. "If we leave now," she said as they stepped out into the corridor, "we can get breakfast before the hall gets impossible." Harry glanced toward the staircase as it shifted with a low grind of stone. "That would depend on whether the castle agrees." "It will if we're sensible," Hermione said, as if sensibility had ever been the castle's guiding principle. They set off together through the waking castle, joining the slow current of students heading downward. Portraits stirred as they passed. A witch in blue silk lifted a teacup toward them from inside a painted garden, while a narrow-faced wizard 2 frames over peered down his nose and announced that first years always walked as if they expected the floor to vanish. Hermione gave him a polite good morning that sounded suspiciously like dismissal, and Harry felt the corner of his mouth lift. At the first landing, the staircase ahead of them began to turn with clear malicious intent, angling toward a narrower run that would have taken them away from the main flow and several floors too high. Hermione stopped at once. No, she informed it firmly. Harry looked at her. Does that ever work? The staircase settled back into place with a final grumble. Hermione drew herself up a fraction. Apparently, yes. By the time they reached the Great Hall, the day had found its shape. Morning light poured through the enchanted ceiling in broad, clean bands, catching on goblets and plates and the restless movement of hundreds of students taking their places. Harry sat opposite Hermione at the Ravenclaw table with porridge and tea, watching the room fill in steady layers rather than all at once. "We need a proper rhythm," Hermione said, unfolding her timetable beside her plate. "Lessons, revision, reading, and at least an hour in the library before dinner when we can manage it." Harry took a spoonful of porridge. That sounds less like school and more like a controlled occupation. Hermione looked up, offended for half a second, then smiled despite herself. It sounds like not falling behind. He let that settle and looked around instead. Ravenclaw was beginning to feel less like somewhere he had been sorted and more like somewhere he actually belonged. People nodded now when he sat down. Not warmly, not possessively, just with the ease of repetition. A place at the table. A route through the castle. A pattern beginning to hold. Classes carried them onward after that, one bell into the next, the ordinary pressure of being expected in one place and then another. Underneath it all, James moved elsewhere. Harry felt him only in flashes, a distant shift in the castle's deeper structure, as if attention had passed through stone and gone on. Once, between lessons, Harry paused near an unremarkable stretch of wall and felt the faintest answering pull, not alarm but purpose. Hermione noticed at once. "What is it?" Harry looked ahead again. "Just thinking." She adjusted her books against her chest and started walking. "Try not to do too much of it while moving. The stairs here have moods." Harry followed, and by evening the rhythm of the day had settled fully around them, ordinary on the surface and hiding something older underneath. Somewhere beyond corridors meant for students, the castle had opened something, and whatever James was doing, it had begun. When curfew settled over the castle, James left the trunk by the quiet route he had already taught himself to trust. The corridors had changed character with the hour. Daytime traffic was gone, replaced by long bands of torchlight and the low, living hush that belonged only to Old Stone holding its breath. He moved without haste, coat dark, wand hidden, every step measured more by permission than stealth. The pull he had felt at the edge of Harry's awareness earlier returned as soon as he reached the fourth-floor passage. It wasn't magic in the ordinary sense. It felt more like intention made architectural. A stretch of wall ahead of him stood blank and pale between two suits of armor, but the air around it held a quiet alertness, as if the castle had turned one eye in his direction and was waiting to see whether he'd be foolish. James stopped a few feet short of the stone. "I know what I'm asking," he said softly. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't presume. "I'm not here to strip you. I'm here to take one thing that never should have been left inside you." For a moment, nothing answered. Then one of the suits of armor beside him let out a faint metallic sigh, and the nearest torch burned steadier rather than brighter. The shift was small, but unmistakable. Consent, not welcome. James inclined his head. "That's fair." He paced the corridor 3 times, not because he needed to convince the wall, but because that was how the castle liked honesty shown. On the first pass, the stone remained blank. On the second, the mortar lines seemed to soften. On the third, a door began to form where there had been none, its outline surfacing from the wall like memory returning to a face. James didn't touch the handle yet. "You understand," he said into the stillness, "that if this becomes spectacle, I stop. No damage. No forcing." A whisper moved through the corridor then, too low for language and too deliberate for wind. The armor on his left shifted its halberd by half an inch, and the torch beside the new-made door dipped once. "Terms acknowledged." James let out a slow breath and closed his hand around the handle. The metal was cool and utterly real. Beyond it, He could feel size, layers, and the pressed-together weight of objects forgotten by everyone except the castle that kept them. He opened the door. A draft met him first, dry and old and carrying dust, fabric, wood, metal, paper, all the dead scents of things abandoned without being destroyed. The room beyond stretched farther than sight should have allowed, aisles and towers and buried histories vanishing into dimness under a ceiling that seemed to withdraw as he looked at it. James stepped over the threshold and felt the door close behind him with the quiet certainty of a bargain accepted. The room was not storage. It was accumulation. James stood just inside the threshold and let his eyes adjust, taking in the impossible geography of it. Mountains of broken desks rose beside leaning towers of trunks. Vanished shoes, cracked cauldrons, bird cages without birds, portraits turned to the wall, rugs rolled tight around secrets no one had cared enough to reclaim. The place smelled of paper left shut too long, old wood, damp cloth, and the thin metallic trace of forgotten magic. History had not been archived here. It had been abandoned with dignity and then left to settle. He closed the door behind him and drew his wand. Light bloomed at the tip, small and controlled, enough to carve clean lines out of the dimness without insulting the room by trying to conquer it. "Rowena Ravenclaw," he said quietly. "Lost, not destroyed. Hidden, not discarded." The aisles ahead of him did not shift at once. Then, slowly, a narrow gap opened where two stacks of furniture had stood too close together to pass. Not invitation. Direction. James inclined his head and moved forward. The deeper he went, the stranger the room became. Some objects still carried the shape of their last importance. A silver-handled mirror hummed faintly as he passed. A stack of school robes gave off the dry smell of cold autumn air. There were histories here that had never made it into books, and mistakes that had survived only because no one had wanted to own them long enough to destroy them properly. The path curved and tightened. A marble bust loomed out of the dimness wearing a moth-eaten wig, and above it, set carelessly askew as if by someone who hadn't understood what they held, rested a tarnished circlet of worked metal. James stopped dead. Even before he reached for it, he knew. The room seemed to draw back around the object, giving it space the way old houses did around rot. The diadem was beautiful in the cold, unpleasant way some blades were beautiful. Fine silver, tiny blue stones, a grace in its shape that had survived corruption without being improved by it. James felt the recognition in the base of his spine first, then behind his teeth. Not the scar. Not anymore. Something older. War memory. Soul knowledge. The unmistakable wrongness of Voldemort made portable. He took a dragonhide wrap from his coat before touching it. "You don't belong here," he said, and this time the room did answer. Somewhere overhead, metal gave a soft, approving click, like a latch releasing under its own weight. James lifted the diadem free. The bust beneath it sagged slightly, relieved of the burden. The moment the metal settled into the wrap, the pressure in the aisle eased, confirmed, contained, and no longer merely legend hidden under dust. James did not linger. The instant the diadem settled into the dragonhide wrap, he turned back the way he had come, keeping his steps measured and his wandlight low. The room no longer felt merely vast. It felt watchful in a different way now, as if the act of removal had sharpened its attention. Towers of abandoned furniture loomed at the edges of the path, and the silence between them had lost whatever tolerance it had shown him on the way in. He understood the warning. This had been permission for necessity, not license for excavation. When he reached the door, he paused with one hand on the handle. "I'm done," he said quietly into the dimness. No second pass. No taking liberties. The answer came at once. Behind him, somewhere deep in the piled landscape of lost things, a heap of metal shifted and settled with a sound like a gate closing. Not anger. Not welcome either. Finality. James inclined his head. Understood. The corridor outside felt almost bright after the room's dry gloom. Torchlight struck clean gold across the stone, and the two suits of armor beside the wall stood exactly as they had before, halberds steady, blank visors fixed ahead. Only the torch nearest the vanished door burned lower now, the flame narrowed to a calm, efficient point. James tucked the wrapped diadem inside his coat, close and contained. The thing radiated wrongness even through dragonhide, not enough to touch him, but enough to remind him what it was. One more shard. One more piece of a war that had reached too far into too many lives. He made his way back through the sleeping castle without incident, though once, at the turn of a staircase, the stone beneath his boots gave a faint, deliberate warmth. It lasted only a second, a courtesy and a condition. The castle had helped because he had asked properly, taken only what mattered, and stopped when the task was done. James knew better than to mistake that for unlimited favor. Hogwarts was not a weapon to be pointed. She was an old sovereignty with her own patience and her own lines. By the time he slipped back into the trunk, the lamps had been turned low. Harry was not asleep. He sat cross-legged on his bed with a book open in his lap, though his eyes had clearly stopped following the words some time ago. He looked up the moment James entered. "Well?" Harry asked, voice hushed with tiredness and hope. James drew the wrapped bundle from inside his coat and held it where Harry could see the shape of it without touching. "We have it," he said. Harry stared at the bundle, then at James. "You actually found it?" "Yes." That single word changed the room. Hope stopped being theory and became weight. Harry closed the book slowly, his face gone very still. "What now?" he asked. James looked down at the thing in his hands, then back at the boy he had come here to protect. "Tomorrow," he said, "I take it to Gringotts for destruction." 24. The Fallen Crown. Harry woke to the faint rustle of dragonhide and the smell of strong tea. James was already dressed, coat buttoned, hair still damp from a quick wash, the wrapped bundle resting on the table between two empty mugs as if it had its own gravity. Morning light through the trunk windows caught the edges of the wrap without touching whatever lay inside it. Harry sat up slowly, the memory of the night before returning all at once. "You're really taking it today," he said. James looked over, expression steady. "Yes." Harry rubbed a hand over his face. "To Gringotts." "Yes," James said again. Then, because Harry was watching him closely, he added, under seal. "No experiments. No improvising. This goes to people who know how to separate poison from metal without pretending brute force is wisdom." That settled something in Harry, though not everything. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and glanced at the bundle. "Will it stay a crown after?" James considered that for half a second. "Maybe," he said. "That depends on what's left when the filth comes out of it." His mouth tightened, then eased. "Either way, the important part is that it stops being a Horcrux." Harry nodded. "All right." James picked up the bundle with careful, economical hands. "Your job is easier," he said. "Breakfast. Lessons. Be ordinary on purpose." Harry gave him a look. "You make that sound tactical." "It is," James replied, and the corner of his mouth moved. "Go to Charms. Let Hermione schedule your life. I'll be back before curfew." By the time Harry reached the Great Hall, the day was already properly awake. Students flowed around the tables in uneven currents, some bright with energy, others still half lost in sleep. Hermione was in her usual place at the Ravenclaw table, quill tucked behind one ear and a piece of toast ignored in favor of a book propped against the pumpkin juice. "You're late," she said, not looking up. "By 2 minutes," Harry replied, sitting across from her. "That still counts," Hermione said. Then she glanced up properly and narrowed her eyes just a fraction. "You look tired." Harry reached for porridge, grateful for the warmth of the bowl in his hands. "I'm fine." Hermione studied him for a beat longer. That wasn't a useful answer. He almost smiled. It wasn't meant to be. That earned him the faintest huff, somewhere between annoyance and acceptance. Hermione closed her book around one finger and lowered her voice. "Whatever's going on," she said, "don't try to do it half asleep. It makes you conspicuous." Harry looked at her, then nodded once. "I'll remember that." Classes carried him onward after that in the way ordinary school days did, one bell dissolving into the next. Ink, parchment, corridor noise, the clean demands of paying attention. Underneath it all, James was gone from the edges of the castle. Not absent, exactly, just elsewhere, moving beyond Hogwarts and into the harder part of the work. Harry felt at once, faintly, in the middle of history of magic, like a sealed door opening far away. He kept his eyes on his notes. That, he thought, was ordinary on purpose. Gringotts received James the way old fortresses received bad weather, without surprise and without warmth. He came in through the side entrance reserved for sealed matters, the wrapped diadem carried under his arm like evidence rather than treasure. The goblin who met him wore no ornament beyond a narrow iron chain at the throat, but his stillness carried rank more effectively than gold ever could. He looked once at James, once at the dragonhide bundle, and stepped aside. "This way," he said. No one asked whether the object was dangerous. That had already been assumed. The chamber they led him to was smaller than the great public halls and twice as serious. Stone walls, clean table, drain lines cut into the floor with a precision that suggested they had been needed before and would be needed again. 3 goblins waited within. One James recognized from the scar procedure, though today her sleeves were folded back and her expression had narrowed into the sort of concentration that left no room for human nerves. She held out a hand. The vessel. James placed the wrapped bundle on the table but didn't step away yet. "I want the metal preserved if possible," he said. "If the corruption can be taken without destroying the diadem, do that." The goblin's eyes flicked up to his. "Sentiment." "Not exactly," James said. "Waste offends me." That earned him the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Reasonable." She unwrapped the dragonhide with careful hands. The diadem lay revealed in the chamber's hard white light, its grace intact and its wrongness more obvious for being examined without dust or distance to disguise it. One of the other goblins hissed softly through his teeth. "Crude work," he said. "Powerful, but crude." James folded his arms and watched. That's wizarding Britain in a sentence. No one laughed, but the pressure in the room shifted. The ritualist reached for a narrow rod of dark metal and touched it lightly to the circlet. At once the blue stones clouded from within, not dimming but curdling, like clear water remembering poison. "There," she said quietly. "Nested through intention, not craft." He did not make an object. He infected one. James felt something cold settle in his chest, not fear but recognition. "Can you separate it?" The ritualist looked at him as if he had asked whether stone could bear weight. "Of course," she said. "The question is whether you intended to stand close enough to watch." James glanced at the diadem, then back at her. "Yes." She inclined her head once and signaled the others. Metal instruments were laid out with quiet precision. Wards tightened, not visibly, but in the way sound shortened and air became more exact. "Then observe," she said, "and learn the difference between destruction and extraction." By the time evening settled over Ravenclaw Tower, Harry had stopped pretending to read the same paragraph. The common room was warm and full in the comfortable way it had started to become these last few days. Firelight moved across blue hangings and polished wood. Older students argued softly over an essay near the windows. Someone in the corner was losing a game of wizard chess with the sort of dignity that invited witnesses. Hermione sat across from Harry with 3 books open and her timetable rewritten for reasons only she could justify, but even she had begun to notice that his attention was elsewhere. "You've turned that page 3 times, she said without looking up. Harry glanced down at the book in his lap. She was right. Maybe it's a difficult page. Hermione looked up then, properly. "Maybe you're waiting for something." He held her gaze for a second, then let out a quiet breath. "Yes." She studied him, weighing whether to push. "Is this one of the things I'm not allowed to ask about?" Harry almost smiled. "Probably." Hermione's mouth tightened, though not in anger. "I don't like that answer." "I know." That softened her more than agreement would have. She closed one of her books carefully. "Then at least don't sit here looking like you're expecting the castle to bite someone. It's distracting." Harry huffed a quiet laugh, and the pressure eased by a fraction. But it didn't vanish. It waited with him, low and persistent, through the last stretch of evening until the common room began to thin and the room's ordinary comforts turned into a shell around something sharper. When James finally returned to the trunk, it was late enough that Harry had already changed for bed. He looked up the instant the door opened. James stepped inside with the same controlled stillness he always carried after difficult work, but there was something different in the set of his shoulders tonight. Not tension. Resolution. In his hands he held the diadem unwrapped now, the metal pale and elegant under the lamps. Harry sat up straighter. It's still a crown. James came closer and turned it slightly so the blue stones caught the light. They were clear again. Clean. The thing still carried age and beauty and the faint sorrow of being found in the wrong place, but the wrongness was gone. Yes, James said. It's still itself. Harry stared at it. And the Horcrux. Gone. The word landed with more force than any explanation could have managed. Harry reached out, then stopped short of touching it. Completely. James nodded once. Completely. Goblin work. No residue. No hidden tether. No clever aftershock waiting to punish optimism. That made Harry laugh, startled and real. Then his expression shifted, growing still in a different way. He looked from the crown to James and back again, as if his mind were trying to catch up with what his eyes already knew. We changed it, he said quietly. James's voice gentled. Yes. Harry swallowed. The year had tilted under his feet before, but always toward danger. This was different. This was proof made visible, beautiful even, and impossible to dismiss as hope talking to itself in the dark. For the first time since Hogwarts had begun, the future looked less like something waiting to happen and more like something they might actually reach first. James set the diadem on the table between them, not casually, but without ceremony either. That seemed to matter. It was no longer something that needed to be feared at a distance. It was an object again, strange and old and valuable perhaps, but no longer active in the way rot was active. Harry sat on the edge of the bed with his hands clasped between his knees, looking at it as if he still expected the wrongness to return if he blinked too slowly. It didn't. The blue stones stayed clear. The metal stayed only metal. So that's one more gone, he said at last. Yes, James replied. Harry looked up. How many are left? James was quiet for a moment, and Harry knew at once that the answer mattered. Not because it was large, but because it was finite. James reached for a scrap of parchment and a pencil, then drew 3 short lines in a neat vertical column. The ring, he said, tapping the first. The locket. The diary. Harry stared at the list. 3 items. Not endless horrors. Not a war without edges. 3. And that's all? He asked. James met his eyes. Outside Quirrell, yes. The room changed again. It wasn't relief, not exactly. Relief would have been softer. This felt sharper than that, more dangerous in its way. The war James carried in his head had always seemed too large to enter properly, too tangled to reduce to anything a first-year boy could understand. But this was understandable. 3 objects. 3 tasks. A shape. Harry looked back at the parchment. Which one first? The ring, James said. Harry frowned. Why? Because it's cleanest now, James replied. He sat opposite him, forearms resting on his knees, voice steady in the way it always became when he was walking Harry toward something unpleasant but necessary. The locket requires Sirius, and Sirius requires law. The diary is still in living hands, which means timing matters. The ring is sitting where it sat the first time, waiting for someone clever enough and foolish enough to touch it. Harry made a face. You're not touching it. No, James said dryly. I'm not. That drew a small laugh out of him. Then Harry's expression sobered again. Where is it? James looked at the diadem once, then back at Harry. Little Hangleton. The name meant nothing at first. Then Harry felt the shift in James before he understood it. Not fear. Memory. Old ground. Is it bad? Harry asked quietly. James didn't lie to him. Yes, he said. But bad isn't the same as impossible. Harry nodded slowly, absorbing that the way he absorbed most difficult truths now, by letting them settle all the way to the bottom before he moved. The diadem gleamed quietly between them, proof that bad things could still be reached first. When do you go? He asked. James's answer came without hesitation. Soon. Harry looked once more at the 3 lines on the parchment, then at the crown that had stopped being a weapon. The future had narrowed again, not into safety, but into direction. Little Hangleton waited next. 25. Little Hangleton. The next morning began with parchment, toast, and the careful illusion that Hogwarts was asking no more of anyone than attendance. Harry sat at the Ravenclaw table with his timetable propped beside his plate while Hermione revised the day aloud in the tone of someone imposing order before the world had a chance to object. Sunlight lay broad across the great hall, warming the silver and gold without softening the noise. Students drifted in by houses and friendships, robes half-fastened, hair imperfect, lives still centered on essays and spellwork instead of war. Harry clung to that on purpose. James stood just beyond the edge of things, not visible to the hall, but close enough in Harry's awareness to feel like a second pulse beneath the day. Not intrusive, focused, measuring. "You're not listening," Hermione said, folding her arms over her timetable. Harry blinked and looked up. "I am." "No, you're nodding in approximately the right places," she replied. "That isn't the same thing." He almost smiled. What was the question? Hermione gave him a look that suggested this proved her case. "Whether you're coming to the library after lunch or pretending you don't need to review charms again." "I'm coming," Harry said. "I said I was." "You said, probably," Hermione corrected. Then her expression shifted, sharpening slightly. "Are you all right?" He could have lied more cleanly. Instead he settled for truth in a narrow shape. "Just thinking." Hermione exhaled through her nose. "Everyone in this school says that when they're withholding useful information." Harry stirred his porridge and let the hall's ordinary noise wash over him. "Maybe it's contagious." That earned him the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth, but she wasn't distracted for long. She tapped the timetable again. Breakfast, charms, herbology, lunch, library. "If you disappear, I'll notice." Harry looked at her properly then. "I know." That answer landed differently. Hermione's expression didn't soften, exactly, but it steadied. "Good," she said. "Then don't." Across the table, a pair of older Ravenclaws began arguing over arithmetic notation with the kind of seriousness only students could bring to things that did not yet control nations. Harry let the sound of it settle him. Normality had texture now. It came with clattering spoons, overfull satchels, the scrape of benches, and Hermione's disapproval when he drifted too far into his own head. Underneath that, James finally found what he had been measuring. A gap. Not a dramatic one. Not luck. Just a clean slice of time wide enough to use and narrow enough not to draw notice. Harry would be in sight through lessons, then anchored again in the library with Hermione before dinner. If James left from the trunk the moment the school day took proper hold, he could be gone and back without turning absence into a pattern. Harry felt the decision settle before James said a word. "Today," James murmured at the edge of his awareness. "Little Hangleton." Harry lowered his eyes to his plate and kept eating. That, too, was part of the plan. By the time lunch was over and the library had swallowed them both, the day had settled into the kind of rhythm that made secrecy possible. Harry followed Hermione to their usual table near the middle stacks, where the light was good and Madame Pants could see them without hovering. Books appeared in orderly stages around Hermione's elbows as if she were assembling a defensive wall out of parchment and intent. Harry set down his own things more loosely, and she glanced at the arrangement once before beginning to correct it with the quiet ruthlessness of someone improving a system. "No," she said, sliding his charms notes to the left. "If you put those there, you'll bury them under herbology the second you stop paying attention." "I pay attention," Harry said. Hermione lifted one eyebrow, intermittently. He let out a breath that might have become a laugh if the library had allowed it. "You're very bossy." "And you'd be worse off if I weren't," she replied, already opening a text on wand movement theory. That was difficult to argue with. For a while they worked in steady quiet, not strained and not empty. It had a shape now, this thing they did. Hermione read fast and annotated faster, building neat ladders of thought down the margins. Harry worked more by pattern, making connections in sudden clean jumps that sometimes made Hermione stop and stare before she demanded he explain how he'd got there. "You can't just say that and move on," she said at one point, tapping the line he'd added to their charms notes. "Why would intention matter more on a levitation charm than on a lighting one?" Harry looked at the page, then at her. Because one asks magic to hold something in a state it doesn't naturally stay in. The other only asks it to start. Hermione went still. That's actually good. He blinked. You sound surprised. I am surprised, she said, then softened before the words could sting. Not because you're clever. Because you explain things as if you've already tested them. Harry's hand paused over his quill. For half a second, James's absence tugged at the back of his mind like a distant thread pulled taut. He forced himself to stay where he was, in the library, in the ordinary work before him. Maybe I think better when someone asks properly, he said. Hermione watched him for a moment longer, then nodded as if she had filed the answer away for later use. Fine, she said, then I'll keep doing that. She pushed a second book toward him. He took it without looking at the title first, because that was how this had begun to work between them. Not obedience, trust in competence. Around them, the library breathed in paper and silence. Students turned pages, quills scratched. Somewhere beyond the windows the afternoon moved on, carrying James farther from Hogwarts and deeper into older ground, but here at the table nothing was suspended. Harry wasn't waiting helplessly. He was learning, answering, building something that would still matter when James came back through the trunk door. Hermione drew a line beneath the heading and looked up. Again, she said, explain the difference between control and force. Harry leaned in over the notes. All right, he said. But you're writing this one down properly. The village looked smaller than James remembered, which made it worse. Little Hangleton sat under a washed-out sky with the tired stillness of a place that had learned not to ask questions. Stone walls leaned where they'd once stood straight. Gardens had gone to scrub. Nothing here announced danger. It simply endured it, year after year, until decay began to pass for character. The gaunt shack waited above it all like a bad thought someone had tried and failed to bury. James stood at the edge of the rise for a moment, coat buttoned against the wind, wand already in hand. The place hadn't improved with distance or time. Timber bowed inward. The roof sagged. Windows had long since given up pretending to keep anything out. Even before he stepped closer, he could feel the layered pressure of old defensive magic sunk deep into the bones of the structure. Not elegant wards, spiteful ones, the kind made by people who trusted pain more than craft. He climbed the hill slowly, testing each yard before committing his weight. The first curse hit 5 feet from the door, invisible until it tried to close on his ankle like a jaw. James snapped a shield down and redirected it into the earth, where the grass blackened in a thin, ugly line. Predictable, he murmured. The shack answered by waking further. Something hissed through the boards. The air to his left thickened, then buckled into a curse built to confuse depth and distance. James shut one eye, grounded himself on the angle of the doorframe, and cut through it with a clean counter-charm that left the world briefly ringing and sharp. Inside smelled of rot, old smoke, and human ruin. Broken furniture leaned against walls stained by years of neglect. A cracked table listed in the center of the room. Everything about the place suggested poverty. Nothing about it suggested innocence. James didn't search by sight first. He searched by hostility. The ring announced itself only when the room realized brute curses weren't going to be enough. A pulse of cold struck from the far corner, not toward his body but toward intention, as if the object were trying to make itself irresistible by force. James went very still, following the sensation to a warped floorboard beneath a collapsed cabinet. There you are, he said quietly. He didn't kneel immediately. He took a silver probe from his coat, then a second wrapped charm of goblin make, layered specifically for contaminated artifacts. The floorboard shattered under a breaking charm and spat a last curse up at his face. James turned it aside without flinching, then lowered the probe into the hidden space beneath. Gold gleamed in the dark. The ring looked almost modest resting there, half swallowed by dust and old wood. Black stone, plain band, no grandeur to it at all until one knew what it had carried and what it could still do to anyone foolish enough to slide it onto skin. James did not touch it. The probe lifted it cleanly. He lowered it straight into the waiting containment wrap and sealed the layers shut before the thing had time to reach for him properly. The moment it vanished from sight, the pressure in the shack broke. Not safety. Just silence. James let out one slow breath and straightened. The ring was his. And this time, no one had worn the trap to prove they could survive it. James came back after dark, smelling of cold air, damp earth, and old curse work. Harry looked up from the desk in the trunk study the moment the door opened. He had meant to be working. There were still notes spread in front of him, Hermione's clean headings marching across the parchment with humiliating neatness, but his attention had been stretched too thin for real concentration since dinner. One look at James told him little Hangleton had been exactly as bad as promised. "You're bleeding," Harry said, already half out of his chair. James glanced down at the narrow tear across one sleeve and the blackened line beneath it. "Not much," he said. "The shack objected to being searched." "That isn't funny." "It wasn't at the time." That answer did nothing to improve Harry's expression. James let out a tired breath and set a sealed containment wrap on the table between them. Unlike the dragonhide bundle that had carried the diadem, this one felt heavier in the room, denser somehow, as if it resented being handled by anything with better intentions than its maker. Harry looked at it, then back at James. "That's the ring." "Yes." James sat opposite him and rested his forearms on his knees for a moment before undoing only the outermost layer. He didn't touch the ring directly. He never came near touching it. The gold band lay inside the containment wrap under a veil of warded cloth, black stone, dull and inward-looking in the lamplight. Harry stared. "It looks small." "It is small," James said. "That doesn't make it harmless." Harry dragged his eyes away from it and looked at James's hands instead. "You didn't put it on." James met his gaze. "No." Harry nodded once, deeply relieved. Then his eyes narrowed. "But something's wrong." James was quiet for a beat, and that silence told Harry more than a quick answer would have. He looked back down at the ring, at the plain gold setting, at the dark stone that seemed too old to belong to the band holding it. "The Horcrux is in the ring," James said at last. "But I'm no longer sure the stone is part of the corruption." Harry frowned. "What do you mean?" James leaned back slightly, tiredness and thought moving together across his face. "I mean the setting feels wrong in one way, and the stone feels wrong in another. One is infected. The other," he paused. "The other may be something else entirely." Harry looked from the ring to James and back again. "So you can't just destroy it?" "No," James said, "not without risking the wrong loss." That changed the shape of the room at once. The diadem had been simple in the end. Recover. Extract. Continue. This wasn't simple. This required precision, restraint, and people who understood the difference between a cursed vessel and a thing trapped inside one. Harry exhaled slowly. "Gringotts." James gave a single tired nod. "Gringotts." The ring sat between them under warded cloth, small and dangerous and suddenly more complicated than either of them had hoped. The next step was no longer breaking it. It was separating gold from stone without losing what mattered. 26. Stone from gold. James took the ring to Gringotts before breakfast, while Hogwarts was still busy becoming itself for the day. The containment wrap rode inside his coat like a bad memory that had learned patience. It didn't pulse. It didn't flare. That almost made it worse. After years of war, James trusted quiet malice less than obvious violence. By the time he stepped through the side entrance reserved for sealed matters, his mind had already stripped the next hour down to essentials. Do not touch the ring. Do not allow anyone else to treat the stone as disposable. Do not let wizard habits turn a relic into collateral damage. The goblin who met him was not the same one from the diadem extraction. This one was older, cheeks scored with pale lines that might once have been burns. His gaze dropped to James's coat at once. "You've brought another infected object," he said. "Yes," James replied, "but this one is more complicated." The goblin turned and led him down a corridor lined in dark stone and ironwork. Complication is usually how wizards describe their own carelessness. James almost smiled. That's often fair. The chamber waiting for them was narrower than the last, built less like a workshop and more like a vault one could argue in. A long black table stood at the center under low suspended lights. 3 goblins waited beyond it, 2 of them already gloved. None bothered with greeting. James set the containment wrap down carefully. Before we begin, he said, I want it on record that I am not authorizing destruction of the full object. One of the goblins looked up sharply. If the vessel is compromised, destruction is the cleanest answer. Not this time, James said. He undid only the outer layer and let the gold band show beneath its warded cloth. The black stone caught the light without reflecting it, old and self-contained in a way the setting was not. Even here, even under layers of goblin wards, the distinction felt clear to him. The ring is corrupted, James said. The stone may not be. That changed the room. The eldest goblin stepped closer, eyes narrowing not with doubt but interest. You're making a separation claim. Yes. On what basis? James met his gaze. Experience, he said, recognition, and the certainty that if I wanted to be merely efficient, I'd have shattered it already. Silence followed that, brief and exacting. Then the goblin inclined his head by a fraction. That, he said, was the correct answer. The others moved in then, not to destroy, but to examine. Tools appeared, not the brutal implements used for contaminated junk, but finer instruments laid out in a deliberate line. The pressure in the chamber shifted from disposal to judgment. James let out one slow breath. The first battle had been won. He hadn't come here to save a ring. He had come to make sure they didn't destroy a hallow by accident. The examination began in silence and stayed there long enough to feel ceremonial. James stood at the far side of the black table while the goblins worked around the ring with the kind of precision that made human magic look impatient. No one reached for brute force. No one suggested breaking the band and sorting the pieces afterward. Instead, thin instruments of silver and dark iron were placed at measured intervals around the containment cloth, each one aligned to a point James could not quite see but could feel in the pressure of the room. The eldest goblin traced one claw lightly through the air above the ring. 2 signatures, he said at last. James's jaw eased by a fraction. I told you. The goblin gave him a cool look. You told us your suspicion. This is verification. That was fair. James inclined his head once. A second goblin lowered a narrow lens over the black stone. The light beneath it altered immediately, not brighter but denser, as if the chamber had begun to pay attention from a lower depth. The band around the stone darkened in response. Not the gold itself. The workmanship. The intent sunk into it. There, the ritualist said quietly. The contamination knots through the setting. It grips the join, not the core. James stepped closer without meaning to. And the stone. The eldest goblin did not look up. Old, he said. Older than the infection by far. It does not belong to the ring maker's craft. James's hands tightened behind his back. He had known. Of course he had known. But hearing it spoken aloud changed the shape of it. Not a guess now. Not sentiment. Fact. The ritualist straightened slightly and looked across the table at him. You understand, she said, that preserving the stone does not make it safe. I know, James replied. Many wizards would hear the word preserve and imagine permission. That's because many wizards are idiots. One of the younger goblins made a sound suspiciously close to a laugh before schooling his face again. The eldest ignored it. Proceed, he said. What followed looked less like curse breaking and more like surgery. Fine hooked tools slipped beneath the gold lip of the setting without disturbing the stone. Silver threads of magic were drawn out and pinned in the air, each one blackening as it met the warded frame above the table. The ring itself began to tremble, not physically at first but in intent, as if some buried malice had realized it was being unwoven. Then the chamber went cold. The Horcrux surfaced all at once. Not visible, not exactly. James felt it more than saw it, a burst of concentrated wrongness pulled screaming out through the craftsmanship that had once hidden it. The gold blackened around the join, then split with a sharp metallic crack. The stone remained where it was, untouched, while the infected setting warped inward like flesh around a poison being cut free. It's out, the ritualist said, voice hard with focus. Hold the frame. James didn't ask how. He braced one hand on the edge of the table and obeyed the shape of the moment, grounding himself while goblin wards tightened and the extracted fragment was forced down into a waiting crucible of dark metal. When the pressure finally broke, the room felt larger. On the cloth lay two truths, separated at last, a ruined gold setting, still twitching faintly with the last of Voldemort's spite, and a smooth black stone that looked almost plain in the aftermath. James stared at it. The resurrection stone was clean. Still dangerous. Still itself. James did not carry the stone back through Hogwarts. That decision came cleanly, almost before the goblins finished their work. The ruined setting went one way, down into a sealed destruction line that would end in slag and nothing more. The stone went another, wrapped in black velvet inside a plain iron case that looked deliberately unremarkable. It was too old, too dangerous, and too honest to be kept near a school, near Harry, or near himself. The Potter vault received it in silence. James stood alone in the secondary chamber beyond the coin stacks, where records, objects, and things too important to leave lying about were kept under family seal and goblin law together. The shelf he chose was neither central nor hidden. That mattered. He was not enthroning it. He was not pretending it did not exist. He was putting it where temptation would have to cross several layers of deliberate thought before it ever reached skin. He set the iron case down and laid his hand against the stone lip of the shelf. By blood and claim, he said quietly, this remains sealed until I revoke it or die. The vault answered with a low, resonant thrum beneath his palm. The case settled by a fraction, then locked itself into the shelf with no visible mechanism at all. James let out one slow breath. Good. The urge to open it again passed through him anyway, sharp and humiliating in its familiarity. Not because he wanted power. Because he knew exactly whose voices it could offer. Hermione. Sirius. Remus. His parents, perhaps. The dead arranged into mercy. Grief dressed as permission. He stepped back at once. By the time he returned to the trunk, evening had already softened the light. Harry was waiting at the study table with a book open and no sign that he had actually read a word of it. Well? Harry asked the instant James entered. James took off his coat and set it over the chair before answering. The Horcrux is gone. The stone is intact. Harry sat straighter. And where is it? In the Potter vault. That startled him. You didn't bring it back. No. Harry frowned. Why not? James crossed the room slowly and sat opposite him. Because some things become more dangerous the moment they work exactly as promised, he said. This is one of them. Harry looked down at his book, then back up. It brings people back. No, James said gently. It brings grief to the surface and gives it a shape you can mistake for love. Harry was quiet. James held his gaze. A cursed object lies to you. A hallow tells the truth and ruins you with it if you're not careful. That can be worse. Harry absorbed that in silence, his expression tightening not with resistance but with understanding. So it stays there. Yes. For good. James considered. For as long as wisdom lasts. That drew the faintest breath of a laugh from Harry, but only just. The room settled around them, warm and living and full of the small ordinary things James had built on purpose. The stone was sealed, and that, James thought, was the only reason it remained safe. The study stayed quiet for a while after that, not empty so much as thoughtful. Harry looked down at the open book in front of him without seeing the page. The stone was sealed. The ring was no longer a Horcrux. Somewhere deep under Goblin law and Potter claim, one more piece of Voldemort's survival had been cut away and locked down properly. The room should have felt lighter for it. Instead, it felt narrower. He lifted his head. James had gone still in the way he always did when his mind moved 3 steps ahead of the room. The expression wasn't fear, exactly. It was worse than that. Calculation settling into inevitability. What? Harry asked. James blinked once, then looked at him fully. We're down to 2. Harry sat up a little straighter. The locket and the diary. Yes. The words landed cleanly, but the silence after them did not. Harry watched James's face and saw something tighten there, not around Voldemort, not around the Horcruxes themselves, but around the path between them. That's not the problem, Harry said quietly. James's mouth twitched once, humorless. No. Harry closed his book properly this time. The locket means Sirius. James didn't answer at once, which was answer enough. For weeks now Sirius had existed in the story James carried as a certainty deferred, a name tied to later action, later proof, later law. Important, yes, but always after the next immediate danger. Harry had accepted that because he'd had to. But the shape of the war had changed. 2 Horcruxes left meant the delays that had once seemed reasonable were beginning to look like choices. And choices could be wrong. You said the locket was in Grimmauld Place, Harry said. It is. And Sirius is still in Azkaban. James nodded once. Harry held his gaze. Then he can't stay there just because other things were louder first. The words changed the room. Not dramatic. Not angry. Just true enough that neither of them could step around them. James leaned back slowly in his chair. He looked tired then, and older than the body he wore had any right to allow. I know, he said. Harry believed him. That was the trouble. Knowing wasn't the same as doing, and James of all people understood how often good intentions became excuses once there were enough fires to point at. Harry had seen what happened when adults kept telling themselves later. He didn't want Sirius to become another version of that. So what now? He asked. James was quiet for a beat, then another. When he answered, his voice had settled into that hard, calm place Harry recognized from every moment that mattered. Now he stops being a future problem, he said. Now he becomes current work. Harry let out a slow breath. The diary still waited. Malfoy still existed. Voldemort was still moving through the year in smaller, meaner ways. None of that had changed. But the line ahead had sharpened. The war was no longer only about destroying what kept the Dark Lord alive. It was also about retrieving the people he had cost them. James looked down at the closed book beneath Harry's hands, then back up. Sirius first, he said. Not because he matters more than the rest. Because he's waited long enough. This time, Harry nodded without reservation. The remaining anchors had narrowed the war again. And now, at last, they pointed straight at Azkaban. 27. Third period. The morning tightened around third period potions long before anyone said the word aloud. Harry knew it from the moment he woke. Not because the day looked different. The trunk was warm, the tea was strong, the light through the windows soft in the ordinary way it had learned to be. But somewhere beneath all that, his body had already begun to count toward the lesson waiting later in the castle. It showed not in shaking or panic, but in restraint. He moved too carefully, spoke too little, even his breathing seemed to arrive with more discipline than ease. James noticed, of course. He noticed everything and said almost nothing over breakfast, which somehow made the silence more loaded rather than less. By the time Harry reached the great hall with his bag over one shoulder, the pressure had settled low behind his ribs and stayed there. Hermione was already seated at the Ravenclaw table with a book open beside her porridge. She looked up as he sat down, and whatever she'd been about to say altered the instant she saw his face. What happened? She asked. Nothing, Harry said automatically. Hermione's expression went flat in the way it did when she recognized a bad answer and decided not to be insulted by it. That isn't true. Harry reached for the porridge instead of looking at her. The spoon felt steady enough in his hand. That was something. It's potions today. She was quiet for a beat. Not because she didn't understand. Because she did. Oh, she said. It wasn't sympathy exactly. It was worse and better than that. Recognition. Hermione closed her book without marking the page. You've been fine all morning, she said, watching him too closely. Which means you haven't been fine at all. Harry let out a short breath through his nose. That's unfairly accurate. I'm very good at unfairly accurate. She folded her hands beside her plate. Is he that bad? Harry looked down at the table. The great hall moved around them in warm noise and morning light, students passing toast and complaining about homework, all of it offensively normal. Yes, he said. Hermione didn't fill the silence at once. When she did, her voice was lower. And you're still going. He almost laughed at that, though there was no humor in it. Apparently. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Harry. This time he looked at her. If something's wrong in there, she said, I want to know afterward. Not details you can't give. Just the truth. The request settled into him differently than comfort would have. He could refuse pity easily. Trust was harder. All right, he said. Hermione held his gaze for another second, then nodded as if accepting terms in a contract. Good. The bell for first lesson had not yet rung, but the day had already narrowed. Around them Hogwarts continued exactly as it should, full of books and breakfast and the usual school complaints. Harry sat inside it and let the surface of himself remain calm. Underneath, every part of him was already braced for third period. They changed in a narrow service room off the dungeon corridor, where old cauldrons were stacked too high and the air smelled faintly of iron, damp stone, and soap that had long ago given up trying to win. Harry stood by the wall with his bag clutched against his chest while James drew the borrowed skin down over himself. The shift was quick and wrong in all the old ways, his body folding into Harry's smaller shape until the face in the dim glass of the cabinet was 11 again, green-eyed and sharp-boned and carrying far too much history behind it. Harry looked at him with open distrust. Don't go in there and act like an idiot. James adjusted the fall of the robes and met his gaze. I wasn't planning to. That wasn't what I meant. I know. James's voice softened just enough to matter. Go where we planned. Stay out of sight. I'll take the class. You keep breathing. Harry hesitated, then nodded and slipped away. The dungeon classroom was already full by the time James sat down. Stone sweated cold around the walls. Torchlight burned low. Shelves of bottled creatures and preserved roots watched from every side like a hostile audience. Slytherins and Gryffindors kept to their own tables with the nervous stiffness of children who knew, somehow, that this room belonged less to the school than to the man who ruled it. Then the door slammed open. Every head jerked around. The shutters banged closed in rapid succession, hardwood striking stone until the room belonged to Torchfire, Cauldrons, and Severus Snape. He swept to the front with robes billowing behind him, black and sharp enough to make the younger students look unfinished by comparison. There will be no foolish wand waving in this class, he said, voice low and carrying anyway. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. Silence dropped over the room like a lid. Snape let it settle, then turned his gaze with deliberate precision. Potter, he said, our new celebrity. James stood. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Where would I look if I told you to find me a bazaar? What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? The trap was clean and familiar. Public testing. Public imbalance. A first year either stumbled, froze, or guessed and gave Snape the opening he wanted. James kept Harry's face respectful and still. Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping draught, sir. A bazaar comes from a goat's stomach and counters many poisons. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. For one brief second, Snape said nothing. Then his eyes narrowed. And where, he asked softly, did a first year learn that? James held his gaze. My mother was good at this, sir. That struck home. It was small, but James saw it. The stillness went wrong. Not surprise. Not softness. A recoil so quick it might have been imagined if James hadn't spent a lifetime studying people at the moment they were hit where they lived. Lily, the answer said. Not just the eyes. Not just the face. Talent too. Snape's expression hardened at once, as if the flinch had angered him more than the words themselves. Sit down, he said. James obeyed. The brewing that followed was elementary, but Snape stalked the aisles as if each cauldron might personally insult him. When he paused beside James's work and found the cut roots even, the heat correct, and the potion moving toward the proper color without panic or waste, the air around him turned colder still. There it was, James thought. Not just cruelty. Not just theater. Snape could tolerate failure because failure confirmed what he expected. Competence was what unsettled him. Harry was waiting in the same narrow service room when James came back, pacing 3 short steps one way and 2 the other because there wasn't enough space for a proper circuit. He stopped the instant the door opened. For one suspended second, he was looking at himself again, smaller frame, green eyes, Harry's face worn in that unnerving, borrowed way James had mastered too well. Then James shut the door behind him and pulled the transformation off like a coat being shrugged from the bones. Height returned. Shoulders broadened. The room altered around him as if it had been bracing against the wrong proportions and was relieved to have the right man back inside it. Harry let out a breath. Well. James rolled Harry's borrowed sleeves down one last time before the robes shifted with him and became his own again. You were right, he said. He doesn't want ignorance. He wants flinch. Harry's mouth tightened. I know. James studied him for a moment, then nodded once. Yes, he said quietly. You do. They left the service room separately and met again in the trunk, where warmth replaced dungeon chill and the ordinary furniture of the study made the last hour feel almost impossible. Almost. Harry stood by the table while James sat opposite him and reached for the narrow silver dish they'd begun using for transfers. Not a pensieve. Something simpler and more precise, built for passing skill and sensory memory without dragging the full emotional wreckage with it. Harry eyed the dish. How bad was it? James didn't answer immediately. He drew the memory thread out with careful fingers, not from thought exactly, but from the place where experience had already settled into usable shape. Pale silver pooled in the dish with a faint shimmer of torchlight, dungeon cold, the dry bitter scent of potion ingredients. Bad enough, James said at last. Not catastrophic. Harry gave him a flat look. That means it was bad. It means I'm trying not to hand you the sting and call it education. That took some of the edge out of Harry's face. Not all of it. Enough. He came around the table and sat, hands braced on his knees, looking down into the silver surface as if it might bite. What do I get? He asked. The questions. The ingredients. The feel of the room. The pattern of his pressure. James held his gaze. Not the part where he tries to make you smaller for existing. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. All right. James touched 2 fingers to Harry's temple, then to the dish. The transfer went cleanly. Harry stiffened first, breath catching as the dungeon dropped into him all at once. The slammed door, the shutters, Snape's voice cutting low through torchlight, the exact angle of the knife when roots had to be cut evenly instead of hacked, the moment a potion turned the correct color and the teacher beside it went colder instead of calmer. Not pain, precisely. More like being handed a map of a battlefield someone else had crossed on his behalf. When it ended, Harry sat very still. Well? James asked. Harry looked up slowly. I know how to brew it now, he said. Then, after a beat, and I know where he puts the knife. James leaned back in his chair, tired and satisfied in equal measure. Good. Harry looked down at his own hands, flexing them once as if reacquainting himself with what they now knew. I hate that this is necessary. I know, James said. But I'm glad you did it. That landed differently. James let the silence settle around that truth for a moment, then reached for the notes Hermione would expect Harry to have by supper. The class was over. The lesson remained. And now, at least, it belonged to the right person without the damage attached. By the time Harry rejoined Hermione in the library, the worst of the dread had gone out of him. It hadn't vanished exactly. Potions still sat in his mind like a cold room he would rather not revisit. But the helplessness was gone. In its place lived procedure, ingredient order, blade angle, timing, heat. James had brought back the class like a recovered artifact, stripped of its poison and made useful. Harry carried that usefulness carefully now, the way he carried most things that mattered. Hermione noticed the difference before he'd even sat down. She looked up from her notes, narrowed her eyes, and then leaned back slightly in her chair as if to get a better view of him. That's odd, she said. Harry set his books down more carefully than usual. What is? You looked like you were going to your execution this morning, Hermione said. Now you look. She paused, searching. Not fine. Just finished. Harry slid into his chair opposite her. That's an improvement. It is, Hermione agreed. Her gaze dropped briefly to his hands as he opened his notes. And you're holding your quill differently. Harry stopped before the motion had fully formed. That, apparently, was answer enough. Hermione folded her arms over one of her books. I'm not asking the wrong question, she said quietly. I'm asking how you can come out of a class 1 no you hate with better posture, steadier hands, and notes that look as though you took them while actually listening. Harry looked down at the page. The notes were good. Too good, perhaps. Cleaner than fear usually allowed him. He had the absurd impulse to smudge one line just to make them look more believable. He didn't. I told you I'd tell you the truth afterward, he said. Hermione's expression sharpened. Yes. Harry took a breath. The library around them remained exactly what it ought to be. Quills scratched. Pages turned. Someone sneezed 2 stacks over and was shushed with impressive force. It made the conversation feel both safer and more dangerous. I learned what I needed, he said carefully. And it cost less than it might have. Hermione watched him for a long moment. That is a real answer, she said. It is also not the whole one. No. She nodded once, as if confirming a private theorem. I thought so. Harry met her eyes then, braced for anger, or curiosity sharpened into pressure, or the quiet disappointment adults usually wore when he failed to become simpler on command. Hermione gave him none of those things. What she gave him instead was worse and better. She accepted complexity. All right, she said at last. Then I'm going to stop pretending this is ordinary. The words changed the air between them. Harry's fingers tightened slightly on the edge of the page. Hermione. No, she said, not harshly, but with enough precision to stop him. I'm not asking for your secrets this minute. I'm telling you I can see the shape of them now. Her voice lowered further. And if something is helping you survive this place, then I'd rather know that than keep insulting both of us by pretending you just feel better after potions. Harry stared at her. Hermione's mouth softened at one corner, not quite a smile. You don't have to explain today, she said. But I won't be talked around anymore. Harry looked down at the notes again, then back up. The shift in her had already happened. She was still here, still steady, still his. All right, he said quietly. This time, when Hermione nodded, it wasn't tentative. It was the nod of someone who had stopped waiting for permission to understand. 28. What Hermione saw. Hermione did not raise the subject again that evening. That, more than anything, told Harry how serious she was. She stayed with him in the library until the lamps burned lower and Madame Pants began giving people the sort of look that ended arguments before they started. She packed her books with unusual care, every motion neat and deliberate, but she did not ask another question. She didn't press. She didn't prod. She simply let the silence remain intact between them, as if she had already decided that whatever answer she was going to demand later would be better for being asked only once. Harry almost wished she would start immediately. Instead, she waited until they were walking back toward Ravenclaw Tower with the last of the evening crowd thinning around them. The castle had gone quieter by then, less chaotic, more watchful. Footsteps carried farther. Portraits had begun settling into their night conversations. The air itself felt thinner in the upper corridors, as if secrets had better acoustics after dark. Hermione stopped at a window alcove halfway up the last staircase. Harry stopped too. The moonlight coming through the glass turned the stone pale and the shadows clean. He could hear distant voices below, a suit of armor complaining to a portrait somewhere around the bend, and Hermione's breathing, steady and composed in a way that warned him she had already lined her thoughts up in order. "You're not ill," she said. Harry blinked. Of all the openings he had expected, that was not one of them. "No. You're not suddenly brave either," Hermione continued, watching his face with calm, relentless attention. "You still dreaded potions. I saw that. And then afterward you had the knowledge, but not the same reaction." She tilted her head slightly. "That isn't mood, it's substitution." Harry said nothing. Hermione folded her hands in front of her. "I don't know how," she said. "I don't know whether it's magic, a person, an object, or something stranger than any of those. But something is standing between you and certain kinds of harm, and it isn't random." That was Ravenclaw precision indeed. Not accusation. Structure. Harry looked out through the window instead of at her. The grounds below were dark and silvered, the lake holding moonlight in a way that made it look deeper than it was. He could feel James at the edge of his awareness, still and listening, but this was his conversation to survive. "I told you there were adults helping," Harry said quietly. Hermione's voice sharpened, but only by a degree. That was true and useless. He almost smiled despite himself. "You have very high standards." "Yes," she said. "That's why this matters." The words sat between them, simple and heavy. Harry knew then that evasion in the old shape was gone. Hermione was not going to be distracted, placated, or soothed by partial gestures. She had seen the pattern, and once she saw a pattern she did not stop until she understood its logic. He turned back to her at last. Hermione met his eyes without blinking. "I am not asking because I'm curious," she said. "I'm asking because if something is carrying part of your life for you, then I need to know what kind of thing it is." That made honesty expensive all at once. And Harry, standing in moonlight with the tower only one staircase away, understood that the answer he gave next would change the shape of them. Harry did not answer straight away. He stood in the window alcove with moonlight on one side of him and Hermione on the other, and for one suspended moment it felt as though the whole castle had narrowed to the space between her question and his reply. He could hear the portraits further down the corridor pretending not to listen. He could feel James, distant and very still, making no move to rescue him. That, more than anything, told Harry the choice was his. "All right," he said at last. Hermione didn't move. She didn't soften either. She simply waited, giving the word room to become real. Harry looked down at his hands. "There is someone helping me," he said. "Not randomly. Not just when things go wrong. On purpose." Hermione's eyes sharpened, but she stayed silent. "He knows more about what's happening to me than anyone at school does," Harry went on. "More than Madame Pomfrey. More than the teachers, probably." He hesitated, then forced himself to keep going. "And he steps in when there are things I can't manage safely yet." Hermione folded her arms, not closed off but contained. "He," she repeated. "So it is a person." "Yes. You trust him." Harry lifted his head. "Yes." That landed hard, not because Hermione doubted him, but because she understood what it meant for him to say it so simply. Trust, from Harry, was not casual. Her voice lowered. "Is he inside Hogwarts?" Harry thought about how to answer that without lying and without ripping the whole truth open in one motion. "Sometimes," he said carefully. Hermione's mouth tightened. "That is evasive." "It's also true." She exhaled through her nose, frustrated but still listening. "Is he a teacher?" "No." "Is he authorized to be protecting you?" Harry almost laughed, though there was no humor in it. "I honestly don't know how authorization would work in this case." That startled a brief, unwilling smile out of her. It vanished quickly, but the pressure changed. Less interrogation now. More structure under stress. Hermione leaned one shoulder against the stone beside the window. "All right," she said. "Then answer this instead. Is he making things worse?" "No," Harry said at once. The certainty of it filled the alcove before either of them could step around it. Hermione studied him closely. "And the part you're not saying?" Harry looked out over the dark grounds again. The lake held the moon in a long broken line, silver scattered over black. "The part I'm not saying," he said quietly, "isn't because I don't trust you." Hermione didn't speak. "It's because if I say too much too fast," Harry continued, "you'll either think I'm mad or you'll believe me and be in danger before I know how to protect you from that." That changed her expression more than any answer so far. Not fear. Not hurt. Calculation of a different kind. "You've thought this through," she said. Harry gave a small, tired shrug. "I've had to." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded once, not satisfied, not reassured, but willing to accept the shape of the boundary for now. "All right," she said. "That's not enough. But it's real." For Harry, just then, that was the most he could afford to give. Hermione did not let him leave on that. She stayed where she was in the moonlit alcove, one shoulder still against the stone, watching him with the kind of concentration that made Harry feel less as if he were being cornered and more as if he were being properly read. It would have been easier, in some ways, if she had been angry. Anger could be answered. Anger could be waited out. This was worse. This was Hermione deciding what his answer meant. "All right," she said again, quieter this time. "I believe you." Harry looked up sharply. He hadn't realized until that moment how much of him had still been braced for disbelief. Hermione caught the movement at once, and something in her expression shifted, not softening exactly, but becoming more deliberate. "Don't look so surprised," she said. "You've been careful, not dramatic. People lie very differently when they want attention." That earned the faintest breath of a laugh from him, though it faded quickly. "That's a horrifying standard. It's a useful one." The corridor around them remained still. Somewhere below, a door opened and shut. A portrait coughed pointedly and then, receiving no response, settled back into offended silence. Hermione straightened from the wall. "I'm not happy with this," she said. "Let me be very clear about that." Harry nodded once. "I know." "No, I don't think you do." She folded her arms, but there was no anger in the gesture now. "Just resolve. You've told me enough to prove there is something real happening around you. Fine, I can accept that you aren't ready to tell me all of it. But that does not mean I'm going to stop noticing. And it certainly doesn't mean I'm going to politely step aside and pretend none of this concerns me." Harry looked at her in silence. Hermione took one step closer, not crowding him, but close enough that he had to stop pretending this could remain abstract. "I'm not stupid," she said. "And you are not alone, however much you may be used to acting like it." That landed harder than anything else she'd said. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. The words he had ready were old ones, automatic ones, things shaped around minimizing trouble and protecting other people from the fact of him. They felt thin now, useless. Hermione saw that too. Of course she did. Her voice softened by a degree, though not enough to become mercy. "I'm not asking you to hand me every secret tonight," she said. "I'm telling you that from this point on, I am accounting for them." He looked down at the stone floor, then back up. "That sounds alarmingly like a threat." "It is," Hermione said, and this time she did smile, small and sharp and entirely real. A scholarly one. The tension between them eased just enough to breathe through. Harry let out a slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "All right," he said. Hermione nodded once, satisfied not with the situation, but with the terms. "Good," she said. "Then we understand each other." And Harry, standing in the moonlight with the tower just beyond them, knew that this was what acceptance from Hermione really looked like. Not retreat. Not soothing. Commitment. She had accepted the limit, yes, but only as something temporary and worth watching. Which meant the secret had not reduced her place beside him. It had, somehow, fixed it more firmly. They climbed the last staircase together without speaking for a while. The silence felt different now. Not fragile. Not strained. It had shape to it, the sort built after terms had been set and understood. The Ravenclaw common room waited ahead in a spill of warm light and low voices, students bent over books, chairs drawn close to the fire, the ordinary life of the house carrying on as if nothing at all had shifted in the corridor below. Everything had shifted. Harry felt it in the way Hermione walked beside him now. Not hovering. Not keeping distance either. Simply present, with the calm inevitability of someone who had decided a thing and no longer needed to rehearse it. She did not look at him as they entered the common room. She did not need to. She crossed straight to their usual table and set her books down with tidy precision, then looked up expectantly. "Well?" Harry asked, lowering himself into the chair opposite hers. Hermione blinked once. "Well, what?" "You're behaving as though we've just concluded a meeting." "We did conclude a meeting," she said. "An extremely unsatisfactory one." That drew a reluctant smile out of him. "I thought we were done threatening each other." "I haven't threatened you properly yet." Hermione pulled a roll of parchment toward her and unpinned it. "At the moment I'm demonstrating good faith." Harry watched her uncap her ink bottle as if none of the last half hour had happened. It was absurd. It was very like her. It steadied him more than he expected. "What does good faith look like?" he asked. Hermione glanced up, eyes bright in the firelight. It looks like not demanding impossible things from people who are clearly already carrying too much. She paused, then added with exacting honesty, and also like making sure they don't mistake patience for blindness. Harry let that sit for a moment, then nodded. That sounds uncomfortably reasonable. I find it usually is. They turned back to their work after that, not because the conversation was finished, but because it wasn't. That mattered too. Hermione resumed outlining tomorrow's reading, though she shifted one of the books toward the center of the table so he could see it without leaning. Harry opened his own notes and found that his hands had stopped bracing for interruption. Across from him, Hermione made a small correction to one of his headings without asking, then kept going as though shared space and silent amendment had always been the rule between them. After a few minutes, she spoke without looking up. I meant what I said. Harry's quill paused. About what? About you not being alone. He looked at her then. Hermione's eyes remained on the page, but her voice did not waver. Whatever this is, she said, I may not know the whole of it yet. But I'm here. The words were simple. That made them harder to evade. Harry looked down at the notes between them, then back at the girl who had accepted uncertainty and stayed anyway. The secret had not broken the bond. It had only changed its weight. All right, he said quietly. This time, when Hermione nodded, she didn't look satisfied or resigned. She looked settled. And Harry understood, perhaps for the first time, that trust did not always arrive as comfort. Sometimes it arrived as someone sitting down beside the unanswerable and deciding to remain. 29. Between tables. After the conversation in the window alcove, Ravenclaw changed without changing at all. That was what Harry noticed first. No great declaration had been made. Hermione hadn't sworn herself to anything dramatic under moonlight, and he hadn't handed over the whole impossible truth in return. Yet the next morning, when he came down to breakfast, there was already a place for him at the table with a book moved aside and a second spoon laid out as if it had always belonged there. Hermione looked up from her notes. You're late. Harry sat down and reached for the porridge. By 1 minute. That still counts, she said, though the corner of her mouth moved slightly as she turned a page. Across from them, two older Ravenclaws were debating whether an essay on magical transport ought to include broom stability charms or treat those as a separate field entirely. One of them waved a fork for emphasis and nearly lost a sausage in the argument. To Harry's left, a third-year girl was copying runes onto index cards with the focus of someone building a private weapon. The table was never quiet, not really. It rustled, muttered, corrected itself. It was a place people worked from rather than merely ate at. Harry found he liked that. The corridors after breakfast had their own rhythm now. He and Hermione walked with the current rather than against it, knowing when to pause for a shifting staircase and when to move before it decided to be contrary. Portraits had begun greeting them as known quantities. A severe witch in green silk nodded them through one landing as if inspecting a dependable routine. Even the armor by the library only clanked reproachfully when students ran. It's become less awful to navigate, Harry said as they took the turning toward charms. Hermione glanced at him. That's because we've learned the pattern. No, Harry said, it's because you glare at the stairs until they behave. She looked faintly offended. That has worked exactly twice. Twice is enough to establish method. That earned him a huff that wasn't quite laughter. By evening the common room folded around them in the same gradual way it always did, filling with firelight, murmured argument, half-finished diagrams, and the scratch of quills over parchment. Harry sat at their usual table while Hermione reorganized a stack of reading she insisted was for his benefit and only incidentally arranged by efficiency. You've put these in difficulty order, he said. I've put them in sensible order. That's the same thing when you do it. Hermione didn't bother denying it. Then be grateful. Harry looked around the room, at the students reading in chairs they had clearly claimed by habit, at the books left open because their owners expected to return, at the low domestic hum of people building a life inside a school. It struck him then, not for the first time but more clearly than before, that this was what James was spending himself to preserve. Not victory. Not legend. This. A seat kept warm. A staircase learned. Someone moving a book so you could sit down without asking. Ron Weasley made his move at lunch, with the confidence of someone reclaiming a seat that had never properly been given away. Harry and Hermione were halfway through eating when Ron dropped onto the bench across from them with a clatter of elbows, tray, and casual assumption. He looked windblown from the corridors, freckles bright against a face that was always a little too open for subtlety, and for a second he smiled at Harry as though picking up an interrupted conversation from days ago. "There you are," Ron said. "I've hardly seen you about." Hermione looked up first, not sharply, not welcoming either, just attentive in the way she had become when people treated Harry as if access to him were self-explanatory. Harry set down his spoon. "I've been around." "Yeah, but not properly." Ron leaned forward, voice lowering as if he were offering something generous. "You disappear after classes half the time, and you're always with her." The last word wasn't insulting. That almost made it worse. Hermione's eyebrows rose by a fraction. How observant. Ron gave her a quick glance, then turned back to Harry as if the real conversation was still the one he'd intended. "I just meant we were all on the train together, weren't we? And after the troll and everything," he shrugged. "I thought maybe we'd end up sticking together more." Harry looked at him for a moment. Ron wasn't being cruel. He wasn't sneering or trying to drive Hermione off. What sat under the words was simpler than malice and, in its own way, more exhausting, expectation. A story already written in his head, with places assigned and friendship assumed as its natural shape. Hermione reached for her goblet but said nothing. Harry could feel her holding still on purpose. "We are sticking with people," Harry said at last. Ron blinked. "Well, yeah, but I meant us." There it was. The great hall carried on around them with its usual noise and motion, cutlery striking plates, owls shifting overhead, older students talking too loudly about Quidditch. It made the small pressure at their section of table feel almost private. Ron tried again, more earnest now than entitled. "I'm not saying you can't sit with Hermione. I just thought." He trailed off, then pushed through with a frown. "I thought maybe I was in, too." Harry saw, with the clarity of hindsight James had handed him in too many other situations, that this was how it always happened. Not with declarations, with drift, with assumption, with someone sitting down and expecting the world to make room because it had once looked like it might. Hermione's voice was cool and perfectly polite. "That sounds less like friendship and more like allocation." Ron flushed. "I didn't mean it like that." "I know," Harry said, and he did. That didn't make the answer easier. It only made it cleaner. But things aren't going to work just because they were supposed to. Ron stared at him, not hurt exactly, but wrong-footed, as if Harry had answered a different question than the one he had meant to ask. And perhaps he had. Ron kept looking at Harry as if the right version of the conversation might still turn up if he waited long enough. Around them the great hall remained maddeningly normal. Someone at the Hufflepuff table laughed too loudly. A fourth-year Ravenclaw dropped a fork and muttered an apology to no one in particular. Overhead, the enchanted ceiling held a pale afternoon sky that had no interest in the fact that one small corner of the room had begun to tilt. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ron asked at last. Harry looked at him steadily. "It means I'm not going to just fall into a friendship because everyone assumes I should." Ron frowned. Not angry yet, but baffled in a way that made him look younger. "I'm not saying you should do anything just because." He glanced briefly at Hermione, then back. "I just thought we got on, that's all." Hermione said nothing. She didn't need to. The stillness beside Harry had become its own kind of support, not defensive, not pushing him, simply refusing to let the moment slide back into something easier and less honest. Harry let out a slow breath. This would have been simpler if Ron had been mean. Simpler if there were a clean insult to answer or a cruelty to reject. But there wasn't. There was only momentum, the old kind, the kind that expected a place to remain open because it had once seemed available. "We did get on," Harry said. "On the train, at the feast, sometimes in class." "That's true." Ron's face loosened a little, hope returning too quickly. "But that isn't the same thing," Harry continued. The hope went still. Harry kept his voice even, because anything sharper would have turned the conversation into a fight and let both of them pretend that was the real problem. I'm not looking for what everyone keeps expecting me to have, he said. I'm already building something else. Ron stared at him. With Hermione. Yes, Harry said. Hermione's fingers paused lightly against her goblet. She did not look at him, but he could feel the shift in her all the same. Ron flushed again, this time higher across the cheeks. You say that like it's decided. Harry thought of the library, of shared notes and corrected headings, of moonlight in the alcove and Hermione refusing to let his life become simpler than it was. He thought of the seat she made room for every morning without making a performance of it. It is, he said. The words landed quietly. That was what made them final. Ron's mouth opened, then shut. He wasn't furious. He wasn't even offended in the ordinary sense. He just looked as if the ground under the scene had shifted without warning, and all his lines had gone with it. Hermione lifted her eyes at last. Her voice, when it came, was calm and exact. You can still be friendly with people, she said. That just isn't the same as assuming they belong in your center. Ron looked between them both, and Harry could see the moment he understood that this wasn't about winning or losing a place. It was about the place never having been his by default. That, more than refusal, seemed to shake him. Ron left without making a scene. That, somehow, made the silence he left behind more obvious. He gathered his tray too fast, muttered something that might have been, right then, and stood with the awkward, wrong-footed energy of someone trying to preserve dignity after discovering the conversation had never been the one he thought he was having. He did not glare at Hermione. He did not accuse Harry. He just stepped away from the table and merged back into the noise of the hall, looking smaller than he had when he'd sat down. Harry watched him go with a complicated ache that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite relief. Hermione picked up her spoon again. That went better than I expected, she said. Harry looked at her. What did you expect? Hermione considered. Less honesty. More noise. He huffed a quiet laugh and reached for his goblet, only then noticing movement 2 seats down the table. Neville Longbottom had been there the whole time. He sat with his lunch half finished, shoulders rounded in the way they often were when he wanted to take up less space than he had been given. His expression, though, was not embarrassed or shocked. It was thoughtful. More than that, he looked like someone who had just been handed permission he hadn't known existed. When he realized Harry had noticed him looking, Neville straightened too quickly and nearly knocked over his pumpkin juice. Sorry, Neville said at once, catching the cup with both hands. I wasn't listening. I mean, I was. But not on purpose. Hermione's mouth twitched. That seems difficult. Neville flushed. Yes, well, the hall's not exactly built for privacy. Harry glanced at the empty space Ron had left behind, then back at Neville. No, he said, it isn't. Neville hesitated, fingers still wrapped around the cup. It was, good, he said finally. Harry blinked. What was? What you said. Neville looked down, then forced himself to continue. About not having to fall into things just because people expect you to. His ears had gone red, but his voice didn't fail him. I didn't know you could do that. Something in Harry eased at once, not because the conversation had become simpler, but because Neville had understood a different part of it than Ron had. Not rejection. Choice. Hermione leaned one elbow on the table. You are, in fact, allowed to choose your own company, she said. Neville gave a small, disbelieving sort of smile. That does sound obvious when you say it. It usually does, Hermione replied. Harry looked at Neville properly then. He saw the hesitation, yes, but also the quiet courage it had taken to speak at all after listening to that exchange. Neville was not trying to insert himself. He was testing whether the space between them might be safe to approach. It was a very different thing. Neville, Harry said, and waited until Neville met his eyes. Do you want to sit here? Neville glanced at Hermione, then back at Harry, clearly expecting someone to tell him not to be ridiculous. When neither of them did, his grip on the cup loosened by a fraction. Yes, he said. Then sit here, Harry replied. Neville moved his things over with careful hands, not rushing, as if afraid the offer might dissolve if he made too much of it. Hermione shifted one of the books near the edge of the table to make space without comment. That small motion changed the shape of the afternoon more cleanly than Ron's departure had. Harry looked around the hall, then back at the two people beside him. One bond had just been refused. Another, quieter one, had begun to form. 30. Halloween below. Halloween arrived dressed as safety. The Great Hall had been transformed by the time Harry, Hermione, and Neville came down for the feast. Hundreds of floating pumpkins burned warm gold overhead, their carved faces turning slowly in the enchanted air. Bats wheeled in the rafters like living scraps of night. The smell of roast meat, sweet pastry, and spiced cider folded over the room so thickly that for a little while it was easy to believe Hogwarts really could protect its children simply by being itself. Harry sat between Hermione and Neville at the Ravenclaw table and let the noise settle around him. Students were laughing too loudly, passing dishes too quickly, making private wars out of gravy boats and pumpkin tarts. Even the teachers looked fractionally less forbidding in the candlelight, though Snape still seemed to regard celebration as a personal insult. Neville was staring up at the floating pumpkins with the expression of someone who still hadn't quite accepted that any of this belonged to his life. "I know we've been here weeks," he said, voice low with wonder, "but sometimes I still think I've made it all up." Hermione, who had already reorganized her plate by some internal logic no one else would ever understand, glanced at him. "You wouldn't invent the essay McGonagall assigned yesterday." Neville made a face. "That's true." Harry smiled into his cup. It felt easy, which was still rare enough that he noticed it. Around them the feast swelled. A group of older Ravenclaws had started an argument about the engineering of magical staircases that sounded dangerously close to admiration. Two Hufflepuffs were trying to balance dinner rolls on their forks. Somewhere down the table, someone choked on cider while laughing and was thumped helpfully between the shoulders. This, Harry thought, was what the school did best when no one was trying to use it for anything else. It could make ordinary joy feel structured, almost dependable. Then Professor Quirrell burst through the doors. He did not simply enter. He stumbled into the hall as if chased, robes askew, turban crooked, face gray with panic. The shift in the room was immediate and ugly, laughter cutting off mid-breath, benches scraping, heads turning all at once. "Troll," Quirrell gasped. "In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed. For one impossible heartbeat, nobody moved. After that the hall shattered into noise. Students shouted over one another. Benches overturned. Prefects started barking orders. Professors rose in a sweep of black, tartan, and dark green. Dumbledore's voice boomed above it all, sending houses and years toward different staircases in a flood of frightened obedience. Harry was already on his feet. Hermione and Neville moved with him, all three of them caught by the same violent current of bodies surging toward the exits. The feast, the light, the carved pumpkins, the safe shape of the evening tore open in an instant. And beneath the panic, Harry felt it at once: wrongness. Not just danger. Design. The first scream did not come from the troll. It came from the stairs. Harry had been moving with the rush of students pouring out of the Great Hall when the castle shifted beneath them, splitting one broad staircase into two narrower runs and sending the crowd into sudden, uneven channels. Older students swore. Someone dropped a bag. A portrait started shouting contradictory directions from the wall. By the time the prefects regained enough control to bark people forward, Harry had lost sight of most of Ravenclaw and found himself pressed sideways into a lower corridor with Hermione on one side and Neville on the other. Above them, the flow of bodies kept moving. Below, the corridor opened into unfamiliar stone. "This is wrong," Hermione said at once, breathless but precise. Harry looked up the nearest stairwell and saw only traffic, robes and knees and frightened faces driving upward in one uninterrupted stream. No space to push back into it. No clear line to any teacher. The noise of the feast's disruption had gone strange down here, muffled by turns and stone, broken into shouts that no longer carried meaning. Neville clutched his wand so hard his knuckles had gone white. "We should go back." "We can't," Harry said. "Not that way." A crash echoed somewhere ahead of them. All three of them froze. It was not the kind of sound a human body made. It was heavier than that, dull and violent, stone answering stone. Another followed a few seconds later, closer, and Harry felt the corridor itself take the impact through the soles of his shoes. Neville swallowed audibly. That's the troll. Hermione turned in a quick circle, forcing herself to think instead of panic. Trolls are slow, she said. And stupid. If we know where it is, we can avoid it. That would be more comforting, Harry said, listening hard, if we knew where we were. The castle gave them no help then. The corridor ahead split again, one branch narrowing toward deeper dark, the other angling left beneath the low arch where cold air drifted up from somewhere below. Neville looked from one passage to the other. How do we choose? Harry listened again. Another crash. This time to their right and above. Not directly ahead. He made the decision before fear could turn the moment into standing still. Left, he said. Hermione didn't argue. That was how frightened she was. They ran beneath the arch together, footsteps striking unevenly over old stone. The air cooled at once. The corridor bent, then dropped into a stairwell too narrow for anything large to take quickly. Harry seized the rail and looked down. Below them, torchlight flickered over a lower landing and a strip of passage that seemed entirely cut off from the main school flow. Neville stared. We're going deeper. Yes, Harry said. Hermione's face had gone pale, but her voice held. Then we do it properly. No splitting up. No heroics. If one of us says run, we all run. Harry looked at her and nodded once. Neville did the same. Then the three of them started down, leaving the moving crowd above and entering the kind of danger that no longer sounded like rumor at all. The lower passage ended in a chamber that had once been meant for storage and had since been claimed by neglect. Broken chairs leaned in one corner beneath dust sheets gone gray with age. A stack of cracked flagstones sat against the far wall as if someone had once intended repairs and then forgotten the intention halfway through. Two doorways opened out of the room, one dark and narrow, the other wider and half blocked by a fallen cabinet. The air smelled of damp stone, old wood, and something else now, something rank enough to make Harry's stomach tighten. Hermione smelled it too. Oh no, she whispered. Neville made a small, unhappy sound. That's it, isn't it? Harry didn't answer. He had already heard the breathing. It came from beyond the half-blocked doorway, wet and heavy and so enormous that it seemed impossible anything living could carry itself with that much careless weight. A moment later the cabinet shuddered as something struck the stone beyond it, and the whole room trembled in answer. All three of them went still. Hermione's voice was so quiet it barely existed. If it comes through here, the narrow door. We take the narrow door. Neville's wand hand shook once. And then what? Harry looked at the narrow opening. Too tight for comfort, but maybe tight enough to slow a troll. Maybe. His mind worked furiously around the shape of the room, measuring distance, weight, time. Somewhere beneath that, colder and steadier, he could feel James. Not close. Not present. Just aware, like a hand resting lightly against the edge of the moment. The cabinet bucked outward. A gray hand the size of a shovel came through first, followed by the club, then the troll itself, forcing wood and splinters ahead of it with the mindless inevitability of a landslide. It was bigger than rumor had made it. Bigger than the stories, bigger than the illustrations, bigger than any first year's fear had room for. Its skin looked like old rock dragged through mud. Its smell hit a second later, foul enough to sting the eyes. Neville actually stepped in front of Hermione before he seemed to realize he had done it. Harry raised his wand. Back. Slowly. The troll turned its head toward them with stupid, awful slowness. Then it bellowed and charged. Everything happened at once. Hermione grabbed Neville's sleeve and yanked him sideways. Harry shouted the first spell that came to mind. Wingardium Leviosa. Nothing happened to the troll, but the stack of cracked flagstones beside it lurched upward just enough to lose balance. They came down in a brutal spill across the creature's leading foot and shin. Not enough to injure it badly. Enough to ruin its stride. The troll stumbled. Harry felt the second interference rather than saw it, a sudden slickness under the club's path, as if the stone floor had become just uneven enough in exactly the right place. The weapon smashed into the ground instead of Neville's skull, shattering old tiles and spraying dust. James, Harry thought in one bright, impossible pulse. Invisible, precise. But the scene remained theirs. Now, Hermione shouted. They ran for the narrow door together, Neville first this time, Harry last, because someone had to be last and because the troll was already wrenching its club free behind them with a roar that made the walls shake. Whatever James had done had bought seconds, not safety. Seconds, Harry thought, could still be enough if they kept moving. The narrow passage gave them 20 feet and no more. It twisted once, then opened onto a lower landing with nowhere useful to go. Ahead lay only a locked service door and a wall of old stone slick with age. Behind them came the troll, forcing itself into the corridor with a fury that made the masonry groan. Its club smashed into the archway once, twice, showering them with dust and chipped mortar. "We're trapped," Neville said, voice breaking. "No," Hermione snapped, already looking around. "We're contained." "That's different." Under other circumstances Harry might have laughed. Instead he saw what she was seeing. The passage was too narrow for the troll to move cleanly. Its shoulders scraped both walls. The club had to be dragged rather than swung. Above its head, one heavy iron torch bracket had already worked half loose from the stone where the creature's first blows had shaken it. Harry pointed. "That." Hermione followed his line of sight at once. "Can you move it?" "Maybe," Harry said. "Not well." "I can blind it," Neville said suddenly. Both of them looked at him. Neville swallowed but didn't take the words back. "Not for long," he said. "But enough." The troll shoved forward again, its face forcing into the corridor, yellowed teeth bared under a wet snarl. Dust rained from the ceiling. There was no more time to think. "Neville," Harry said. Neville raised his wand with both hands. Lumos Solum. The burst of white light hit the troll full in its tiny eyes. It roared and jerked sideways, club scraping sparks off stone as it tried to shield its face. Hermione was already moving. "Now, Harry." He aimed at the torch bracket and forced every scrap of control James had helped him build into the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The iron tore free with a scream of metal against stone. It lurched, hung for one terrible second, then dropped exactly where the troll had twisted itself sideways. The bracket struck first, then the torch, then half the loosened masonry around it, all of it crashing down across the creature's skull and shoulder in one brutal spill. The troll staggered. Hermione did not hesitate. Again. Harry shoved at the fallen club with the same spell, not trying to lift it cleanly, only enough to tip its weight the wrong way as the troll reeled. Neville, face white and set, fired a second burst of light straight into its eyes. The troll lost what little balance it had left. It came down like a collapsing wall, face first into the floor, the whole landing jumping under the impact. For one suspended instant, none of them moved. Then the roar stopped. Harry's breath came back hard and ragged. Hermione was gripping his sleeve without seeming to realize it. Neville was staring at the fallen troll with the horrified expression of someone who had just discovered courage did not feel noble while it was happening. Footsteps thundered overhead. A moment later Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape burst onto the landing with wands drawn, robes flying, and stopped dead at the sight below them. A mountain troll on the floor and 3 first-years standing together in front of it, filthy, shaking, and very much alive. No one looking at them now would see accident. They would see a circle. 31. The Rat in the Trunk. By the time Madame Pomfrey released them, Hogwarts had already decided what it had seen. The corridor outside the hospital wing was quiet in the strained, overheated way a school always became after panic had burned through it and left gossip in its place. Harry walked between Hermione and Neville, still feeling troll dust in the seams of his clothes no matter how thoroughly Pomfrey had cleaned him. McGonagall's anger still rang in his ears, sharp and controlled, but it had not been the anger that mattered. What mattered was the look she had given the 3 of them after the explanations were done, as if she had stopped seeing accident and started seeing arrangement. Neville noticed the stares first. He kept his eyes forward, but Harry saw the way his shoulders crept upward with each passing cluster of students. I preferred it, Neville said under his breath, when most people forgot I was there. Hermione, carrying her books against her chest as though order itself might hold the castle steady, glanced sideways at him. That's because being overlooked is comfortable until the moment it isn't, Hermione said. Her voice stayed brisk, but there was a softness under it now that had not been there at the start of term. Also, people will get bored. They always do. Harry looked ahead at the doors opening toward breakfast and let out a breath that felt heavier than it should have. Not before they decide what story they want, Harry said. He did not need to add that Hogwarts liked stories more than facts. The troll had given them one, and the castle was already fitting the pieces into place. The hall quieted a little when they entered. Not silence. Never that. Just a visible hitch in the flow of movement, 100 small glances arriving at once and trying not to look obvious. Harry felt them slide over his scar, then over Hermione, then settle on Neville with open surprise. That, more than anything, told him how the night had changed things. Hermione had always been legible. Harry had never been allowed not to be. Neville had been the part people overlooked, the loose thread in the corner of the frame. Not anymore. Neville slowed slightly at the Ravenclaw table, as if old habit still expected him to stop just short of belonging. Harry sat without hesitation and looked up at him. "You're sitting with us," Harry said. It wasn't invitation anymore. It was simple fact. Neville blinked, then gave a short nod and sat down so carefully that it almost hurt to watch. "Right," Neville said. "Yes, all right." Hermione began serving him toast before he could decide whether he was allowed to reach for it. "Good," Hermione said. "That's settled." Across the hall, Ron Weasley was already watching them. Harry caught the look when it landed and held it for half a second too long to pretend he had not seen it. Ron looked away first, mouth tightening around something that might once have become complaint and now had nowhere useful to go. Harry felt no triumph in that, only a strange, quiet clarity. The space Ron had expected to step into was no longer empty. It had already been filled, not by design at first, but by truth. Hermione on one side, Neville on the other, a circle the castle itself had seen. Harry reached for his cup, the morning noise swelling carefully back around them, and understood that whatever came next would begin from this. The rest of the day moved with the uneasy steadiness that followed any public disruption. Classes resumed because Hogwarts preferred routine to reflection, but the castle had not forgotten what it had seen. Harry felt it in the pauses before students spoke to him, in the way Neville was no longer passed over when he stood beside them, and in the peculiar new certainty with which Hermione occupied the space at his right as if the troll had only confirmed something she had already decided. By evening, Harry was tired in the honest way school made him tired now, mind full, body used, emotions worn thinner than he liked. He let himself into the dormitory, set the latch, and crossed to the trunk without hesitation. The room inside answered with warmth, lamplight, and the faint comfort of a place that belonged to them because they had made it belong. James was at the work table, sleeves rolled, notes spread in careful disorder around him. He looked up at once, reading Harry's face the way he always did, not intrusively, just completely. "Bad day?" James asked. Harry stepped further in and let the trunk close behind him. "Not bad," Harry said. "Just loud in a way no one was actually making noise." James's mouth twitched. Being perceived. Harry dropped into the chair opposite him and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "Neville sat with us," Harry said. "Not because I asked properly. Because by then it would have been ridiculous not to." He paused, then added, "Ron noticed." James leaned back slightly, the chair giving a small creak beneath him. "Good," James said. Harry frowned. "Good for Neville, yes. I'm not sure why it's good for everything else." James was quiet for a moment. The lamp threw a warm edge along the line of his jaw, but his eyes had gone harder, more focused. "Because Pettigrew can't stay a private problem," James said at last. "Not now. Not if Sirius is ever going to stand in daylight as a free man." Harry felt the shape of that settle between them. The caged rat had existed in the back of his mind like a sealed room in the house, present, dangerous, postponed. You were saving him for Sirius and Remus, Harry said. I was, James replied. And emotionally, part of me still wants that. He folded his hands together on the table, deliberate, controlled. But private vengeance doesn't clear a conviction. It doesn't repair records. It doesn't undo Azkaban. Law does. Evidence does. Witnesses do. Harry looked past him then, to the far shelf where the unbreakable cage sat under layered wards. Scabbers, or Peter, or whatever name a coward deserved, remained shrunken and petrified inside it, preserved like a vile little fact. Harry had hated him on sight. Now, for the first time, he saw something worse than hatred in the creature's continued existence. Utility. So this is changing, Harry said quietly. James met his eyes and did not soften the truth. Yes, James said. He stops being a trophy and starts becoming a case. Harry didn't ask Hermione to come with him until the tower had settled into evening quiet and the last of the younger Ravenclaws had stopped pretending to revise and actually fallen asleep. She looked up from her notes the moment he spoke, reading the strain in his face before she answered. Candlelight caught in the loose strands of her hair, turning them copper at the edges. How serious? Hermione asked. Harry kept his voice low. The common room was never truly empty, only softened around the margins. Enough that I don't want anyone overhearing even the question, Harry said. Hermione closed her book at once. No dramatics. No argument. Just decision. She rose, tucked her parchment away, and followed him to the dormitory without another word. That, more than urgency, told Harry how far past ordinary secrecy they had already come. Inside his room, he checked the latch, crossed to the trunk, and opened it. The lamplight below rose warm and steady, carrying the faint smell of paper, metal, and the life they had built in hidden increments. Hermione stopped beside him, not startled now as she might once have been, only very still. You said partial truth before, Hermione said quietly. I assume this is the rest. Harry nodded. Some of it. She climbed down first. James was waiting by the worktable, hands resting lightly against the wood, expression composed enough to make Harry mistrust how much effort it cost. Hermione saw him, took one sharp breath, and did not step back. Her eyes narrowed, not in fear but in recognition, as if several disconnected pieces in her mind had finally been made to admit they belonged to the same machine. You're real, Hermione said. James inclined his head. Unfortunately for my peace, yes. Hermione absorbed that without flinching, then shifted her attention to Harry. And whatever this is, you've decided I need to know it now. Yes, Harry said, because Sirius Black is in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. That broke her composure harder than James's presence had. What? Hermione said. The word came out flat with genuine shock. Harry, Peter Pettigrew is dead. James turned and crossed to the warded shelf. He lifted the cage down with both hands and set it carefully on the table between them. The wards shimmered once, briefly visible in the lamplight, then settled. Inside, shrunk small and held in rigid petrification, was Scabbers. Hermione stared at the cage as if her eyes were refusing the evidence on moral principle. That's Ron Weasley's rat, Hermione said. Then she looked closer, properly closer, and the blood drained from her face. No, she said, softer now. No, that's impossible. James's voice remained even. His name is Peter Pettigrew, James said. Animagus. Traitor. Still alive. Hermione's horror lasted only a few heartbeats before intelligence overtook it and turned the whole thing into structure. Harry saw the shift happen in real time, saw shock harden into method behind her eyes. Hermione stepped closer to the cage, not touching it, already cataloging implications. Then Black was framed. And if that's true, this isn't a revelation, it's evidence. She looked up sharply, first at James, then at Harry. Tell me you haven't simply been keeping him as revenge. For a moment, the only sound in the trunk was the faint hum of the warding around the cage. Harry felt the question land hard because Hermione had aimed it exactly where it belonged. James did not answer at once. He stood with one hand still resting on the cage, lamplight catching the fine lines of exhaustion at the corners of his eyes, and for the first time since she had come down into the trunk, he looked not merely composed but judged. "No," James said at last. His voice was level, but there was no mistaking the effort in it. "I wanted revenge. That isn't the same thing. I kept him because part of me wanted Sirius and Remus to see him with their own eyes before law got involved. But Harry's right. That can't be the order anymore." Hermione held his gaze for another heartbeat, measuring not the words but the structure beneath them. Then she nodded once, sharply, as if setting a line under the exchange and moving on because the crisis was larger than anyone's pride. "Good," Hermione said, "because this is already too dangerous to mishandle." She stepped closer to the table, not touching the cage, not taking her eyes off Pettigrew. Harry watched her mind begin assembling the shape of the thing from the outside in. Not emotion first, process, evidence, exposure, all the ways truth could still fail if it was carried carelessly. "You can't simply take him to Sirius," Hermione said. "Black is unstable, traumatized, publicly condemned, and emotionally involved. Even if he did nothing wrong, the Ministry would say rage and Azkaban made him unreliable." She looked up at Harry then, and the intensity of it made him sit straighter without meaning to. "And you absolutely can't hand this to Dumbledore first and hope he'll manage it cleanly." James's mouth twitched, humorless and brief. "That was never my plan." Hermione nodded as if relieved he possessed at least that much sense. "Then we need someone procedural enough to act, senior enough not to be buried, and stubborn enough not to let the Ministry wriggle out of embarrassment." She paced once, slow and exact, then stopped. "Pettigrew must be produced under wards. Verified as an animagus. Identified independently. Recorded. Then Black's case can be reopened from evidence, not sympathy." Harry felt the shape of the path appear as she spoke, hard and narrow and suddenly real. It no longer felt like a secret they were hiding in the dark. It felt like the beginning of something public and irreversible. James folded his arms, the cage between them like a vile center point. "Name the adult," James said. Hermione did not hesitate. "Amelia Bones," Hermione said. "Not because she's kind. Because she's lawful." Harry looked from one to the other, feeling something settle in his chest that was not relief but direction. James followed his gaze, then inclined his head once, accepting the answer as though he had known it before she spoke and needed to hear someone else make it real. The cage remained small and terrible under its wards, but it had changed again in Harry's mind. No longer a hidden enemy. No longer a future revenge. Evidence now. A case. A key. And in the quiet that followed, Amelia Bones became the first adult outside the trunk who truly mattered. 32. Bones in the matter. James went to the Ministry before breakfast, because anything done through law had to be done before the building fully remembered how much it preferred delay. The atrium was not yet crowded. Wizards crossed the polished floor in purposeful lines, robes still carrying the chill of the morning, each one wrapped in the private assumption that paperwork made the world stable. James moved through them in a body that was not quite his own and entirely useful, older than Harry, plain enough not to be stored in memory, respectable without inviting conversation. Adult wizard. Nothing remarkable. The best disguise in Britain was competence worn quietly. He did not present himself at the general desk. Hermione had been right about that too. This could not become gossip, not even by accident. James turned instead toward the narrower corridor marked for magical law enforcement and stopped only when a witch in dark plum robes looked up sharply from a ledger and decided he was worth challenging. "You're early for most kinds of trouble," she said. James inclined his head, giving her just enough courtesy to suggest he understood institutions without loving them. "I'm here for Director Bones," James said. "On a sealed evidentiary matter that cannot pass through ordinary intake." The witch's quill paused. Her expression did not harden, but it did become more precise. "Everyone with panic in their voice says that," she said. "You don't sound panicked." "I'm trying to prevent that stage," James replied. That earned him a longer look. Not trust. Assessment. She closed the ledger with one finger holding the page and sat back slightly. "Name. James Gray. Department. None you'd recognize as formal." One corner of her mouth twitched, not amusement exactly, but a brief acknowledgement that he had chosen not to insult her with a lie. And why? She asked. Should Director Bones hear you before her tea? James let the silence sit for one measured breath. Too quick and it would sound rehearsed. Too slow and it would sound theatrical. Then he met the witch's eyes and said, very evenly, because I have material evidence that Sirius Black's conviction is unsafe. The corridor changed around them without any visible movement at all. The witch did not gasp. She did not demand more. But the page under her finger stopped being merely paper and became a decision point. Unsafe, she repeated. That's a narrow word. I chose it deliberately, James said. I'm not asking for outrage. I'm asking for procedure before politics wakes up. Her gaze sharpened. Do you have the evidence on you? No, James said. And I won't produce it in a corridor, to an intake desk, or under any condition that makes spectacle easier than chain of custody. That, more than the name Sirius Black, seemed to decide it. She rose, smoothed one hand over the front of her robes, and picked up the ledger as if the conversation had become part of something larger than either of them. Stay where you are, she said. If Director Bones agrees to hear you, you will repeat those last two sentences to her exactly. James inclined his head once. Gladly, James said. When she disappeared through the inner door, James let himself breathe just once, slow and controlled. Hermione had named the right adult. Now he only had to survive proving it. Amelia Bones did not keep him waiting long enough for comfort to become dangerous. The inner door opened, and the same witch in plum robes returned with her ledger tucked under one arm and a new, sharper economy to her movements. Director Bones will see you, she said. You will answer directly, and you will leave Theatrix in the corridor. James inclined his head and followed. Bones's office was larger than he had expected and far plainer than the ministry's reputation suggested it ought to be. Files occupied one wall in disciplined ranks. 2 sealed cabinets stood under active warding. A single window looked out over the atrium without pretending the view mattered. Amelia Bones herself sat behind a desk that had survived enough use to become practical rather than prestigious. She did not rise when he entered. She did not offer tea. Her attention landed on him with the same effect as a probe pressed against weak stone. You are James Gray, Bones said. It wasn't a question. And you have material evidence that Sirius Black's conviction is unsafe. Yes, James said. Bones folded her hands. Her expression did not harden, because it had begun there. Then you will tell me first why you bypassed every normal channel my department possesses. James remained standing. It was the correct posture for this kind of conversation. Not defiance. Not submission. Just a man refusing to pretend the meeting was social. Because normal channels are designed for cases the institution can survive admitting it mishandled, James said. This one threatens embarrassment before breakfast, and embarrassment makes people stupid. One of Bones's brows rose a fraction. Not offended. Measuring. That is not a flattering assessment of my colleagues. It isn't meant to be, James replied. Bones let the silence weigh on him for a moment, then leaned back slightly in her chair. Do you understand the charge implied by the sentence you used downstairs? She asked. Unsafe conviction is narrower than wrongful conviction. It suggests either unknown evidence or contaminated process. James met her eyes evenly. I chose it because I can prove the first before I asked you to confront the second. That shifted something. Bones's gaze sharpened in a different direction now, from skepticism toward operational thought. And the evidence? James let one measured breath pass. Must be seen under sealed conditions, by as few people as possible, with chain of custody established before a single rumor leaves this office. Bones was quiet long enough that the ticking clock on the filing cabinet became noticeable. Then she rose at last, stepped around the desk, and touched her wand to the wall panel beside the sealed cabinets. Wards unfolded in layered silence, old and professional and not for show. You will produce it here, Bones said. If it is a trick, you will regret it. If it is real, we proceed fast enough that no one has time to feel clever. Her gaze held his without blinking. You were right about one thing, Mr. Gray. Secrecy and speed are about to become the same problem. James inclined his head once and reached for the trunk space line hidden under glamour and adult skin. When the warded cage appeared in his hands, shrunk but unmistakable beneath the layers of containment, Bones did not gasp. She simply looked harder, and in that harder look he saw the exact moment she understood that this was no corridor claim, no grudge, no morning panic. It was evidence, alive and terrible, and the room had just changed around it. Bones crossed the room before James had fully set the cage on the cleared section of her desk. She did not reach for it immediately. She circled once instead, eyes moving over the wards in careful sequence, reading them the way another witch might read handwriting. James watched her recognize the anti-transformation lattice, the petrification lock, the shrink charm nested under the outer shield, and the deliberate absence of anything theatrical. No curse display, no intimidation, just containment. That is professionally unpleasant, Bones said at last. James kept his hands at his sides. It was meant to be stable, not decorative. Bones glanced at him, then bent closer to the cage. The rat inside remained rigid and small, preserved in the exact shape of useless innocence. She looked at it for several seconds without speaking. When she did, her voice had lost the last of its speculative distance. "If this is who I think it is," Bones said, "then every choice from this point onward has to survive appeal, inquiry, and panic in that order." "That's why I came to you," James said. Bones straightened and turned toward the door without taking her eyes off him. She touched the ward panel again, this time in a different pattern. The office sealed more tightly, the air changing with the quiet density of layered legal magic. "You will now answer with precision," Bones said. "No flourishes. No storytelling. How did you obtain this evidence?" James chose the narrow truth and kept it narrow. "I identified Peter Pettigrew in animagus form," James said. "I contained him under anti-transformation wards and suspended him before he could be publicly lost, harmed, or warned." Bones's gaze sharpened. "Lost. Escaped, destroyed, interfered with, or politically vanished," James said. "Pick the ministry verb you like best." One corner of her mouth twitched, not because she found it funny, but because she recognized the accuracy and disliked having it named aloud. She moved to the inner bell and rang once, sharply. The plum-robed witch re-entered almost at once, took one look at Bones's face, and stopped asking questions before they formed. "Summon Healer Marchbanks from forensic intake," Bones said. "And or Penhaligon. No one else. Then bring the sealed witness folio and the restricted transcription quills." She paused, then added, "Mark this room under director's authority only. Any interruption becomes insubordination." The witch nodded and vanished without a sound. Bones returned her attention to the cage. "We do this cleanly," Bones said. "Identity verification first. Forced reversion second. Statement under seal third. Nothing leaves this room uncatalogued." Her eyes lifted to James again, cool and exact. "And if Pettigrew confirms Black was framed, I will reopen the conviction before lunch." James felt something tight and old shift, not ease exactly, but alignment. "That's all I'm asking," James said. Bones looked at the rat one more time, then at the empty space on her desk where the witness folio would soon be laid. "No," Bones said quietly. "What you're asking is that I move faster than a frightened institution. Fortunately for you, Mr. Gray, I dislike frightened institutions." Healer Marchbanks and or Penhaligon arrived within minutes, and the speed of it told James more about Bones than any title could have done. Neither of them looked pleased to have been summoned blind into a sealed office before the day had properly begun, but both stopped short the moment Bones turned the cage to face them. The healer's expression flattened into professional disgust. The Auror's hand went to his wand and then deliberately left it again. "Director," Penhaligon said carefully, "what exactly am I looking at?" Bones did not waste a word. "You were looking at evidence under director's seal," Bones said. "Your job is not to speculate. Your job is to verify." Marchbanks stepped forward first. She drew a slim diagnostic wand from her sleeve and passed it once over the cage, then again more slowly, eyes narrowing as the charm built its answer. The air above Pettigrew shimmered with pale threads, not decorative but anatomical, outlining the compact rat shape and the wrongness nested inside it. Human magic, folded down too far and held there by long practice. Marchbanks let out a slow breath through her nose. Living subject, Marchbanks said. Petrified. Animagus signature present beneath current form. She looked up at Bones. Not recent transformation either. This has lived as an animal for years. Penhaligon swore once, softly and with real feeling. Bones's voice cut across the room before either man could say more. Good, Bones said. Then we proceed as if every wall in this building is listening. She took up the restricted folio, broke the seal, and began writing with a hand that moved faster than outrage and more cleanly than panic. Penhaligon, you will prepare Chamber 3 under internal evidence protocol. No public intake. No corridor escort. Marchbanks, you will remain attached as forensic witness for forced reversion and identity confirmation. She did not look up. Both of you will speak of this to no one not named in my next sentence. That made them still in the way competent people went still when they understood history had just entered the room and expected work. Bones lifted her head at last. Names authorized are myself, the two of you, and Mr. Gray, Bones said. Not your superiors. Not your friends. Not your wives over supper. If this leaks before I have a statement, I will treat it as deliberate obstruction. Penhaligon nodded first. Understood, Penhaligon said. Marchbanks gave a shorter nod. All business now that a problem had revealed its shape. I'll have the chamber ready in 20 minutes, Marchbanks said. Bones turned then to James, and for the first time the question in her face had shifted into decision. Transfer custody, Bones said. Not ownership. Not narrative. Custody. From this moment onward, Peter Pettigrew stops being your hidden fact and starts becoming my case. James looked at the cage, at the vile little body inside it, and felt the old private claim break apart under the weight of necessity. He had caught Pettigrew as a man catches vermin in his walls, alone and with grim satisfaction. Now the thing had changed shape again. Not rat. Not revenge. Evidence. Recorded. Witnessed. Moving toward law with all the cold force that word could still possess. James signed the custody line without hesitation. When Bones blotted the page and closed the folio, Sirius Black's path out of Azkaban stopped being hope and became procedure. 33. Open Sky. The morning of first flying lessons arrived with a sky so clear it felt almost impolite. Harry stood with the other first years on the training lawn, broom laid neatly at his toes, and tried not to think about how exposed grass always made him feel. Stone walls he understood. Corridors gave shape to movement. Even the great hall had a ceiling, enchanted or otherwise. The lawn offered nothing but sky, wind, and visibility, and after everything that had shifted in the last week, visibility no longer felt neutral. Beside him, Hermione was trying very hard to look as though she had already decided the whole exercise was structurally unsound. Her hands were folded too neatly in front of her, which meant she was nervous. Neville looked worse. His broom might as well have been a live snake for how carefully he was avoiding touching it. You do know they only fly if you get on them, Harry said quietly. Neville gave him a hunted glance. That's exactly the part 1 object to, Neville said. Hermione did not look away from the line of school brooms. Personally, I object to the complete lack of railings, Hermione said. There are no railings. That feels irresponsible. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. You can't put railings on the sky. Hermione turned her head just enough to give him a cool look. That sounds like the sort of sentence people say immediately before they fall out of it. Madame Hooch strode down the line before Harry could answer, yellow eyes sharp and unforgiving. She had the sort of voice that made space clear for itself without ever needing to shout. Right, Hooch said. Everyone stand by a broom. When I say the word, you will call it to hand. If I see any fooling about, I'll know who began it. The word fooling had barely left her mouth before Harry became aware of eyes on him from 3 different directions at once. Some of it was simple curiosity. Some of it was the old scar-born attention he would probably never fully escape. But underneath it now ran something new, the aftertaste of troll rumor and the castle's recent habit of watching him to see what shape he would take next. He felt it most clearly from the staff lawn above, where a few teachers had paused at the edge of the terrace, not officially observing and therefore obviously observing. Up, Hooch barked. Brooms jumped, skidded, and sulked along the grass. Neville's twitched an inch and rolled uselessly sideways. Hermione's gave a small, offended wobble and stayed put. Harry held out his hand and did not push. He simply asked, the way James had taught him to ask anything with motion in it, calm first, command second. The broom rose cleanly into his palm. He heard the intake of breath before he properly registered it. Not loud, not dramatic, just enough to tell him that what had felt ordinary in his hand had not looked ordinary from the outside. Harry tightened his grip, suddenly aware of the open sky above him and the fact that, for the first time in weeks, being seen might become something dangerously close to joy. The lesson should have settled after that, but Harry had already made the mistake of looking too easy on a broom. Madame Hooch moved them through the basics with clipped efficiency. Mount, kick off, hover, turn without panicking, land without pretending the ground had betrayed you personally. Around him, first years wobbled, swore, squeaked, or clung. Hermione rose a foot and immediately distrusted the entire concept. Neville got off the ground at all only because terror occasionally resembled commitment from a distance. Don't look down, Harry murmured as Neville drifted sideways with the rigid despair of a man being carried to sea on a wardrobe. Neville's fingers tightened so hard on the handle that his knuckles whitened. That advice would have been more useful, Neville said through clenched teeth, before I was above the earth. What happened next took less time than fear ought to have been allowed. Neville's broom shot higher in one ugly, panicked jerk. He yelped, leaned the wrong way, and lost the little control he'd had. Madame Hooch spun, shouting for him to come down slowly, but the command arrived a heartbeat too late. Neville dropped, hit the grass hard enough to make half the line flinch, and rolled with a sound Harry never wanted to hear from a friend again. Hooch was at his side instantly. She checked him with the blunt, competent speed of someone who had seen this exact stupidity before. Neville's wrist had already begun to swell. The remembrall his grandmother had sent him lay glittering in the grass beside him like a fallen eye. Draco Malfoy got there first. He scooped it up with a grin sharpened by audience and held it aloft, letting the sun catch the glass. Look at that, Draco said. Longbottom falls out of the sky and still manages to leave pieces of himself behind. Harry felt the shift before he moved, the old line between bystander and participant drawing itself in front of him with insulting clarity. Hooch was already marching Neville toward the castle. The staff terrace was still visible above the lawn. Every first year there had turned toward the same point. Give it back, Harry said. Draco's smile widened. Or what? He threw the remembrall. Not far, not high, just enough to make it a spectacle. Harry was moving before thought finished arriving. The broom answered him cleanly, rising under him with the same glad certainty it had shown in his hand. Wind hit his face. The ground fell away. For one hard, bright second there was nothing in the world but angle, glass, and the exquisite, impossible relief of being exactly where his body wanted to be. He caught the remembrall before it finished its arc. When he landed, grass skidding under the broom's bristles, the silence that followed felt larger than the lawn. Harry straightened, the remembrall warm in his hand, and saw Professor McGonagall standing at the edge of the terrace with a look on her face that had nothing to do with reprimand. She came down the steps like a decision. Potter, McGonagall said, stopping in front of him. Her voice was crisp, but her eyes were alive in a way he had not seen before. Walk with me. Harry looked once toward Neville being led inside, once toward Hermione's pale, intent face, and then stepped off the broom. This time, when he followed her, he knew enough to understand what might be waiting at the end of the walk. McGonagall did not stop until they had put half the lawn and all the listening first years behind them. She turned at the edge of the lower cloister, tartan robes cutting a hard line against the stone, and held out her hand. Harry gave her Neville's remembrall without being asked. She took it, set it carefully on the ledge beside her, and then looked at him with the kind of focus that made most students feel they had forgotten something important. How long have you been flying? McGonagall asked. Harry considered the question with more care than the words seemed to merit. The honest answer was complicated, which usually meant it had to be translated before it became safe. Not very long, Harry said. Properly, I mean. McGonagall's mouth thinned, though not in disbelief. That was not beginner's luck, McGonagall said. That was control. Harry looked out across the lawn, where Hooch was reforming the line and Draco Malfoy was very carefully pretending none of it had mattered. It didn't feel out of control, Harry said. Then, because this mattered too, he added, I know what you're about to ask. One of her brows rose. Do you? Yes, Harry said, and I also know first years aren't usually allowed on house teams. McGonagall's expression shifted then, not softening exactly, but becoming more alive. Usually, McGonagall said, is a useful word when one wants to preserve standards without becoming stupid. She folded her hands behind her back. Ravenclaw has lacked a seeker with any real instinct for 2 years. I'd like you at tryouts. Harry let the words settle instead of jumping to them. That alone seemed to please her. A month ago he might have felt only the weight of being noticed. Now there was room beside that for something cleaner. Want. Not ambition exactly. Desire without panic under it. I want to do it, Harry said. But I want it because I liked flying, not because people are watching me. McGonagall held his gaze for a long moment, and he had the strange sense that he had just answered the only part of the question she actually cared about. Good, McGonagall said. Then you have a better chance of surviving Quidditch without becoming insufferable. By the time he returned to the lawn, the lesson had ended. Hermione and Neville were waiting just off the path where Hooch had dismissed them, both looking as though the last 10 minutes had taken place inside their ribcages rather than in front of them. Neville's wrist was bandaged and already on the mend. Well? Hermione asked. Harry shifted the broom under one arm and tried, unsuccessfully, not to smile. Tryouts, Harry said. Ravenclaw seeker. Hermione's eyes widened first with surprise, then narrowed with immediate calculation. That is excellent, Hermione said. And also potentially dreadful. People already watch you too much. Neville looked at him, then up at the open sky above the towers, and something quiet and almost wonder-struck moved across his face. You looked happy, Neville said. I've never seen you look like that before. The words landed harder than Hermione's concern had. Harry glanced down at the broom in his hand and then back at Neville. I was, Harry said. Neville nodded as if that settled something important. Hermione, still frowning in the direction of future consequences, let out a slow breath through her nose and fell into step beside them anyway. Whatever trouble flying brought, Harry thought as they headed back toward the castle, it had already given him one clean thing in return. For a few bright seconds above the grass, being visible had not felt like danger. It had felt like life. By supper, the castle had decided Harry Potter was flying now. Not trying to learn. Not recovering from a lucky catch. Flying. The distinction mattered to Hogwarts because Hogwarts loved categories almost as much as it loved gossip, and by the time Harry, Hermione, and Neville entered the Great Hall, the news had already outrun them. Students looked up from plates and conversations with the bright, hungry attention reserved for things that promised future spectacle. Even Ravenclaw's interest had a sharpened edge to it, less noise than Gryffindor would have made, but no less eager for being dressed in intelligence. Harry felt it before he sat, that spreading pressure of public expectation trying to settle around his shoulders like a cloak he hadn't agreed to wear. This time, though, it did not feel like the scar. It did not feel like prophecy or curiosity or the old exhausting weight of being the boy people already thought they knew. It felt narrower, stranger, earned. A dark-haired 7th year at the far end of the table gave him a look that was almost assessing, then nodded once in the direction of the Ravenclaw Quidditch notice board. Harry had not even noticed the board yet. His eyes found it now, hung beside the side arch, a fresh parchment already pinned beneath the team listings. Hermione followed his glance and let out a low, resigned breath. That was fast, Hermione said. Neville leaned slightly to see around him. What does it say? Neville asked. Harry stood, crossed the short distance, and read it properly. Ravenclaw House Team. Seeker Tryouts. Saturday. Dawn. The words sat there without ornament, practical and unapologetic, as if the whole thing had already moved out of possibility and into schedule. When he came back to the table, Hermione was watching him with the particular expression she wore when she suspected joy might lead directly to catastrophe. "Well?" Hermione asked. Harry sat down, the notice still bright in his mind. "Saturday," Harry said. "Dawn." Hermione pressed her lips together. "That's appalling. Reasonable people should not be expected to prove competence before breakfast." Neville smiled before he could help it. "You're going," Neville said. It wasn't a question. Harry looked down at his hands, then at the long line of candles reflected in the polished table, and realized there was no knot in his chest when he imagined it. No dread. No obligation disguised as opportunity. Only the clean upward pull he had felt when the broom had answered him and the ground had fallen away in exactly the right order. "Yes," Harry said. "I am." The answer changed the room around him, not outwardly, not enough for anyone else to notice, but enough. Hermione's worry did not vanish, yet it shifted into planning. Neville's quiet admiration settled into certainty. And Harry, sitting between them with the noise of supper swelling gently around the table, understood that this was what James had been trying to preserve all along. Not merely survival, not only correction, a life with public lines of its own. Classes, friends, Quidditch tryouts at dawn, sky over stone. The covert war would continue because it had to, but now it had something honest to stand beside it. For the first time since returning to Hogwarts, Harry could feel the year widening instead of narrowing. 34. The match. Match day arrived with the sort of cold that made the castle feel more alive instead of less. Harry woke before dawn, not because of fear exactly, but because his body had recognized anticipation and decided sleep was no longer structurally sound. The dormitory was still dark, the windows silvered faintly with early light, and for a few quiet seconds he lay there staring at the canopy above him and trying to separate the different kinds of pressure in his chest. Some of it was nerves. Some of it was hunger. Some of it was the simple, astonishing fact that he was about to do something in front of the whole school because he wanted to do it. That last part still felt strange enough to examine. By breakfast the great hall had become unrecognizable. House colors hung brighter than usual, charmed streamers moving lazily in the air above the tables as if even the decorations had taken sides. Students spoke too loudly, laughed too fast, and kept turning in their seats to look toward the doors whenever a member of the Ravenclaw or Gryffindor team entered. Harry felt the attention reach for him the moment he sat down, but now it came tangled up with something almost ordinary. Not the scar, not rumor, sport. Hermione set a plate in front of him with an efficiency that suggested she had decided food was no longer optional. "You are eating," Hermione said. "I refuse to watch you faint artistically in the middle of a public event." Harry looked at the eggs, then at her. "That seems unlikely." "It also seemed unlikely that you'd be recruited into house athletics before Halloween, and yet here we are," Hermione said. Neville, wrapped in a Ravenclaw scarf that looked as though he had put it on with ceremonial care, leaned in from Harry's other side. His voice was quieter, but no less serious for it. "She's right," Neville said. "You look like someone trying to survive on tea and resolve." Harry let out a breath that might have become a laugh if it had not been crowded by nerves. He picked up his fork. "I hate that both of you are so pleased with being correct." "That's because we usually are," Hermione said. The hall doors opened again, and the noise shifted. The Ravenclaw team crossed toward the side entrance in full kit, blue trimmed in bronze, brooms carried with the calm pride of people pretending this was normal. Roger Davies, broad-shouldered and trying not to grin too openly, caught Harry's eye and tipped his head toward the corridor. "Time." Harry stood. The whole hall seemed to notice. For one brief, impossible moment, he felt the weight of it all at once. The cold morning, the banners, Hermione's worry, Neville's quiet belief, the rising noise of a school that had decided to care what happened next. Then it settled into something cleaner. Not burden, not destiny. Performance, perhaps, but chosen this time. Harry adjusted his grip on his broom, squared his shoulders, and headed for the players' entrance while Ravenclaw's table broke into applause that sounded, to his own surprise, like belonging. The changing room under the stand smelled of cold wood, leather, and the particular kind of confidence older students pretended to have for the sake of younger ones. Harry sat on the bench with his broom across his knees while Roger Davies moved through last-minute instructions in the tone of someone trying not to sound like he cared too much. Ravenclaw blue flashed bright against boots, gloves, scarves, and the hard angles of intent. Everyone looked older once dressed for Quidditch. Broader, sharper. Even the chatter had an edge to it. Roger stopped in front of Harry and lowered his voice just enough to make the rest of the room disappear. "Forget the score unless the snitch appears," Roger said. "Forget the crowd unless they start throwing things. Your job is to see what no one else sees and move before the game catches up. Can you do that?" Harry looked down at his broom, then up again. The nerves were still there, bright and electrical, but they had settled into usefulness. "Yes," Harry said, "I can do that." Roger nodded once, satisfied enough not to ruin it by adding more. "Good," Roger said. "Then let the rest of us make noise." The roar hit them the moment they emerged into daylight. The pitch opened wide beneath a pale sky, stands packed and shivering with color and motion. Harry had thought he understood school attention by now. He hadn't. This was louder, cleaner, and less personal, all appetite and allegiance and the simple joy of wanting to watch something happen. Banners snapped in the wind. Scarves flashed like signal fire. Somewhere to his left, Ravenclaw's supporters were already chanting his name with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for people who had survived at least 3 matches before being adopted by house identity. He kicked off with the others, air rushing cold and immediate against his face. For the first few minutes the match held together exactly as it should. Chasers broke, passed, feinted, and collided. Bludgers tore through space with murderous cheerfulness. Harry climbed higher, circling wide, letting the pitch teach him its patterns while the noise below blurred into something vast and exhilarating. Then the broom twitched. Not wind, not nerves. A wrongness ran up the handle and into his grip, subtle enough that he might have doubted it if James hadn't taught him what interference felt like. The broom corrected itself a second later, but Harry's spine had already gone cold. Below him, the match continued. Above the Gryffindor stands, a dark movement caught his eye. Professor Snape, half risen from his seat, mouth moving in clipped concentration, not looking at Harry but at something beyond him. On the far side of the pitch, almost impossible to notice unless one knew where to look, James had materialized in the narrow line between shadow and structure, attention fixed not on the game but on one figure in the staff row. Quirrell. Harry did not have time to think the name properly before the broom jerked again, harder now, nose dipping toward empty air as if some unseen hand had decided gravity was suddenly persuasive. The pitch swung beneath him in one sickening sweep, and the game that had felt like joy a breath ago became something else entirely. The first plunge nearly threw him. Harry hauled back on the handle with both hands, legs clamping hard enough to ache, and the broom answered only after a sick, lagging heartbeat that made the whole pitch tilt beneath him. The stands had begun to notice now. Noise changed shape when danger entered it. What had been chant and cheer sharpened into scattered shouting, rising in pockets as more students realized Ravenclaw's seeker was no longer moving like a boy in control of his own broom. "Potter," Roger's voice carried up from somewhere below, raw with anger and disbelief. "Pull out if you have to." Harry could not have answered if he wanted to. Wind tore the air from his mouth. The broom bucked again, trying to twist him sideways. He felt the interference clearly now, not as a single push but as a line of malicious pressure forcing commands through wood that wanted to obey something else. Then it faltered. Not vanished. Faltered. Just enough to tell him that somewhere below, someone had interrupted the rhythm of it. Harry risked a glance toward the staff section and saw the shape of the struggle only in fragments. Snape was on his feet now, wand out under the cover of his robes, face drawn tight with concentration. On the far side, Quirrell had half risen from his seat, hands locked white against the bench as though holding the curse in place by will alone. James had moved closer through the invisible seam of the crowd, no longer even pretending to watch the match. Whatever he was doing, it was not clean enough to end the attack outright. It was only buying Harry pieces of a second. Pieces, Harry thought, could still be enough. The broom jerked once more, then dipped into a wild spiral. Harry let it fall farther than instinct wanted, not resisting too early, not fighting it where the curse expected panic. The pitch swung around him in dizzying arcs, goal hoops, banners, sky. In the middle of that dizzy blur, a flash of gold caught the light. The snitch. It was darting low near the Hufflepuff stands, almost lost in the chaos, moving on the same downward line the broom was already forcing him toward. Harry felt the decision happen before he fully thought it. He did not have to survive first and win later. He could make the same motion do both. He leaned into the spiral. For one terrifying instant the broom seemed delighted by the choice and dropped harder. The grass rushed up. The snitch flickered right, then left. Harry shot one hand from the handle, the world roaring around him so loudly it became silence, and closed his fingers on something tiny and frantic just as the broom finally obeyed his other hand enough to level out. He landed badly, skidding across the turf on one knee, but still upright. For a heartbeat the whole pitch forgot how to make sound. Then Harry opened his fist. The snitch glittered against his palm, and the match stopped being rescue. It became victory. The roar hit him a second after the snitch did. It broke over the pitch in one great physical wave, Ravenclaw cheers crashing into outrage, disbelief, and the raw noise of several hundred students deciding all at once that they had just witnessed something worth remembering badly and retelling worse. Harry was still on one knee in the grass, fist closed around the snitch, when boots pounded toward him from 3 directions. Roger got there first. He seized Harry by both shoulders, hauled him upright, and stared as if checking whether victory had accidentally killed him. "You impossible little menace," Roger said, breathless with laughter and fury in equal measure. "You couldn't simply catch it normally." Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. There was no answer to that which did not sound deranged. By the time he was released back into motion, the rest of the team had reached him, voices overlapping, gloves thumping his back hard enough to bruise. The stands above were still a storm of blue and bronze. Somewhere in the chaos, Hermione's voice cut through with a level of offended precision that made people instinctively move aside. "Out of the way," Hermione said. "He nearly died for your entertainment." Neville was beside her a second later, bandaged wrist clutched against his chest and face still pale from more than his fall. He looked from Harry to the broom and back again with the fixed, horrified clarity of someone who had seen enough to stop pretending it was all accident. "It wasn't just the wind," Neville said quietly. Harry looked past them toward the staff stand. The rows had dissolved into movement now, teachers standing, students leaning, Hooch striding across the pitch with the kind of expression that suggested she was already writing disciplinary reports in her head. Snape was back in his seat, but not settled. Quirrell was gone. Hermione followed Harry's line of sight and went still in a different way. "You felt it too," Hermione said. It wasn't quite a question. Harry nodded once. "The broom was being pushed," Harry said. "Not failing. Pushed." Roger, close enough to hear now, lost the last of his post-match grin. "That's not a sentence I enjoy hearing from my seeker," Roger said. Madame Hooch reached them at last, took one sharp look at Harry, then at the broom, then at the teacher's stand. Her mouth flattened. "Inside," Hooch said. "Celebrating can wait until I'm satisfied no one has enchanted school equipment into a murder attempt." The word attempt settled over the group harder than any cheer had. Later, when Harry sat in the trunk with the match still loud in his blood and the snitch cooling on the table between him and James, the shape of the day sharpened properly. James had shed the last of his crowd blur glamour and looked tired in the way he only did when control had been expensive. "Quirrell made a real move," James said. "Not testing. Not probing. He committed." Harry looked down at the snitch, tiny and gold and absurdly bright. Victory still mattered. The match still belonged to him. But it no longer stood alone. Something darker had flown beside it all afternoon, close enough now to name without flinching. "So he stops being background," Harry said quietly. James met his eyes across the table. "Yes," James said. "From this point forward, he becomes immediate." 35. Blood in the Forest. James did not sleep after the match. Harry did, eventually, because children could exhaust themselves cleanly even when terror had ridden alongside triumph for half an afternoon. James envied him that in the abstract and was grateful for it in practice. The trunk had gone quiet by degrees, lamps turned low, the snitch boxed away, the school above settling into the particular hum of a castle digesting gossip. None of it reached him properly. His attention remained on the pattern, turning it over and over until the shape stopped being a moment and became a line. Quirrell had not improvised. That was what mattered. Harry found him at the worktable not long after dawn, still in yesterday's exhaustion and only half buttoned into the new day. He stopped in the doorway, saw James already dressed and working, and lost the last of his sleepiness at once. "You haven't been to bed," Harry said. James did not look up immediately. He finished the line he was marking on the parchment, then set the quill down with care. "No," James said, "because Quirrell tried to kill you in public and failed with too much commitment for it to have been a test." Harry came the rest of the way in, tension replacing fatigue in his posture with painful ease. "You already said he'd committed," Harry said. "What changed?" James pushed the parchment toward him. It was not a map, not exactly, but a structured mess of names, places, times, and arrows that only looked chaotic until one stared at it long enough. Staff seating, sightlines, wind direction, the terrace angle, Snape's line of intervention, Quirrell's position. "A reckless man uses opportunity," James said. "A prepared one manufactures it." Yesterday wasn't a spur-of-the-moment curse. He was counting on the crowd, on confusion, on school ritual keeping everyone half a second too polite to act. Harry studied the page, brow knitting. "So what are you looking for now?" James leaned back in the chair and rubbed a hand over his face. "Where he learned to think like that," James said. "And what he's feeding it with. A curse that's stubborn on a broom under school wards costs something." Harry's eyes lifted from the parchment. "You think he's drawing from outside himself?" "I think Quirrell's not decaying in a vacuum," James said. "And I think if I follow the cost instead of the symptom, he'll lead me somewhere he doesn't want company." Harry was quiet for a moment, then set the parchment down and looked at him with that infuriatingly direct expression James could never quite prepare for. "Am I supposed to hear, 'somewhere dangerous,' in that and just nod politely?" James's mouth twitched despite himself. "Ideally." "I hate your ideals," Harry said. "That's healthy," James replied. He stood then, crossing to Harry and resting a hand briefly against the back of his neck, not restraining, only grounding. "You stay in the visible story for now. Classes, friends, Quidditch aftermath. I take the line outward." Harry did not like it. James could see that plainly. But he nodded, because he understood the division even when he resented it. "Come back with proof," Harry said. James reached for his coat, already feeling the hunt a line beneath his ribs. "That," James said quietly, "is exactly the plan." By late afternoon, the trail had stopped feeling abstract and begun to behave like prey. James followed it under the first rank of trees, where the ground softened and the castle's clean geometry gave way to roots, fern, and damp black earth. Quirrell's passage was not obvious in the ordinary sense. He was too frightened and too careful for that. But fear left its own kind of damage. Branches bent where they should have sprung back. Moss had been crushed under hurried boots. More than once James caught the same metallic trace he had found on the defense robes after the match, now stronger and threaded with something brighter and wronger. Unicorn blood. Not spilled yet. Anticipated. The knowledge did not shock him. It tightened him. He knew exactly what it meant. Firenze had said it plainly in another life, under another sky, with the body of a slain unicorn cooling in the leaves nearby. Drink it, and you went on living in a form too compromised to deserve the word life. Voldemort had already crossed that line once. James had hoped, absurdly and despite himself, that he might delay it now. Hope, he reminded himself, was not evidence. The forest opened briefly into a stand of pale birch, and there he found the herd. Not close enough to touch. Far enough that they still had room to decide whether he belonged to danger. 3 of them, silver white in the falling light, ears flicking, muscles held in that perfect state between grace and flight. Their presence changed the whole wood around them. Air cleared. Sound refined itself. Even the mud under James's boots seemed less willing to hold corruption in their presence. He stopped at once and lowered his gaze. I'm not here for you, James said quietly. I'm here for what's coming. One unicorn stamped once. Another turned its head, nostrils flaring. They could smell Quirrell's trail too. Perhaps they already had. James moved carefully then, not toward them but around them, working the line of the wood the way he would have worked a battlefield flank. Small wards, barely above suggestion, laid into the easiest approaches. Nothing that would pen or panic them. Just pressure. A discouragement along the exposed edge of the forest, a gentle nudge toward deeper cover where Quirrell would have to search harder, walk farther, spend more, and show more of himself. Save the unicorns if he could. Deny the professor easy blood even if he couldn't. It was a clean plan. Which meant he knew, before the first distant disturbance reached him from deeper in the trees, that he had begun too late. The herd felt it before he did. Heads lifted in perfect unison. One of them gave a low, strange sound that was not fear and not warning but grief made animal. Then they were moving, not bolting, not breaking, but withdrawing deeper into the dark with a speed that left the clearing poorer for their absence. James turned toward the sound and went after it at once. He smelled the blood before he saw the body. Fresh, bright, magical in the raw, unbearable way only unicorn blood could be, turning the whole patch of forest around it into accusation. James slowed only for the space of one breath before stepping into the hollow and finding the white shape on the ground. Damn. The unicorn lay half-curled against the roots of an old beech, neck stretched wrong, silver mane darkened where the blood had run and pooled and soaked into the leaves. This had not happened hours ago. The ground still held the violence of it. Branches thrashed bare, mud churned. The air remained fouled by parasitic magic, a greasy aftertaste against the clean, bright wrongness of the blood. James knelt without touching the body. Too late to save this one. Soon enough, perhaps, to waste what Quirrell had stolen. The trail away from the carcass was almost visible in its urgency. Not footprints exactly. Depletion. Magic under strain dragging itself onward with new fuel and no grace. Quirrell had fed, but not well. Not fully. James could use that. He rose in one clean motion, already turning toward the line the professor had taken, already calculating angle and distance. Then a voice crashed faintly through the trees. Hello, anyone there? Hagrid. James swore once under his breath, low and exact. The gamekeeper was still a way off, but closing. James could hear the bulk of him forcing a path through the undergrowth, lantern knocking against something metal, fang somewhere nearby in restless, uncertain circles. If James moved now, Hagrid would see something. A silhouette, a disturbance. Too much. And once Hagrid saw, questions would follow, and James could not afford to exist in this part of the story. He cast the invisibility at once, drawing it tight over skin, coat, and breath, then stepped back into the shadow of the trees. Hagrid emerged into the hollow a moment later, lantern light striking the dead unicorn and turning his whole face sick. Oh, no, Hagrid breathed. James stayed perfectly still. Every part of him wanted to keep moving, to take the hot trail before it cooled, to follow Quirrell deeper and make him pay in exhaustion for every mouthful he had stolen. But Hagrid's presence pinned the moment shut. The old gamekeeper dropped to one knee beside the unicorn, grief and fury battling openly across his face, and James understood with abrupt, cold clarity that this path was gone for tonight. Not because Quirrell had escaped, but because the forest had acquired a witness. So James waited, hidden and furious, while Hagrid bent over the body. When the gamekeeper called again for whoever else might be near, the sound carried through the trees and out into the dark. James withdrew on the silence between echoes, moving backward first, then sideways, then gone entirely from the hollow before the lantern turned his way. He did not catch Quirrell. But as he slipped through the forest edge and back toward the castle's cleaner dark, he carried something nearly as useful. Certainty. The blood had begun, and once the blood began, Quirrell's decline would only sharpen from here. James came back to the trunk carrying the forest with him. Not literally. The mud had been cleaned from his boots before he crossed the threshold, the invisibility stripped away, the glamour set aside. But the smell of wet bark and old blood seemed to linger around him anyway, threaded through the colder thing beneath it. Certainty. Harry felt it the moment James stepped into the light. He was still awake, book open in front of him and unread for at least the last 10 minutes. He sat up at once. "You found something," Harry said. James set his coat over the back of the chair instead of answering immediately. His movements were controlled, almost too controlled, which told Harry more than panic would have. "Yes," James said at last. "I found the line." Harry closed the book and pushed it aside. "How bad?" James looked at him then, properly, as if deciding how much of the truth belonged in a child's hands and remembering too late that this child had already asked him to stop making that choice alone. "Bad enough," James said. "Quirrell's gone into the forest. He's after unicorn blood." Harry went still. Not confused. Still. The name of it was ugly even before he knew the details, as if the words themselves carried enough moral shape to wound. "That's real?" Harry asked quietly. "I thought that was one of those stories people say to make dark magic sound theatrical." "It's real," James said. "And it does exactly what the stories say. It keeps a ruined life moving at a cost no decent person would pay." Harry absorbed that in silence. Then, more sharply, "Did you stop him?" James's jaw tightened once. "I tried to move the herd deeper into the forest. Deny him easy access. I was too late for one of them." He paused, then added, "Because leaving it out would have been another lie by omission. I might still have tracked him directly after, but Hagrid came into the clearing. I couldn't risk being seen." Harry's eyes dropped for a moment, not in disappointment exactly, but in the sober rearranging of hope. "So he got away." "For tonight," James said. "Not cleanly. Not comfortably. He's sustaining something desperate, and desperation always leaves a bill." Harry leaned back slightly, the chair creaking under the shift. "You sound like this confirms more than just the blood." "It does," James said. He crossed to the table and rested both hands against the wood, anchoring the thought in the room between them. "The unicorn blood tells me Quirrell's not merely serving Voldemort. He's already paying the cost of carrying him. That means when the last external anchors are gone, there won't be anywhere left for the Dark Lord to rest except Quirrell himself." Harry looked up. "So once the remaining Horcruxes are finished, Quirrell becomes the whole war," James said. The words landed and stayed there, heavy and exact. Harry did not flinch from them. He only nodded once, slowly, as if accepting a line already drawn and now finally visible. James straightened. "That's the shape of it now," James said. "No more background rot. No more pretending he's only a frightened professor with bad company in his head. From here on, every move narrows toward him." Harry's fingers tightened once around the edge of the table, then loosened. "Good," Harry said quietly. "At least now we know where the end is." End of part 1.